Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Ready to roll? Good, okay. So before we start off our program for day 2, on behalf of the summit organizers, I would like to thank all of you for your participation at the Bridging Rare Summit and also for your engagement throughout yesterday, and I'm looking forward for another day, successful day today. And I was asked to give a quick recap for those of you who missed some sessions yesterday or was not able to be here yesterday about the sessions that happened, what happened yesterday, and I'll try to do my best in the next 10 minutes or so, the time I was given. So we kicked off the Bridging Rare Summit with a welcome keynote and opening remarks by our chairperson, Dr. Harsha Rajasimha, and Dr. Amy Adams from the Institute for Biohealth Innovation at George Mason University. This was followed by an opening keynote by Dr. Victoria Gammerman from RW Insights, who spoke about digital transformation and opportunities for the global rare disease community. And if you missed that session, I would highly recommend you go back and listen to it because she gave a very good overview about smart data, how it can be used to find new cures and better understanding of diseases, how to predict disease patterns, and how it translates and transforms and are able to saving lives. And she also talked about the data issues that we see currently. Mostly it is around data interoperability and quality, which is something that comes along with big data and analysis. This was followed by a keynote address by a speaker from India, Dr. Rakesh Mishra, who is the director of the Tata Institute for Genetics and Society. He spoke on the work that they do at the center, at their institute, which is transcends cutting-edge science and policy, and how they are navigating the landscape of rare genetic diseases in India. He highlighted the program-driven focus of the institute to solve societal problems, and in the case of rare diseases, they are doing it in 3 main areas. By improving screening and diagnosis, they have developed indigenous platforms for screening and diagnosis that includes digital PCR and LC-MS-MS-based approaches. They have developed an indigenous mRNA platform for developing therapeutics and have also developed cell and animal models of rare diseases. And they have started with a few number of rare diseases, but their goal is to expand it for many where there is a critical need for developing treatment locally. After the keynote address, we went on to start our different sessions, and our first session was moderated by Dr. Harsha Rajasimha, and the session was on global epidemiology and inequities in rare diseases. And the speakers included Sarah Taylorski from Pharmacon Global, Tina Aswani Om Prakash from South Asian IBD Alliance, Mohammed Duclef, who represented the epidermolysis bullosa community at the gala, as well as he was also here as a member of the Center for Orphan Drug Research from the University of Minnesota, and Professor Huma Chima from the University of Child Health, Lahore, Pakistan. And they talked about what inequity means in their respective regions, in their respective countries, and which are the rare diseases that are disproportionately affected in these different regions, and what are the possible solutions to achieve this global equity. And it was an interesting discussion with several viewpoints that were brought out, and there was also a lot of engagement from the audience. And next session was moderated by me, and it was around screening and diagnosis. This, again, we had global representation. We started off with a plenary keynote by Dr. Madhulika Kabra, who is the recipient of one of the recipients of our Abby Mayer Kushi Bridging Rare Award. And she's talked about the screening and diagnosis in a landscape in India, the progress that has been achieved with the establishment of centers for excellence, and the effort that they are doing to make sure that individuals who are diagnosed have a care plan that is laid out. And then we had a short panel discussion with some technical glitches, but still we made it through. And we had representation from the United States by Dr. Nishita Pillai and Chisaka Cunningham from Athari Bio. Dr. Nishita Pillai is from the University of Minnesota. And then we had Dr. Bijaya Mishra from the Rare Disease Society, Nepal, and Bushra Afroz from the Aga Khan University Hospital, Karachi. And in addition, we also had Dr. Vadiyar Madhusudan, who brought in a philanthropy angle for the discussion from LifeArc in the United Kingdom. So we talked about the scenario, the landscape in this both developed as well as the other kind of the low and middle income countries, and how emerging technologies can be made, or how we can apply these emerging technologies, especially with genomic sequencing and AI, could be applied to help these low and middle income countries, and how philanthropy can be used to make these efforts sustainable. The next session was focused on care pathways and novel therapies, which was moderated by Donnie John, who is from NovaScript Central. And the speakers included Dr. Neerja Gupta from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. She spoke about the care pathways, again, the establishment of the Center for Excellence, and how they have used the hub and spoke model to sort of bring in care to even the rural areas. So making sure that they're training enough workforce to identify individuals who are at the peripheral area and referring them to the Centers for Excellence and offering a care plan so that they can be brought, some kind of management efforts can be done for all patients. And then we had a presentation by Dr. Narendra Chirmule, who is a faculty at the UPenn Philadelphia, and he was also representing the Indian Association for Muscular Dystrophy. And he talked about the R&D innovations for rare diseases, what are the advances, challenges, and opportunities, mostly focusing on cell and gene therapy. Donnie John then touched upon the need for accessible treatments, like if you can have all these cutting-edge therapies, but if it is not accessible, then it is not a fair game, and that we need to cross the barriers that happens when sometimes after patients participate in clinical trials, but they don't get continued care afterwards, and what that means, how can we address those? And then he also did a fireside chat with Dr. Kuntal Sen, who is the co-director of Neurogenetics Clinic at the Children's National Hospital. And they talked about care pathways in the United States, specifically focusing on the mental health challenges of patients as well as the caregivers. Following lunch, we had a micro-gratitude session by Mr. Kapil Patel, who taught us how to relax, be grateful, and also smile. And then we had an industry panel moderated by Jill Ersak from Soleno Therapeutics. And the speakers included Carla McDonald from Entrada Therapeutics, Sanket Shah from Jazz Pharma, Parva Purohit from Amneal Pharmaceuticals, and Sonit Handa from Biovance Consulting. And they talked about the role of patient advocacy in orphan drug development, inclusion of trial sites in India and low and middle income countries, challenges with manufacturing or the need for streamlining manufacturing, commercial launch and pricing of drugs, and also the priorities for US-India partnerships. And this was followed by the session on TechBio, Innovation and AI in Rare Diseases, which was moderated by Dr. Harsha Rajasimha. The session was sponsored by Cloud Throttled, and the panelists included Christopher Boone from Oracle, Mandeep Kaur from Vision Consulting, and Himanshu Kansara, the Good AI representative. And they talked about the use of artificial intelligence and rare diseases, and the challenges of streamlining, the need for streamlining clinical trials and by how we can use technology, and how can we reduce drug development timeline and minimize cost. And they talked about the grand challenges with AI and the fact that is AI here for real, and how it can be used in a judicious way so that we can encourage industry to adopt it in a sensitive way. And this was finally, the day ended with working group meetings. We have 4 working groups representing the 4 areas that we are focusing on, which included the newborn screening, diagnosis as a working group 1. The working group 2 was focused on equitable representation of the Indian diaspora in clinical trials. Working group 3 was on legislative, regulatory, and financial advocacy. And the working group 4 on the regulatory aspects, Biosecure Act and inflation reduction. And with that, the day ended with a bio and beer session sponsored by Amy Adams' group. I believe everyone had a good time, and there was a lot of conversation there as well. And overall, I believe it was a very successful day. And I'm looking forward to another session, another day today with 5 different sessions talking around evolving policy and regulatory dynamics, legislative advocacy, global inclusion and access to orphan drugs, clinical trials for rare diseases, and some lessons learned from advancing rare diseases and case studies. So these are the sessions for today. And again, I welcome you all again for day 2 of the summit. And I encourage you all to continue the conversation even beyond the summit. So the next slide, please. So now we would start off our program today by doing an overview about Indo-US Rare. And for that, I would like to invite Mr. Nara Govindarajan, who is one of our board members, who will give an overview about our mission, our vision and impact, and what have we learned from, and this is followed by a quick short presentation by Ramya Karur, who will be talking about the learnings from our 5 years experience with the Patient Concierge platform. And then we'll be open for some Q&A if you want to learn more about our activities as an organization. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nara Govindarajan. I'm a voluntary board director and treasurer for Indo-US Rare. I've been with Harsha since the beginning of the organization, and I'm very happy to be here to give you an update about what we're working on. To start with, I would like to start with a note of gratitude and thanks to my entire team, especially thanks to Nisha, who couldn't be here in person, and she would have done the speech. She would do it if you wake her up in the middle of the night, and she would do it without noticing anything. And I wish I could even do 1% of what she could do. Big thanks to her. And we thank all our sponsors, thank all our supporters, Patient Alliance families that are with us, our board directors, advisory board, the planning committee that has put together this fantastic event, operations team, our mean and lean team, but they are very powerful and mighty. Thanks to GMU team that's supporting and hosting us, and the great crew there that is doing this hybrid event. It's extremely challenging, and they are doing it seamlessly, and thanks to them. And iRam Creations, Ram there covering this video. All our donors and supporters that cheer for us, that donate us their time, talent, treasure at any point in time. Without them, it's very difficult to do anything. And most of all our volunteers, our student interns. So I'm going to stop there, but I think I have probably missed a few more, but I think I'm very thankful for all of you to make us this event successful and run this organization for the last 6 years. Moving on to our mission. Let's wait for a sec. Okay, are we on? We're good? Thank you. And I also wanted to call out and specifically mention our sponsors. Our gold sponsors, Soleno Therapeutics, our silver sponsors, Entrada, BridgeBio, and Fairfax County, Prince William County, Cloud Throttle, Jiva Informatics, Immigration First, EveryLife Foundation, Amneal, Amicus Therapeutics, Virginia Bio, and George Mason University. We gratefully acknowledge all your support for this cause and support for our organization. Thank you so much. Moving on to why we exist. We exist to connect people. That is our core. We want to connect all the stakeholders of rare diseases across the oceans, across the seas, across the continents, not just between India and US. We've become more of a global organization that we have seen in this event right now. There are about 13 different countries being represented. And we have Patient Alliance members from, I think, at least six different countries, but I'll go through those stats later. We are here to also help people collaborate for rare diseases, on research, policy making, also on various other awareness and awareness events. We also bring together stakeholders in conferences like this, and we attend and represent conferences and talk about challenges that are globally faced in rare diseases, clinical trials, and discovering therapies. Cross-border research and collaborations is our core work, and we also advocate for patients. Any bills that are requires our strength, we also provide that. I want to take a moment to announce that we have registered a new entity in India. It is Global Organization for Rare Diseases Foundation. This is to help us operate in India on the ground and be able to run events in India. And we are making it a global as the next stage. This is going to be the next stage for us to expand ourselves globally, not just in the South Asian, but it's across the world. So we are registering that as a global entity, but it will be operating out of India. So please make a note of that. We will have more information coming up and more plans as we start operationalizing this organization. These are some of our key programs. Like Harsha talks about the 6 pillars: education, outreach, and awareness, research, corporate alliance. We have a lot of corporate alliance partners that support us year over year. Without them, running these operations are very difficult. Patient concierge, that is one thing that why we exist is always I say to my team is that we are there for our patients and all the other programs are for supporting them, and patient concierge is an important thing that we use to help all the patients, and Ramya is going to cover that in detail. Patient Alliance members, we have a mighty 66 member Patient Alliance group, which meets once quarterly. If any of you are interested, please do reach out to us and you can join the program, and we can help amplify the voices. This group exists and everybody connects with everybody else, and we work on amplifying voices with that program. And policy advocacy, we have a lot of advisory board directors and people that we work with to talk to Congress on any bills that are required to be supported. This is all our Patient Alliance members. There are 66 patient advocacy groups across 4 continents, and these are all the members that we work with across all the continents. Research programs, I think Reena is our research director, and she would she would be able to give you a lot more details when you reach out to her. I will probably like to call out a few of them. I think one of the interesting ones is that we did the awareness program for teachers in India. Yeah, thank you. And awareness program for teachers in India, financial advocacy in rare diseases. These are some of the ones that I was able to help as well. Epidemiology studies in rare diseases in India, that was a grant that we received in 2021 and all that. So you have all the details here. Advocacy in the US, we have over 20 meetings across 5 states with the platform provided by EveryLife Foundation, RDLA, where we advocate for cross-border collaborations. We advocate for global outreach, not just with India, but across the world, because there are 30 million US rare disease patients, and then we have about 70 million patients in India. Just these 2 countries, the largest democratic country and the oldest democratic country, have 100 million patients just between these 2. And it is essential for us to have global collaborations. And we talk to the senators and congressmen to advocate for having them join the Rare Disease Caucus, having them join the Senate India Caucus. Senate India Caucus is one of the only caucuses one of the first caucuses named after a country, and they do a lot of work in terms of healthcare. There is a lot of manufacturing collaborations. There is a lot of collaborations in defense. So we want to advocate them to also collaborate on framing policies for clinical trials, taking clinical trials to India, gene testing, cell therapies, and all these cutting-edge technologies. We want these 2 countries to collaborate on for making therapies accessible across the world. We also have provided, various inputs to FDA, also to NPRD, which is the National Policy for Rare Diseases in India, and these were some of the main ones I'd like to call out. Educational and awareness sessions, we run this every 3 months, at least once. Every quarterly, we have a webinar series. Reena spearheads that again. I've learned personally myself, I'm not a person who is from the related to research. I'm personally an IT professional. I head the data analytics, but I've learned so many things about rare diseases, and it helps me talk to people, inform them about rare diseases, and raise awareness. So I would, these are very, very informative programs. They go into so many more details into research information and so on. And we participate in annual conferences such as these. These are our numbers. I'm a data analytics head, so I love this slide all the time. We have about 176 patients supported through the patient concierge. Ramya is going to talk about that. We have over 40 events hosted, 50 plus publications. I heard that we had just about 10 plus publications just in the last year. We have 66 Patient Alliance members. We have attended over 50 events. We have 20,000 plus patients represented through the 66 Patient Alliance members. These are some of the important ones, and we received 10 grants so far. I will leave it to Ramya now to cover our patient concierge, and thanks for your time. Patient Alliance program, sure, I can talk about it a little bit. We have a Patient Alliance program where we have the patient advocacy groups that can work with us on various things, including raising awareness about their cause, as well as amplifying their voices. It's a nominal membership, but what we provide them is a platform where they can connect with other Patient Alliance groups across the world. So we've had success in one of the Patient Alliance groups. I forget the name, I'm really sorry, my team. But they were able to make connections in India, and they are now collaborating with each other, and there are a lot more research collaborations going on between them through VCP, Cure VCP is the organization. So that's one of the examples for that.
So does it represent patient families? How does it work?
Yeah, these are patient family-based foundations, and these are organizations that are founded by patients and their family members. And also there are organizations that we are part of that are alliance partners like NORD. We are also members of NORD and Every Life Foundation and those alliance. But these are families that are part of our alliance, which are family-based foundations usually. They are from all across 4 continents.
Thank you.
Harsha can add more. Yeah, you're good.
Nandini.
Okay, I think we'll give it to Ramya, and we'll have Q&A again with Harsha. I think we can cover more during that time.
Sure.
Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ramya T. Karur. I'm working here as project associate at Indo-US Rare, and currently I am managing patient concierge program, which is one of the key programs of our organization. Patient concierge program is a tech-enabled program which connects and supports rare disease patients, wherein we take in requests from the patient through a patient contact form and ask details about their diagnosis and services requested by them with their consent. After the submission of the request from the patient, the associate from Indo-US Rare contacts the patient and collects further information about the request. Then the request is presented to expert team, and with the help of AI, we process the request, and the patient is connected to other rare disease patient advocacy groups or to patients in need of clinical trials, experts, and partners. And we also provide resources for patient education. Based on the type of request, we have seen maximum request so far is to access for treatment and expert opinion, followed by clinical trials and financial assistance. Till now, we have assisted more than 175 patients so far, and they're mainly based from India and other South American continent, where most of the patients, 10% of them are undiagnosed patients. So now we move on to a patient case study, which is based a US patient who was actually diagnosed with an infant MPS II, and it was picked on an NBS screening. Then the genetic testing indicated possible pathogenicity, but they were actually variants of unknown significance. The doctor was not, and geneticists were unsure if it will be leading to any kind of neuronopathic or non-neuronopathic for MPS II. But when they requested through us, we actually got them connected to research core and identified some asymptomatic individuals with same variant, and plan of action was decided based on that. And we have one more case study in India where we came across a young boy who was suffering from metachromatic leukodystrophy, and they were requesting for crowdfunding support. And we had and other treatment options, and we also connected them with patient groups where they were asking for patient groups connections and treatment options. We connected them with the crowdfunding platforms and patient advocacy organizations. And we also referred them to Orchid Therapeutics for LMND gene therapy, and we shared a list of clinical trials. The patients with no diagnosis, we do provide them a strong network of resources that we can tap into helping all these undiagnosed patients, and we are also trying to shorten their diagnostic journey and accelerating access to resources and research and expert opinion. The takeaways, I would say, or the lessons learned from this program is that it's a very time-sensitive and we need to respond fairly quickly when the patient contacts us. And we also seen that there is a lot of global effort needed for any of the patient requests that, that needs to be addressed. And most of the needs of the patients are universal, irrespective of the family origin they are coming from. So with that, I think I conclude the patient, details about the patient concierge. Yes, sir. We have received requests from more than 14 countries.
Yes.
Say? Yeah, more than
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So that's what I just wanted to clarify, because it was so impressive to me to see that map that you had, that it was far more than, the 13 countries that were represented here at this summit. And so you could see our footprint, our outreach is much more global than kind of one might
Yes.
otherwise think. So looking at how far we are reaching into the global community is very impressive. So if we can highlight that number, I think when you're
Yes.
going out to potential, as your
Yes.
philanthropy, I think would be enhanced if you explained how this is much more than just India and North America. It's 38 other countries.
Yes. We have countries from MENA region and then European countries. So we have a lot of requests from all over the world.
Hey, Ramya.
Yes.
This is Sanath here. Hey, thanks for this presentation. Just building on Frank's question, did you do the comparison between which were the countries from where you got the requests versus who were the attendees? Because if there is that delta, because 14 minus 13 is 1, That already is a delta. But if there are different countries, maybe that's another area where if we have received requests from there, but they haven't attended this, or we don't have representation from there, then that's how you can increase the attendees. I was just curious, did you do the delta over there comparison?
Yes, I think we have done that, but it's very difficult for the patient family to come here and attend any of the events because they are they're facing a lot of trouble financially and mentally as well, and they're like drained out. I think we have some representation virtually, and we also had 2 speakers from Pakistan and other regions as well.
No, I'm not talking
yesterday.
about the patients coming for this conference. I'm just saying people like the folks over here who are interested in promoting the rare disease cause,
yes.
then maybe we could be tapping into the advocacy groups in those regions.
Right.
Those people then could be interested and maybe they can travel or they may be virtually taking part.
Yes,
but what I'm just saying
we
that's it.
have a family here,
Thank you.
Nandita and Saiket, who has come from India, and they actually came in contact with us as a patient, and then they found out about our event and they have come. So but
Yeah.
it's really hard as well. Yeah.
I'd also like to point out that most of the people who contact the patient concierge is usually through a word of mouth and a referral, like somebody referred them to Indo-US Rare, right? So we are really relying on the community, really
Yes.
spreading the word on how we can support individual families, because it's truly personalized, right? So each patient is very unique. We can't have a one-size-fit-all care navigation. There are some common themes, and of course the medical care in whichever country they are contacting us from is their primary point of reference. But when they want to know what's the latest and greatest, is there something in the other side of the planet that they are missing out on? What kind of other opportunities exist, or even just financial support? Many times it's access to the drug. The drug exists in US or Europe. They just can't access it in India or other countries. And there are actually organizations that specialize in expanded access, named access program, and compassionate use programs. So we connect them. Many times we have one of us contact the pharmaceutical company directly. They have a point of contact published, which patients don't know that they can do that, and how to contact them. We essentially educate and connect them, because until someone in the family is affected by a rare disease, they don't think about all these challenges. That's why what Ramya does with the patient concierge program is collects all these requests, brings them to the board once in 2 weeks, or in a week if there is one request even, and we do a group discussion and figure out what's the best we can do for this particular patient and disease. There's Galina.
The question, so do you follow the feedback? You say you refer the patient to genetic expert, and it's known that the wait time is tremendous, like 6 months, 1 year, to be seen by geneticists. Do you follow the feedback to see are they
Yes.
really found timely? Because
Yes.
for infant, the time and life expectancy like 9
Yes.
months.
Yes,
So, okay.
Yeah.
So you have a feedback.
Yes, and we have a lot of referrals from Global Genes and NORD as well.
And
who-
NIH GUARD,
Yes.
they had a concierge service at the National Institutes of Health, the global database for rare diseases. And they have been referring any patients, especially from the Indian subcontinent, they always refer that patient. They provide the information they do usually, and then in addition, they also refer them to Indo-US Rare.
And another remark, you said you referred to finding appropriate treatment. There is multiple and many of the natural history studies of known disease or suspected genetic disorder. So I think it's important also to connect patients, not necessarily to already available treatment, majority don't have treatment, but also to connect to the natural history studies. Because we know the patients who enroll either into clinical trials or natural history, the medical care improved, and this, of course, it's free to the
Absolutely.
patient.
Tay-Sachs disease is one such example where NIH had a natural history study led by the Undiagnosed Diseases Network program, and patients from India, we have encouraged them to get enrolled. And so when the gene therapy trial started for Tay-Sachs disease, there were desperate patients and mothers calling us and saying, how can my child get enrolled in this gene therapy clinical trial? And the challenge is they come to us only when there is a treatment trial and not get involved before then, early on, be part of the natural history database, because it's only ethical and fair to go through that list based on who joined the natural history study early on. And so the investigators are very committed to doing that.
I'll give the mic to you, Frank, I promise. Harsha, the question about expanded access and compassionate use, I think, have Indo-US or as an organization thought about making sure reaching out to the biotech pharma community in US and in India, because this is a true bridge, right, Indo-US bridge, and share that this is what we do as an organization to help the patients. I mean, I know when a request comes in, or you can reconnect the dots and go through the process, but is there a proactive approach to reaching out as well? And has that been considered?
Absolutely, great point. We are doing that, but we could do more.
Yes.
And we have been speaking at least 50 conferences and events in a year between all of us on the board and advisory board. And we always have a plug about how we are supporting patients. So whoever is in the, for example, BioAsia or Indian Council for Medical Research, they have an annual conference. On the Indian side, of course, in the US is where we are almost always there at the bio event annually. And so we will have John Crawley here who will, we are connected with some organizations much more deeper than others, but yes.
What I was going to say is that going back to, and that was a great comment, and so that's very important, but going back to the natural history, that what I'm seeing happen at the FDA is that the FDA, and you'll see statements from the commissioner, Marty Makary, and from other senior leaders like Dr. Prasad, the head of the Center for Biologics, and Dr. Vijay Kumar, who was supposed to be here today, the head of cell and gene therapy. You'll see that what they're doing is they're saying on very rare diseases, especially ultra rare diseases, where it might not be possible to have enough people to randomize into a trial, that what they're looking for is for baseline control. That if you follow a patient long enough with the right kind of assessments, if you have that information as background, then you can start them on an interventional therapy, and you can use each patient as their own control. Look at how they performed on those assessments for 6 months or a year or 2 years before. The only way you can do that is if they're in natural histories. So if when you're talking about that patient concierge cartoon that you had about all the different things that you do, you might want to consider putting in also one of the opportunities, if a person comes into our patient concierge system, is a referral into a natural history or registry. I think that's a very good point.
Noted, yeah. Can we have those slides, please?
Harsha, a natural history study, how could a specific rare disease be a part of that study? For example, SSP in our cases.
Yeah, natural history studies are specific to a rare disease, and the main objective of the natural history is how does the disease progress in patients, right? A single disease, how does it progress in different individual patients so that we can connect the dots, the physician investigators can understand how does the disease progress from very early onset of symptoms, and how does the disease progress day by day, year after year, from a physiological perspective, from a symptoms perspective, lifestyle perspective. So it's a very highly specific and curated study design that's made for that particular rare disease. It could be done, designed in a way that could fit a category of related rare diseases, but it's often specific to a disease.
How do we register and that? How do we get?
We can take that conversation offline. Yeah, absolutely. Happy to help.
I just wanted to make a comment about intake. When people are calling, you mentioned that you're following up with them, and there are some networks of support. Child Neurology Foundation has a system called Unite Us that asks the intake questions that are physically oriented but also emotionally oriented to make sure that those families are getting the emotional support that they need in the process of getting the physical support that they need. So if you don't have that kind of system, I encourage you to look at a network like that, or mentally.
Fantastic.
Eurordis also has a system like that that's country specific across 34 different locations in Europe, so that those individuals can get emotional support in language, and that also could be an interesting model to follow. It's a tricky one. We didn't do it at Rare Givers because we couldn't provide the level of support that we felt that we needed to. So I'd be so happy to work with you on strengthening what you have.
Yes.
Thank you, Crystal. We will take you up on that offer. I think that's a neglected area. We want to strengthen that.
Following on that comment, actually, is exactly so what we do within LifeArc. This is my day job as well. And I see, based on Frank's sort of suggestion on what can be the KPIs associated with it, there is the opportunity to build a global network using this, because what we've done, so I have been a one-man band, and I mean, it is Indo-US Rare, but I can't help flying the UK flag as well here. So based in the UK and in the EU, there are several concierge systems that are just emerging. I have been, so as part of LifeArc, the role has been to do this and signpost to funding either internally or, depending on their stage of development, to a registry. And two things happen. One, you develop a relationship with her, I think, which is, that's a fundamental theme here. But the second aspect is they all come with different needs. So what is a registry? How can we start developing a translational pathway? Some of them move directly into a company and say, Recode is developing such and such a drug for PCD, let's go there. So as I was telling Harsha this morning, the ecosystem really tears up the rule book. And I think having a structured way to connect, and there are many organizations. I was just talking to Tina on the taxi on the way over about Remedy for All is something that I want to highlight, is a consortium that is in the EU focused on rare diseases only and in repurposing. So things like that, if they're connected, and Indo-US Bridging Rare can actually be one of the focal points in the US. We can help you within the UK, and there are others in the EU, and I know some people who are trying to do that in New Zealand and Australia as well. So,
thank you, Madhu. Absolutely, we should collaborate on that. So with that, thank you. Let's thank Ramya for her work on the patient concierge.
Thank you so much.
So I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors this morning, our gold and silver sponsors, Soleno Therapeutics, Entrada Therapeutics, BridgeBio, and Fairfax County Economic Development. Thank you. And thanks to all our partners and collaborators and the Patient Alliance members, the 66 of those Patient Alliance foundations that we work with. Thank you. Many of you are here in the room and beyond. So to summarize on the Indo-US Rare programs, this is a collage of the key programs, just to get this familiarized to all of you. We saw the Abbey Mayers Cushy Bridging Rare Award Ceremony and Gala on Sunday. That's an annual event. We did it for 3 years in a row now. Patient Alliance program that Nara presented about. It's organizations and foundations that can pay a small membership fee annually and be a member and collaborate with us year-long. Corporate Alliance program, that's to engage the industry members. Whether or not you are into drug development, if you are a member of the industry, we welcome you to participate in the Corporate Alliance program with an annual membership fee that's commensurate with your size of the company. Patient Concierge, which is a free service to patients anywhere in the world that contact us through an intake form, and a team led by Ramya will provide care navigation service. Pitch for Rare, which is a startup pitch contest where any innovative entrepreneurial ideas, and we will hear from Tarun from Mamidi later today, who is here from down south, to pitch his idea, and we are looking forward to that. But last year we had 7 startups pitch their innovative ideas, and we recognized 2 of them as winners. And in my opinion, everyone who pitches is a winner because they will get valuable feedback and walk away with connections. Research internship program, which is, as I mentioned earlier, over 100 students have been mentored over the last 5-6 years from our research internship program. So it's an ongoing all around the year. And even yesterday we received from participants here at least 3 requests that want to intern with us. Art for Air, Roar for Air are 2 programs which we have done on and off, and we are figuring out how we can continue to sustain those programs. We have too many things on the collage, as you can see, and we want to prioritize and focus. So if you are interested in getting involved in any of these, we invite all of you to get involved and collaborate so we can sustain and grow and expand the impact of these programs. Spotlight a Rare Disease Program. As we know, there is 450 treatable rare diseases that get all the spotlight. What about the remaining 10,550 rare diseases and many more which are yet to be discovered that remain undiagnosed? How do we spotlight and bring much needed attention to those diseases? So we have a year-long research webinar series type program where we will identify and invite from the scientific community who have published articles on those diseases to come and engage. Invite patients who come to us with that particular disease and companies that may be working on treatments for those yet untreatable diseases. And then the annual summit, where we are here yesterday and today, the 2-day Indo-US Bridging Rare Summit. It happens 1 year in the US, 1 year in India, and that's our annual flagship summit. Then we are just launching this rare disease registry program, particularly for India and low and middle income countries. We have various options for developing patient registries in the United States. The NIH and FDA have started funding and encouraging the setup of registries and natural history studies since 2014 formally. And so we have hundreds of patient registries and natural history studies happening in the US, many of which also are global, like the FARA that we will hear from Jen Farmer later today about the Friedreich's ataxia registry, which is global, and many others from Terry Jo and from Combined Brain and others as well. But we don't have those in low and middle income countries, so, and makes it hard for us to engage them in global research and global clinical trials. So existence of registries can help. So we are saying a $10,000 donation can go towards getting 1 patient registry set up. And so if you have thoughts on collaborating in getting a registry set up in India and other parts of the world, we can help with getting that set up. And lastly, the 4 working groups. So yesterday, we had these 4 breakout groups here. And so if many of you have already sent emails yesterday night, we will respond to them. But if you are interested in getting involved, this is an informal group, no paperwork, and it's cross-functional. So you don't need to be an expert in anything to participate. None of us are. But if you have a unique perspective that you can bring to shaping the cross-border collaborations and strategic blueprint on where are the opportunities for US and Indian organizations to collaborate, please get involved in one of those 4 working groups. So with that, let's move into the next session now on evolving policy and regulatory dynamics. And for this session, I'd like to invite the co-chairs, Dr. Isaac Rodriguez Chavez and Dr. Matthew Thomas on stage. Dr. Isaac has 30 years of experience in the regulatory world. He's an immunologist by training. He has been senior vice president of ICON, which is a global clinical research organization, and he's been an advisor to Indo-US Rare. He has participated in working groups and contributed to the publication of our initial publication with the DIA Global just recently, which we will hear about. And he's on the planning committee of this summit. So welcome Dr. Isaac Rodriguez Chavez on stage. I also invite Dr. Matthew Thomas, who is on the board of directors of Indo-US Rare and the former director of the US FDA's India office as a country director and retired from FDA. And he's now supporting the rare cause and continues to provide consulting. So please welcome Dr. Matthew Thomas. Please have a seat. So the co-chairs of this session have requested that they want to begin this session here listening to a patient story, or a real story. And so among us, we have a rare mom here, Dr. Terry Jo Pichel. So Terry Jo is also a mom of a child with Angelman syndrome. And she's an inspiration to me personally. I'm very inspired by the work she has done. And I'd like to have her share her personal journey and story that can serve as a foundation for the next session. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Yep. Thank you very much for letting me tell my story. This will save us a little time in the afternoon when I moderate that panel, so I won't have to tell it twice. So I was a nurse midwife. I loved catching babies. I loved helping women breastfeed. I was working in international health. I worked in developing countries and I worked in Mexico, I worked in Africa. I worked on breastfeeding research, so I always was doing research, but it wasn't what I'm doing now. And I loved my job. I carted my 5 kids all around with me. And in fact, my youngest, I carted him around on my back when I worked in Mexico, starting the first school of midwifery, nurse midwifery in Mexico. So I really would still be happy doing that job if it wasn't for the fact that our youngest one, the one that was on my back, there was something the matter. And he was not like the other kids. All the others were girls. So everyone said to me, oh, he's your first boy. Boys are different. But I mean, he wasn't doing the things babies were supposed to do. And everybody said, oh, boys are a little behind, girls are more advanced. My husband's a congenital heart surgeon. We really thought we knew about medicine. And still, everyone gaslighted us. He'll be fine. Just like you heard yesterday, I forget who was mentioning it, but it happened to us too. And yet, everywhere I went, all of our friends were doctors, nurses, researchers. I was always showing the baby to everybody. Look at the baby. There's something the matter with the baby. Look at the baby. What's the matter with the baby? This was 26 years ago. Everybody brushed me off. And finally, when he was a year old, a friend of ours who was just finishing her genetics fellowship and has since gone on to be a real groundbreaker in peroxisomal disorders, Nancy Braverman, at a party, she looked at him and said, yeah, there's something the matter with the baby. And so finally, to make a long story short, we did get a diagnosis, and his diagnosis was Angelman syndrome. And back then, you could only test, one gene at a time. So it wasn't like we could have a panel or whole genome sequencing or anything like that. What we didn't know, so my husband and I had, of course, the textbook on congenital malformations in humans. And so we would flip through that, and every time we came to the Angelman page, we would say, isn't that funny? He looks like those kids, but he can't possibly have it because he's so clever. We thought he was so clever because he had such a great sense of humor. He laughed at all of our jokes. Little did we know, sense of humor and over-laughing is actually a symptom of Angelman syndrome. When I went to see, finally, the geneticist who met me at the clinic on a Saturday with nobody else there because we pulled strings to get him in. Otherwise, it would have been a lot longer of a diagnosis. He took one look at him, touched him with the tuning fork. My son peeled in laughter, and he did one test for one gene, which was UBE3A. So, lucky for me, the very first meeting on Angelman syndrome in the world was happening 6 weeks after that diagnosis. I flew there with the baby on my back, still, well, he had to be in the seat, I guess, and met with the leading researchers in the field. We immediately started clinical trials. They didn't work. We started more clinical trials. They didn't work. We started more clinical trials. They didn't work. We realized what we were missing was natural history. We had no natural history on Angelman syndrome. And maybe we were just measuring the wrong things, because in fact, some of those clinical trials probably did have minor effects. So we started natural history trials, and all of this was under Dr. Art Beaudet, who had actually found the gene for Angelman syndrome, is a brilliant guy. And we tried all these different things. I started to think that nobody else cared as much about curing Angelman syndrome as I did. Art Beaudet did. From the first day I met him, he said to me, "This is a curable disease." He really believed it, and people laughed him out of the room. It is, in fact, a curable disease. Now, will we have to treat at birth or before to really cure it? Probably so. Still, we now have clinical trials, 3 different ones, which are disease-changing clinical trials for Angelman syndrome. And my son is in one at 26 years old. That took 24 years, 22 years for him to be entering into the clinical trial. So I really don't want that 20-year break to happen to anybody else. We know a lot more now than we knew then. We know these disorders are curable, cure being a complicated word. We know that there are every single day these days new avenues for delivery methods of genetic treatments, for new types of genetic treatments. I know that before I am really old, we will have cured many, many, many of these disorders. So I started Combined Brain. I guess I should mention, at a certain point, I took matters into my own hands. And this is, you can only do this if you really don't know enough about science. And so I made up my mind as a nurse midwife, nobody cares about the science as much as I do. I'm gonna go study it myself. So I went back to school at Vanderbilt University. I got a PhD in molecular neuroscience. I studied gene-environment interactions. And while I was there learning how to make stem cells and dissect mice, 3 other brilliant scientists actually found disease-changing treatments for Angelman syndrome. Thank goodness. So by the time I graduated, what we knew was missing were biomarkers and outcome measures. All the ways of measuring the disease, all the natural history, all the biomarkers, everything in between diagnosing, having an idea for a treatment, and getting it to clinical trial. So I formed Combined Brain. I'm going to tell you more about that this afternoon, so I'm not going to dig into that right now, but that whole point of Combined Brain is to reduce that 20-year interval for everybody else, so they can go from diagnosis to treatment in a year or less if we have our way, and that's that.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience and your journey and the journey of your son with all of us. Indeed, it's moving and speaks volumes for what is happening with all of us as patients, caregivers, family members of individuals, valuable people with rare diseases. It is an honor and a privilege for me to be here with all of you. This is a sensible conference with a group of colleagues, leaders, caregivers, patients, and everyone interested in the topic of rare disease for many reasons. Let me start by giving you a couple of things that I am thinking of as I prepare this conversation with all of you today. Number one, we apologize because our colleagues, current colleagues, FDA officials were not able to make it because of the government shutdown, something that is beyond our per diem. However, we are proud and honored to have here former FDA officials, myself, and evidently my colleague, Dr. Matthew Thomas. He led the efforts of the FDA in India. I was leading the efforts of the modernization of clinical trials, decentralized clinical trials, and digital health technologies here in the United States. And if we don't behave correctly, we have also another former FDA official in the audience, Frank Sasinowski, who is a friend and a colleague. So he will keep us legal. So a few things to mention as I was working on this last-minute presentation, and it's not a presentation, really, it's an update, a high-level update on what is happening from the regulatory standpoint at the FDA and at the EMA, and Matthew will cover India. So to start, I would say, and allow me to do the cheat sheet moment because these numbers go beyond my chip capacity. So 800, and I want you all to pay attention to these numbers because this is a segue for what we're going to talk in a moment. So think about this. We have 11,000 or so. I mean, not so long ago, we were talking about 8,000, 7,000 to 8,000. Now we're talking about 11,000, and the numbers are relative. 11,000 rare diseases globally. We're talking about between 600 or 800 of them in the best case scenarios with the first line of therapeutics available. That is a staggering number because there is a majority of them that really have a very late diagnosis in the best case scenario, and there is no treatment whatsoever. However, efforts are underway. So we have 850 orphan drugs in trials in the United States. We have 600 plus orphan drugs approved to date. We have about 10 to 20 cell and gene therapies approved or in late stage in the pipeline in 2025 in the United States. We have 1,176 breakthrough device designations granted as of 2025. And we have about 50 novel drug approvals in the rare disease space by the FDA. Keep thinking, keep processing. So what is happening globally with the rare disease field? In the USA, we have about 1,200 rare disease trials that are registered, that are happening. That is not a tiny number, but is that enough? We have in Europe, 800 to 1,000 rare trials. And in India, and we're going to cover that as well, we have about 350 trials. So that's what's happening right now. And globally, we have about 3,500 to 4,000 trials happening globally. That's the scope of the rare disease field in these three regions and in the world. The growth. What is the rare disease field looking like? What is the compound annual growth rate for the rare disease field? So we have the global rare disease market growth is estimated in $242 billion in 2025. $242 billion in 2025. That will double to 426 billion estimations by 2030, with a compound annual growth rate of about 12%. Keep in mind that when the compound annual growth rate, according to the statisticians and the surveys, is 8 and above percentage-wise, is excellent. So we're talking about 12% here. The rare disease clinical trial field particularly is estimated in 2025 as $15.1 billion. And in 2035, that will double to almost $40 billion with a compound annual growth rate of almost 10%. So all of you, colleagues, friends, caregivers, professionals, advocacy members, and the like, you are in a field that is evolving fast, that is growing rapidly, and the opportunities are here and now. That is the segue to what I'm going to talk very briefly. So the presentation, the update is put together to talk about the past, the present, and the future from the regulatory standpoint in the FDA and in the EMA. And you can see that since the Orphan Drug Act was issued in 1983, there were a series of benefits connected to the development of novel rare disease medications, including the 7 years market exclusivity fee waived that was given and the implementation of grants. That act stimulated a surge of developing novel medications in the rare disease space. And many of these medications have been approved since then, as I mentioned to you. So the regulatory focus was initially on hard endpoints. However, there have been lessons learned now with the implementation of soft endpoints, including clinical outcome assessments. So I am showing here something in really tiny letters to give you a temporal idea of what the development is for rare diseases in the drug development through the FDA. And you will see, okay, this is not pointing, so I am not going to point. So since the Orphan Drug Act was signed in '83, a lot of development happened in terms of production of novel medicines for rare diseases, expansion at the global interest, and launching on the orphan drug modernization plans, and that continues to expand and grow in the years to come. Similarly, in the EMA, what we have is the EMA was founded in 1995 to harmonize the 27, now 28 member states of the European Union, and they created a committee for the orphan medical products in 2000 that actually enabled, again, the field of rare diseases and the development of rare disease medications in Europe. And this included early on the voice of the patients. That was an important aspect for the rare disease field. So when we look at activities happening in the EMA from the past, we can see that from the inception all the way to 2025, there is a lot of activities happening from the EMA perspective, including the expansion of their efforts. So both the FDA and the EMA have been working steadily in the rare disease field. What is happening right now at the level of the FDA with this field? I mentioned to you 600 or so drugs, orphan drugs, are in the pipeline for approval. Many are using the expanded indications pathways for approval. I mentioned to you breakthrough designations. There is that's part of the accelerated approval regulatory pathway for approval, and there is acceptance of validated surrogate biomarkers as endpoints in clinical investigations. That is a game changer for rare disease approvals. There are 20 to 30 cell and gene therapies that have been approved and more in the pipeline. Evidently, there are some challenges connected to the sample size of the clinical trials for this type of conditions and the validation process and the time that it takes to validate all of these surrogate biomarkers or markers that can be implemented in these clinical investigations, and the best utilizations of the real-world data and integrating that information into these modern clinical trials. This is the picture of what I'm telling you in terms of what is happening in the agency and what has been happening in the agency from 2010 to 2025. And you will see that there is a steady increase in the approval of traditional medications and the approval of cell and gene therapies. Now, let's look at the present time from the EMA perspective. So there is a mature orphan regulatory framework that I just mentioned to you. There is transparency in the review that the agency conducts for novel medications for rare diseases. They are using the adaptive pathways, which are not the accelerated pathways that the FDA is using. The adaptive pathways and the conditional marketing approval expanding are the pathways that the EMA is using, and they have advanced regulations for the advanced treatment medical products with clinical data disclosure. They also have challenges connected to the harmonization of the 27, 28 member states and how to do things harmonically, which is one of the objectives of the Indo-US Rare organization. And this is how it's looking from the EMA perspective in terms of approvals for orphan drugs, as you can see here in blue, and the advanced treatment medical products in orange. The trend is clear. There is an increase. There is an expansion. In the future, where are we going with all of this? I already gave you a hint of the compound annual growth rate and where we are with this. So there is continued efforts in the cell and gene therapies to produce novel medications. The use of gene and RNA-based therapies is having a major momentum happening. There is an expansion of the real-world evidence approaches and the utilization of the accelerated approvals for regulatory review and approval by the FDA. The patient voice is important. The agency has issued guidance on the patient voice in clinical investigations, and that actually is valid here in the rare disease space. And the innovation is limitless, as I mentioned before, and there will be an evolution from the regulatory standpoint and in regulatory science and from the innovative approaches that can be implemented for design and implemented for the development of these novel therapies. So, in my opinion, the future is bright. You can see here how the medications for rare disease drug approvals trend is clear to increase, as well as for cell and gene therapies in connection to rare diseases. EMA and the future of the EMA. Similar. There is expansion of the adaptive and conditional approvals that the agency is utilizing for advanced treatment medical products. There is integration of artificial intelligence technologies and real-world data in the regulatory review. There is increased collaboration and cooperation with the FDA efforts to harmonize at the global level for the jurisdictions that they belong to, North America and Europe, in terms of regulations and regulatory frameworks to review and approve medications, including rare diseases. and ongoing emphasis again on the patient involvement and the transparency early on in clinical investigations. So going to the future, here we have, from the EMA perspective, multiple activities, including the expansion of their efforts and their pathways, regulatory pathways to approve medical products, and strengthening all of those regulatory pathways to enhance the efforts in rare disease approval. So very quickly, I am out of time. Here we have a summary of things that I just mentioned to all of you. Since the Orphan Drug Act of 1993 in the United States have been a surge in the movement for rare diseases and the approval and the innovation, the development of medications for a group of rare diseases. That effort is continued and is steady at the present time, and it's projected that there will be up to 50 cell and gene therapies by 2030 that will be approved. Similar efforts with the clinical committee at the EMA that was initially established and the utilizations of their adaptive pathways. There is expected steady growth in the rare disease field. I will emphasize, I don't need to read this, that the future is truly bright. The momentum is happening right now in the rare disease field. This is altogether not rare, it's common. And I mentioned to you the numbers that are really staggering at the beginning of my presentation, because really not only is the compound annual growth rate or the number of trials, is that every life matters. Thank you. And I get the pleasure and the honor to introduce Matthew, who is going to be giving a similar presentation, an update on India. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's quite a tough act to follow Isaac, so you'll have to bear with me. And also, just as an introduction, I wanted to tell you, until Friday evening, I was just sitting and relaxing, watching tennis, and just expecting to moderate this session. And then I get a call from Harsha and Isaac, and they said, we got some bad news about the FDA participants not being able to come in. So pretty much that's what brings me here this morning. Until then, I was not planning on making a specific presentation. Now, it's a pleasure to share the stage with so many experts in this conference, particularly with some of the FDA legends like Frank and Isaac. So it's really an honor. I've already been introduced. I've had a 34-year career at the FDA, playing multiple roles, but I always personally value my time, my 4+ years in orphan drug products, as probably the best time of my FDA journey, because that was the time when I was actually proactively involved in assisting folks developing orphan products. I currently consult for multiple entities and am honored to be a board member of Indo-US Rare. What I intend to do within the next probably 15 minutes is to give you an overview of the current landscape, challenges, and strategic options that we can think of when thinking about rare diseases in India. I'd like to emphasize that, I have to use this slide thing too. Yeah, this presentation is entirely my own views. I don't represent any entity. And I intend to go over some of the definitions and scope, a little bit about the disease burden in India and the epidemiology, an overview of the regulatory framework and policies, some of the incentives and pricing and access issues, and then close in with highlighting some of the challenges and gaps, suggesting some strategic options for stakeholders, industry, government, and patients, and then concluding with some thoughts for the way forward. As we all know, rare diseases are conditions that affect a very small number of people, and orphan drugs are medicines that are used for either the diagnosis, prevention, and or treatment of life-threatening or serious diseases that are rare. The Indian definition, as per the new drugs and clinical trials rules that were published in 2019, orphan drugs are drugs intended to treat a condition affecting not more than 5 lakh persons in India. That's 5 lakhs out of 1.4 billion people, which roughly works out to about 1 in 2,800 people. In comparison, the US has always had an estimate of less than 200 people in the US population, which works out to about 1 in 1,700. And EMA works out to approximately 1 in 2,000. Unlike the US and the EMA, I skip a slide? Yeah. India lacks a dedicated Orphan Drug Act. So we are very familiar with the 1983 Orphan Drug Act in the US. India does not have one. And furthermore, interestingly, rare diseases in India, as per the National Policy for Rare Diseases, NPRD, are categorized by those who require either a one-time curative treatment, long-term, lower-cost treatment, or high-cost, lifelong treatment. This has definitely posed challenges for patient communities. Particularly, you have visitors from India who have highlighted the difficulty with dealing with this kind of a classification. Given India's population, it is reasonable to expect that India has significant rare disease burden, but it lacks epidemiological data. And some of the reports suggest that there are more than 450 known rare diseases but there is absolutely no registry or documentation to support such details. India is known as the pharmacy of the world. You know, we supply the active product ingredients for orphan drugs that are manufactured, or many active product ingredients are manufactured in India for all kinds of diseases, but they're mostly for export. However, for finished therapies, they remain either unavailable or unaffordable. For example, you might have heard this before, I'm just going to repeat it. For treatment of certain lysosomal storage diseases, the costs go into ₹1 crore annually, which translates to about 114,000 US. India's nominal per capita income is about $2,800 a year, compared to a US per capita income currently, which is about $85,000 a year. So that is a huge disparity. If you've listened carefully to the presentations by Dr. Madhulika Kabra and also Neeraj Gupta yesterday, they provided a lot of detail about these two pieces of, one is the rules and the other is the policy. And so whatever I say would be only just a repetition. I'm only going to highlight some of the important aspects of the new drugs and clinical trials, which is the NDCT rules. Those rules apply for IND studies, clinical trials, and for bioequivalence and bioavailability studies. They kind of require mandated ethics committee reviews, mandate approval timelines, and offer timelines for the review of the products. There are waivers for local trials of drugs if they are already approved in some countries, and they allow the posting of trial information, so there's free access for subjects, and after the trial is completed. The policy, I would probably have to say, yeah, the national policy provides strategies for the prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and also offers scope for registries and research. In addition, there is something that has evolved called the Promotion of Research and Innovation in Pharma MedTech sector. It's called a scheme that includes orphan drugs as a priority area. So through this program, the government has tried to provide incentives for research and development in India. There is a budget of about 5,000 crores in Indian rupees, which translates to about 570 million US dollars. It is offered through the Department of Pharmaceuticals in India, and it's primarily intended to foster innovation, to support new drugs, particularly complex generics, biosimilars, precision medicine, stem cell therapies, orphan drugs, and antimicrobial resistance. So this sounds like a big chunk of money, but it's covering a lot of product areas for research and development. The intent is to promote collaboration and commercialization, and the beneficiaries mostly are the industry and startups and government institutions. In addition, there are provisions now for bypassing the testing of imported drugs. Before, all drugs had to be tested at the ports. That responsibility for orphan drugs is now transferred to the importers, and it is their undertaking, their legal responsibility to assure that the product is good for use and fit for purpose. There's also provisions now for clinical trials for drugs. They give waivers for clinical trials for drugs that are approved in some countries. So these are some of the advances that have come about. India also offers incentives and pricing and access. The pricing regulations are controlled through a governmental organization. We do not have anything like that in the US. US does not have any pricing controls, but in India, the Pricing Authority and Drugs Control Order, that's the DPCO, they regulate the prices of pharmaceuticals, but it exempts patented orphan drugs from price controls for a period of 5 years. And the financial supports through some of the government organizations offer up to about 50 lakhs of rupees, which translates to about, I would say, what, $5,700. $5,700 for research and development at designated centers of excellence, that as per the national policy on rare diseases. Despite all such incentives, the cost of treatment and access to treatment of rare diseases remain key challenges in India. So to continue on some of the challenges, as I had highlighted, there is no dedicated orphan drug act in India with some strong incentives, as in the US and in the EU. There is a lack of reliable data and patient registries. There is associated high costs for importing therapies with limited domestic manufacturing, in spite of India being the pharmacy of the world. There are regulatory delays and unclear pathways for approval, although the government, I must say, has taken a lot of efforts in this area. And implementation often leaves the patients unaware of what they need to do despite the policies that have been put in place. On top of it, there are a couple of things that we have not really highlighted or discussed during this conference. There are a lot of cultural issues that come into play. And also, India is a place where there is a lot of opportunity for alternative therapies. So those discussions, I think, we need to have more, because we need to find out where these aspects do play a role in patient care. And again, there is very low industry appetite due to the small patient populations. India is very risk-averse, I think, and very little innovation happens in India. There are a lot more generic drug manufacturing that happens. Very difficult to get innovative therapies going forward. Some of the strategic options that I propose is that for industry is to develop domestic orphan drug manufacturing capacity, leveraging the PRIP program, form collaborations, particularly between academia and industry for research and development, use regulatory waivers to expedite approvals, and apply pricing models that are differential, value-based, and also try to see if there could be more government purchase of products. Some of the strategic options for the government that I think we should suggest or think of is create dedicated programs like, not exactly, but similar to the orphan drugs. Sorry, that was my reminder to close in 5 minutes because we have John Crowley. Yeah, and to build a national disease registry, we also need to offer stronger incentives through issues like tax credits and exclusivity and grants, facilitate import and access to orphan drug products, and to expand awareness, diagnostics, and capabilities through the Centers for Excellence. Some of the strategic options for patients and advocacy groups should be to advocate for broader access for funding and transparency, and also to participate in registries and data collections. We've discussed this a lot. To collaborate in clinical trials and facilitate early diagnosis, and to explore compassionate use and/or managed access programs. So, in conclusion, keeping up with my time constraint here, India's policy progress on research and development is quite evident. A lot has happened. The first orphan drug workshop, I had the privilege of doing that in India in somewhere around 2010. We did 2 workshops, one I believe in Hyderabad and one in New Delhi. And there was a lot of, I thought it was so promising. There were at least 16 companies that came in with products that they had and wanted to develop for rare diseases, but it was disappointing that not even one of them really came through to the finish line. But so I said that, and I'm saying that because since 2010, we have made a lot of progress in the orphan drugs area, but a lot more needs to be done. So the implementation needs speeding up. There is a need for a holistic ecosystem, integrating data, manufacturing, incentives, and cost management. The collaboration among government, industry, academia, and patient groups is very essential and needs to be enhanced. And in future, emerging gene therapies, precision medicine, and effective AI utilization will expand the space. And the key takeaway is rare diseases collectively affect many, and the policy at all levels must reflect this reality. So, Frank, I am stopping at 10:27. I got it done. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think both of us will be available for questions.
So can we turn this on?
Okay, so we have a couple of minutes, and I think it's important to mention a few things here. One is rare disease or diseases, they don't exist until they exist. We know that about 70% of these may occur, 50 to 70% may occur at birth. We know that there is a strong genetic component, but there is also an immunological component, there is an environmental component. So rare diseases may not happen to you at birth, but they may happen later on in life. The fact that you didn't get it when you were born doesn't mean that you may not get it later on in life. So that's when I say rare diseases don't exist until they do. And nobody is exempt. So the rare is not so rare because together the rare becomes common. With all of that, and rare diseases can also not only be genetically predisposed, but there is an infectious disease component to this. And we were talking about this morning because I got that question. So with that, I could say we need to work with all of you together to turn the table. There is a lot that can be done, and there is a lot to be done. And for example, the definition of rare disease in India,
absolutely,
based on treatment, is something that we need to revisit. And the importance of the globality and the harmonization of the efforts that can happen with this initiative is not only applicable to India and the United States, but across the globe. So I invite you all to talk to us later on as the time permits. And we are going to be here the entire day. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Ramya, leave this here. This one? I'll just leave it.
All right, let's thank Matthew and Isaac for enlightening us about FDA's role. And in a room filled with heroes and legends, we have a legend with us, and in fact, two legends that we are going to have up on stage very soon. We are so grateful and honored to have John Crowley, who is at the helm of BIO, joining us this morning. So good morning again, all of you. At an event graced by US Congressman Suhas Subramaniam 2 days ago, and several keynote speakers from NIH, FDA, who couldn't be here, but the former NIH and FDA executives who have come and participated at the summit, as well as many patients, families, advocacy groups, and industry leaders. It's my honor and privilege to welcome John Crowley on stage, along with Frank Sasinowski, who will be leading us in this fireside conversation. Please welcome John F. Crowley. And Frank Sasinowski, who we have heard at the Abbey Mayer's Cushy Bridging Rare Awards ceremony and gala celebration on Sunday evening.
In the middle? Yeah, sit in the middle. There we go.
Hello. So let's start with John. You have been an inspiration to me personally as a rare dad. What inspired you and what was your purpose as you got involved in rare disease? I call John a legend not because of his leadership now at the Biotechnology Innovation Organization, and also not just for building a biotechnology company that developed therapies for ultra-rare diseases, but for who he is as a person, as a human. So I'd like to hear, John, what got you started in this space?
Yeah, Harsha, thank you, and same to you, too, for the inspiration you bring to the whole community. I came into the world of science and medicine and biotechnology a long time ago now, in the late 1990s, when we found out that our then 15-month-old daughter, who was seemingly healthy till about a little before a year of age, wasn't taking her first steps, wasn't pulling up in the crib, cognitively incredibly bright. And you go through the, from pediatrician to neurologist, blood test to scan to deep muscle biopsy, and we found out that she had a rare form of muscular dystrophy known as Pompe disease. And at the time, there were no treatments, no cures, and sadly for always in our community, no hope. And the doctor simply said, enjoy the time you have. So you go through a lot of emotions, like I know you guys did in a very short and intense period with your child. And finally, we settled on determined to learn what we could about the disease, and then finally determined to find anybody who could offer any hope for how we might treat it. And during that appointment, even that first day of the diagnosis, the doctor looked down at our then 7-day-old son, Patrick, and said there's a 25% chance he would have the disease. We had him tested very quickly, and he did as well. So that's how we entered the whole world, and spent about 2 years as the kids did get sicker and weaker and required wheelchairs and ventilators and some long stays in the PICU. Finally, more out of desperation than anything, we partnered with a researcher, took a home equity loan, and we were funded by the prestigious venture capital firms initially of Visa and MasterCard. So some cash advances to meet. You're not an entrepreneur unless you've had to meet payroll with a cash advance on a credit card. And through that, we were able to advance science, partner with a larger Boston-based rare disease company, and develop an enzyme replacement therapy, a first-generation therapy that saved our children's lives, and that brought us into the
John,
world.
let me interrupt just for a second,
please,
because the audience, might not realize this, but on Sunday night, Harsha and Indo-US Rare gave an award to Priya Krishnani.
Oh, what
And
a
so
wonderful,
Priya was here,
deserving
so
recipient.
She talked about
good.
you and
Oh,
talked about the
she's
ERT
great.
that she developed. So if you want to,
Yeah, Priya was a fellow in genetics. Of course, now the longtime chair of medical genetics, pediatrics at Duke. She was Y.T. Chen's fellow when we went for the diagnosis of our kids, and has been a dear friend, researcher, inspiration in her own right. So you couldn't have picked anybody more fitting to receive that award.
Yeah.
And that's just one more example of how our world of rare diseases is so interconnected. We might see ourselves as very disparate. We heard a story earlier today from Dr. Bichelle about how she encountered her child with Angelman and how she went on her same journey, understanding everything about Angelman and committing to that. And it's the same story. I mean, my friend Martine Rothblatt she was the founder of Sirius Satellite Radio, and when her daughter Genesis was diagnosed with pulmonary hypertension, she quit Sirius Satellite just like John quit his job, and she started a drug company just like John, knowing nothing about drug companies. And so this story, this interconnection, like John with Priya, who you just were with on Sunday night, we are a family. We are a family stretched across the globe. You might not see how thin the spider web connections are between us because they're gossamer thin. But sometimes when the dew is on those threads, they emerge and they're illuminated. And right now you can see that with John and Priya. So I just want to call our attention to, this is what I've experienced over 42 years constantly. And you are going to see this too in your lives.
Absolutely. And the Visa and MasterCard, which I sure did have to use for payroll in the early days of my entrepreneurship, that's not the part about John that inspired me. It's the loss of my child, a daughter who suffered for 3 days in the NICU, Kushi, in 2012. And that inspiration, when I looked at John's story, why not? I should do something about it as well. And so thank you, John, for what you have done and what you're doing, continuing to doing now. So let's move to the bio and what are the top priorities. You have accomplished a lot and helped develop drugs for some of the ultra-rare diseases. Being at the helm of biotechnology innovation organization now offers an opportunity to increase that impact on a global scale, at a scale that can help millions of patients. So what are the top priorities of bio and how does rare disease fit in within those priorities?
Yeah, Harsha, thank you. So I've been about 1.5 years into this role. I had started a second biotech company, Amicus Therapeutics, that I ran for nearly 20 years, developed a number of therapies, including a second-generation therapy for Pompe disease, and Frank was there by my side for all of these developments and all the twists and turns. It's just sometimes unnecessarily hard, and we get in our own way in drug development. Science and medicine are hard enough, so Frank helped me solve a lot of these problems to bring these medicines forward. And as I stepped aside from that job, I was on the board of our trade association, Bio, and I realized that, years ago when I got into this field, Harsha, that's all I thought about, right? How do you raise money? How do you hire great researchers? How do you do clinical research? How do I make the drug? Clinical trials? Those are the things I thought about. In my first 15 years in biotech, never came to Washington, D.C. It wasn't even on my mind. And increasingly, over the last 5 to 10 years, it's come to the forefront, and now it absolutely drives almost everything, right? We're in a different place. Science, technology, we have so many technologies, many of which we didn't even think of 5, 10, 15 years ago. And when we think about how do we develop them, right, there's the innovation side. So, it's in our name, Biotechnology Innovation Organization, and the way we try to define that is everybody who's involved in what it takes to make newer and better medicines. So great academic research, the NIH, startup companies, larger companies, venture capitalists, contract researchers, any organization you're a part of. And if you do it and you go around that circle, it's one of the rarest things you could do to go from an idea to a molecule to an approved medicine that's proved safe and effective. But even then, it's almost never that silver bullet. Well, we cured a disease, let's move on. It's something that meaningfully, extends and enhances the life, gives people time with the people they love, and it gives we as innovators a chance to go continue again on the next circle. How do we do it even better until that one day where there is a cure? So for me, the job now at Bio is to tackle all of these man-made challenges. Right now, it takes too much time, too much money to develop medicines. That model doesn't work anymore. And when you get to the regulators, there's often too much inconsistency, too much uncertainty, and that just adds to the cost, the time, the difficulty. Let's solve those problems. Let's make it, let's get to an answer, whether it be yes or no, and most of the answers are still going to be no, but let's get to that answer sooner and faster and with more clarity and certainty. And then the other side of what we need to do is then focus. A high priority for me is access. Identify and break down the barriers to access. Economic barriers, out-of-pocket payments, co-insurance, co-pays, systems around the world that can't or don't pay for medicines, and then the systemic barriers, the prior authorizations, the step edits, the utilization management by insurance companies, whatever it may be, and it's different for each patient, each medicine, each state, each country. But let's break down those barriers because we will have failed until the day that everybody has access to medicines.
Absolutely. A couple things that personally inspired me about John's leadership style is when he was at Amicus, and he may not remember this, his team invited me and...
I remember.
And Prasanna. He remembers everything.
I remember you. I don't know about everything.
But Prasanna, Shirol, and myself were invited to speak about the rare disease experiences and stories from India at Amicus. And one of the cultural aspects of John's leadership is to get everybody, it's called a town hall, in the company, and would have everybody in the company listen to patient stories and inspirational experiences that continue to drive everyone. And if you were at the Bio convention this year in Boston, you probably saw John and his daughter making rounds on the exhibit floor. There were probably 30,000 people on the exhibit floor throughout the week, and he was reminding constantly all of us why we are on that floor. Having that patient voice and the presence is so powerful. So let's move this conversation to Frank, who has helped in the rare disease space in leading the approvals of hundreds of drugs. We had a patient story from epidermolysis bullosa at the Abby Meyers Cushy Bridging Rare Awards. And I was reminded Frank helped get the approval of the EB drug. And today we had another story about an MLD patient who contacted Indo-US Rare for assistance. And I was reminded Frank also helped get the MLD drug approved. And so you know why I consider Frank a legend and why all of us consider Frank a legend. And he's been guiding Indo-US Rare on our vision, mission, and how we can take this forward to scale the impact. So Frank, what brought you into Rare, and what's your story?
So, all right, in terms of, I think my story has been known, so I'll just encapsulate it very quickly. It's not as captivating a story as John's. So Hollywood will never make a movie like they made about John, Extraordinary Measures. If you've not seen it, was that 2010 or something? Yeah. And Harrison Ford was in the movie as the chief scientist, and Brendan Fraser played John, and his daughter Megan, who you've heard mentioned. Megan laughed because he said, who else but Hollywood could pick a 6'2" actor?
6'5", Brendan Fraser, thank you.
To play my dad.
Yeah, Megan said at a press conference, one of the greatest exaggerations in the history of Hollywood. Yeah, she's a gem.
She is a gem. So my story isn't as compelling. I was at the FDA. I was just a simple FDA employee. And it turns out when the Orphan Drug Act was enacted, everybody at the FDA was excited because in those days, there would be a new law about the FDA every 20 or 30 years. If you just trace the history, it's the 1906 law, the 1932 law, the 1962 law. So you see, there's 1983. It's like every 20 or 30 years. So the FDA was excited about the promise of this idea of an Orphan Drug Act. And so they took the woman who was in charge of the Center for Drugs and Biologics, Dr. Marion Finkel, gave her a lofty title called the Office of Orphan Products Development in the Commissioner's Office, and they set her up in a beautiful office ready to do work with what they thought was going to be something as good as the first sliced bread. You know, it was going to be a game changer, a sea change. And nothing happened in the first year. Nothing happened. And so the commissioner of the FDA, for some reason, asked me to figure it out. Didn't ask a committee of people, asked one person, Frank, can you figure this out? Like, we anticipated that this was going to be a sea change, and nothing's happening. And we've committed resources. We took our best person, Dr. Marion Finkel, took her out of reviewing drugs and biologics, set her up in the commissioner's office, and she has no work. She's twiddling her thumbs. So I did research, and my research led to the 1984 and the 1985 amendments to the law. In fact, when I presented this to Marion Finkel in her office, after I'd done my research and I came up with what I saw were the problems and what I saw were the solutions, she was a very diminutive woman with a soft voice, but she was powerful. And she picked up her rotary phone, black rotary phone on her desk, and this is 1984. She picked up the black rotary phone on her desk, dialed a number without telling me who she's dialing, and she says, Henry, we have a problem, but I think we have a solution. And she hands me the phone. It's Henry Waxman. He was the father of the Orphan Drug Act and had me explain to him what I saw as the problems were. The original law said you couldn't be an orphan drug unless you could prove that you couldn't be patented. Now, what patent attorney in America is going to want to admit that they're not clever enough to come up with an argument why this invention isn't obvious. And, you know, and same thing, it also required that you'd have to prove that in 7 years' worth of orphan drug exclusivity, that is like monopoly marketing, in the 7 years of monopoly marketing, you couldn't recoup your R&D costs, which would mean companies would have to open up their books to the government and have them look at everything and try to make that equation. So I came up with solutions to those, and those are the 84 and the 85 amendments. So that's how I got started, and then I was asked to implement the law. But what happened to me after the fact, what brought John in was Megan and Patrick. Then I had a son with Tourette's. Tourette's is the very condition, just by coincidence, and you can't make these things up. Hollywood can't make it up. That Abby Myers, who founded NORD, who was really the most responsible individual for us having, in fact, therapies for rare diseases. Abby Myers, she describes herself as a grandmother from Danbury, Connecticut, who had 2 sons with Tourette's, and it was her passion about his sons with Tourette's. So of the 11,000 rare diseases, Abby Myers and I both have children with the same rare disease, you know, Tourette's. And so I became involved, and then I was diagnosed with a rare cancer in 1991. And so I now had what we say in the parlance of rare diseases, I now had skin in the game, you know. And I had my son, and so I came about it back end after I had already been involved in rare diseases, unlike John, who was propelled into it, drawn by his love for Megan and Patrick, to abandon everything that he knew, everything that was comfortable, but both feet into the world of saying, I'm going to start a drug company, and I'm going to work with the best researcher in the world. I don't know who that is. It turns out it was Priya Krishnani, who was with us Sunday night. So that's how I got into the field.
Yeah, thank you, Frank, for sharing that. And we all know and see when you go to rare disease conferences in this country, mothers are championing the cause of rare diseases. And today I am honored to share the stage with 2 great dads who have stood up there and been with their wives and family.
Three great dads.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's move into discussing about patient access and equity. You know, we are still at a stage where 90% of clinical trials are conducted in 5% of the countries. The global north, the rest of the world is still not as engaged in clinical research, drug development, especially in rare diseases where patients are so sparsely distributed geographically. We consider each rare disease a global village, and we have registries that house these patients and families and their experiences. What is BIO doing in this space, John, and what would be your advice on that topic?
You know, so for BIO, we develop policy, we advocate quite a bit on Capitol Hill and elsewhere, but we also communicate. We tell stories, and that was one of the themes I wanted to take into this role, was the importance of storytelling, telling the stories of families, entrepreneurs. Importantly, tell the stories where we failed and how hard we tried, so people understand what it takes. But we also have a unique ability to convene. You mentioned our large conference, largest biotechnology conference in the world. Well more than 20-some-odd thousand people come every year, and in that, we have main stage presentations, but we have dozens and dozens of super sessions and other ways in which we bring people together from 1,000 people to maybe 50 or 100 in a room, and we have different topics. And this is a topic that we've increasingly been talking about, and that's the challenge of global access. So again, when you look at where, you're absolutely right, very, very few countries have the capabilities to conduct clinical research on the scale and at the quality that we need. So how do we selectively target countries, certain centers, academics, academic medical centers, where they have patients in need who would love to be part of a clinical trial to get access, but also it lays the foundation for a treatment paradigm as well. So those are the 2 things we need to tackle, and it's been a struggle, candidly, in a place as grand as India. Even finding, tremendous physicians, researchers, hospitals, but putting in the rigors of clinical research in the rare diseases. We've done it for many years in cancer and other areas, but that's still a work in progress. We've come a long way, And the other thing we need to make sure is that we just can't simply do these studies because there's lots of patients. You know, there's a large population in India, China, Brazil, wherever it is, and we use these as human subjects. We had a policy at Amicus because we had to look far and wide for many of our rare disease patients. Our first clinical trial in February, we set up on 6 continents. Oh God, was it 70 some odd clinical sites for just 60 patients to find people who would fit the criteria. But we set a policy that if you came onto our medicine in a clinical study, you would get that medicine for life. So that was an enormous commitment that we made, and we still have, Amicus still has patients where the medicine has never been, and we knew would never be approved in very developing world countries in Latin America, Asia, where that was a commitment we make to those patients and those families for lives. It's not a sustainable business model, but we need to make sure that you have access. So how do we open up markets, opportunities? How do we set drug pricing in these countries so they're not only centers of excellence for clinical research, they are opportunities where we can provide our medicines, you know, with some economic model based on an ability to pay. And in many of these countries where there is no ability, we had this at Amicus, it was kind of a tiered approach based on ability to pay, based on a ratio of GDP, and we were pretty flexible in the negotiations. But you get down to about below maybe a third of the countries in the world, in rare diseases at least, there's no ability to pay. So we simply had a policy then of tremendous expanded access in the developing world.
So that brings us to the Indo-US corridor. How important is that? What role can India, as now the largest population in the world, surpassing China, with about 1.5 billion people of Indian origin living in India, but also here in US and every single country in the world? How important is Indo-US corridor, the access to or participation of Indian diaspora in clinical trials is still at 1.2%, which reflects the Indian population in the US, which is obviously a small minority, which is, happens to be almost the same as American Indian population, which is also 1.2%. So how important is Indo-US corridor? How can the Indian population contribute and participate and benefit from the rare revolution that has unfolded since the Orphan Drug Act of 1983?
It's incredibly important. I think about the leaders that I've worked with in our, our biotechnology companies, Harsha. So many of them trained in India, studied in India. Many of them second, third generation now raised in America, but with those strong Indian ties and values. They have set a standard in so many ways for leadership, for passion, and you met many of them at Amicus and we, throughout the industry. So that leadership ability to be the innovator, the entrepreneur, the researcher, and then there's the, I hesitate to even say patient, because we're all patients at someday, somewhere, but people in need of a medicine around the world. So you look at India itself, I think it should be a high strategic priority for this country to continue to strengthen our ties with India on a broad strategic geopolitical basis. China is a rising threat and our greatest adversary. They have a very different view of the world. They are rising in biotechnology. I think one of the strongest ways that we can counter that is to continue to strengthen our partnerships with India, the biomedical research, the government broadly, and this is a great opportunity for bringing access to medicines, access to clinical trials, beyond the biomedical needs and the moral reasons, which are incredibly important. I think as a geostrategic imperative for the United States, this is important to show what yes, India is the largest country in the world. It's also by far the largest democracy in the world. So to show what free and democratic countries, no matter what their challenges are, to showcase these values. And I just believe the world is a healthier, safer, better, more prosperous place when the United States and our allies lead in biotechnology and biomedical research.
Would you like to add to that, Frank?
Well, I think that...
Microphone, Frank.
Oh, sorry. Thanks for the reminder. That, the other thing that when we're talking about reaching across the globe, is there a way for Indo-US Rare and Bio to kind of collaborate better on trying to bring the patient voice into the program? What I see at the FDA is that the FDA is struggling to figure out how do you bring the patient experience into their FDA regulatory process, but even before that, we have a program at Indo-US Rare of patient concierge that we have we have had requests from 40 different countries. People in 40 different countries come to Indo-US Rare. So it shows how widespread the Indian diaspora is. And if what we can do with BIO's help is be able to communicate to the world's community, maybe through your biotech connections, that when we have a patient approach, direct them to this patient concierge program, because we can then not only assist them in ways that will assist them, but also getting them into a registry or a natural history is going to help all research. Because what I see the FDA doing, I said this earlier, is that the FDA often in ultra-rare diseases is relying more upon baseline controls rather than randomized control trials. But to have a baseline control, it means you need to have had carefully screened and collected data that is of high quality, that's on records, so that then you can take a person without having to prospectively monitor them for, let's say, a year before they go on an intervention, an experimental intervention. Instead, you can just bring them right into the trial. So is there a way for us to kind of collaborate with BIO, John, so that we can expand, our patient concierge program that we have at Indo-US Rare?
Well, I think absolutely, Frank. Again, we could showcase it at our convention. We can have a convening session just on what this is. We, with most all of our biotech and biopharmaceutical companies being members and many on the board of BIO, we can showcase it at our board meetings. Now, we just last week had a patient summit. BIO's done this for about 13, 14 years, but we've really taken it to the next level. We had 450 patient advocates for 2 days in Washington, D.C., so building that into some of those forums, any way that we can showcase, communicate, and use our ability to convene.
Thank you, John. That will be awesome, and we will follow up on that. Let's focus on AI for just a moment. We can't have any conversation today without talking about AI and how AI can actually make a difference to families and patients affected by rare disease. What's your thoughts on and BIO's view of AI, considering both the hype and reality of AI, how it can potentially accelerate drug development?
It will be a transformational tool, no doubt. I've seen some incredible demonstration models, and you think about all the different ways it'll be used. Just, I think, yesterday, Eli Lilly announced a collaboration with NVIDIA on AI, by far the largest investment in the use and tools of AI in drug discovery, drug research. So you'll have it on the early stage of the spectrum. Then when we get into clinical studies, identifying sites, identifying patients, identifying endpoints, interpreting data. And then for our regulators, partly, when they get into that risk-benefit assessment of a molecule, aiding with that, clarifying data, cleaning data, but then also a lot of the detailed work that the FDA has to do on farm tox, on CMC sections, I think would be, that's something where I've seen models for AI that could be enormously helpful and reduce time, cost, complexity, bring more certainty. On the other end, then, when you've got drugs on the market available, helping physicians, I think it's going to revolutionize, as we're already starting to see, the practice of medicine, particularly in the rare diseases that are so inherently complex, from diagnosis to treatment paradigms. And maybe the most revolutionary use of AI is going to be understanding us. This complex human systems biology. How do we work? How does our microbiome factor into this? How does the environment factor into this? Drug-drug interactions, obviously the proteome, the human genome, all of that. And at the end of the day, what AI is going to do is effectively commoditize intelligence. So all of a sudden, the university that has 30 Nobel laureates isn't necessarily going to be the one advantaged. It's maybe going to be the one that has the best use and most practical applications of AI.
Yeah.
Please don't tell the Nobel community I said that.
So on the final topic for the conversation, on the policy front, what are the top 3 priorities? I know AI, does AI be part of one of those top 3 priorities? The European Union has taken a lead in having an AI Act. How is US looking at AI, and also the other priorities from a biotechnology perspective? policy perspective, what are the key nuts and bolts, if you will, or barriers that can be overcome with policy updates and modifications?
I think in addition to the technology framework implementation, what we really need is a strategic plan in biomedical research, biotechnology. The United Kingdom just came out with their life sciences sector plan. China has been very clear on their national strategic plan for how they're going to do this. And that doesn't mean in the United States and among our allies that we say the government's going to do it all. But I think the government has a unique role as convener and as policymaker to bring together all the key stakeholders. And I'd point you to back in April, there's been a commission, a congressional commission for a couple of years looking at biotechnology from a national security standpoint. And they just came out in April, the National Security Commission report on emerging biotechnology, 49 recommendations for how we can continue to maintain and advance our lead in biotechnology, biomedical research. I'd encourage you to take a look at some of those recommendations, one of which is that we have an integrated strategic plan for how are we going to win. Because again, for us, biotechnology and biotech dominance is national security.
Thank you, John. No, that's
And just to say this, if people are interested in that, if you read John's testimony last Wednesday when he testified before Congress, you'll see a fuller explanation of what John just gave us a hint at in those remarks.
And bipartisan support, which is important,
No,
very
exactly.
bipartisan.
That brings us to the concluding segment now. So with John's leadership and Frank's guidance and with all the conversations we have had, how many of you are willing to get into one of the working groups and take this mission forward? Thank you. So with that, John, I'd like to really thank you for making time.
Thanks for having me, Harsha. Thank you for everybody, everything you do.
And Harsha, what we'd like to do is invite everybody here to come and stand behind us, and we're going to get a photo before John leaves us. So if we can do that.
Yep, please walk to the stage, please, all of you.
Let's just move these forward. Okay. Because we can get more people. We get more people around.
All right.
us that way.
Do you want the chairs in the picture, out of the picture, Frank?
Frank wants them in.
Where you want to sit?
Pleasure to meet you. My friend is here. I called him at this time, so we could talk in that break. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Is this table? Yeah.
Can everybody see her? Yeah, then you have to come forward, please, because always, yeah, whoever makes, yeah. Yes. Yeah, you can stand in the, also, on the floor as well. Ma'am, you want to come? You, yeah, you want to come? Stand up. Yes, that would be good. Yeah, look at this camera first. Yeah. Look at this camera.
side. Yeah, you've seen the movie? I haven't seen the movie, but I've read the movie. I've read about it.
That's it, yes, it's exactly.
Can all the board members come on stage for a quick picture?
Exactly, to make it total. Oh, he's got it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, a picture with the board. I got it in the board picture. You come. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Nice meeting you too. I wish you the best. Good luck at GMU. Oh yeah, no, it's been great. Do you want a solo picture? Yeah. Yeah. Right. Good. Sounds good. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. University of Minnesota. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, just the patients. This is students. This is tomorrow. This is Gen A. Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha.
Okay, it's time to get back to the agenda. Hi, everyone. It's time to get back onto the agenda. Okay, please take your seats. Nara, are you here? Thank you all. Thank you all. I think thank you all for participating actively with John and Frank on stage. That was really inspiring. Now let's move on to our next session. I know we did not have time for the networking break, which was kind of impromptu networking that happened with the photos and everything. So let's get started with the next session. And if anybody wants to get a coffee or snack, you can just walk quickly to the next room on this side, and you can grab your coffee, snack, and get back here very quickly. But we are not going to break for that. We are starting the next session right now. So I invite on stage Nara to lead us into the legislative advocacy in US and India. So please welcome Nara again to stage.
Can we roll to the session 7 slides, please? Thank you. Again, welcome back again, everyone. Sorry we have a short break. So I'm going to introduce Jamie Sullivan. She's the Vice President of Policy at Every Life Foundations for Rare Diseases, where she leads federal and state policy initiatives. And she has 2 decades of experience in public health and policy making, and she brings in deep expertise in legislative strategy, regulatory affairs, and patient engagements. She's a passionate advocate for equitable healthcare, and she works to ensure voices of the patients with rare diseases and their families are reflected in the policies that impact everyday lives. She holds a master's in public health from Florida International University and a bachelor's in political science from University of Miami. I would like to welcome her here on stage. Welcome, Jamie. You can sit there. I will also like to invite Ratna Devi. She is the founder of Dakshama Health. She's a medical doctor by profession and also engaged in public health and management. She brings over 30 years of experience and to work towards improving healthcare outcomes in India and globally. She has spent her initial 10 years in government, and for the past 20 years, she has been working with national and international non-governmental organizations for public health initiatives. She is the CEO and co-founder of Dakshama Health and Education, which is dedicated to work for access to health and patient education and advocacy. Her works and policy initiatives spans across non-communicable diseases, rare diseases, and patient safety, focusing on changing the way healthcare is perceived. I welcome her also virtually. Thank you. Go to Jamie's slides, please. Go to Jamie's slides, please. Go to Jamie's slides. Jamie's slides. Jamie's slides.
Having me, and I'm going to speak for just a few minutes here about the Every Life Foundation and our legislative advocacy. Was asked to speak a little bit about what lessons can be learned from U.S. Patient advocacy groups' experiences with legislative advocacies and opportunities in what is a very dynamic legislative environment here in the U.S. at the moment. So we'll see. Starts a little bit above that, but while they get the slide set, I'll just introduce you to the Every Life Foundation. If you aren't familiar, Every Life is a patient advocacy organization. We really focus on evidence-driven policy and advocacy solutions across the rare disease community, as well as emboldening and empowering the rare disease community, giving them a platform to help raise their voices, the tools and the support to really power legislative advocacy across the rare disease community. Perfect. Well, let's see. If we can go on, yes, that's me. Perfect, okay. So why are we here talking about legislative advocacy? We know that congressional advocacy is truly key to powering rare disease solutions in these three core areas that we focus on: the elimination of, or shortening at least, of the diagnostic odyssey, powering therapy development, and facilitating access and value. So everything that Every Life does maps to one of these three areas. We know that Congress can help eliminate the diagnostic odyssey through reauthorizing programs like the newborn screening system and making sure they're working to support states' efforts and making sure that every child, no matter where they live, has access to newborn screening that's going to find conditions at the most timely moment possible, and make sure that those families are connected immediately to the care and treatment that exists for them. We know that Congress can pass legislation to enable broader coverage for genetic testing. That's an active issue currently. There have been several legislative proposals put in front of Congress, but we know it's very hard to achieve any expansion of coverage. And we know that Congress, through their power of the purse, can fund newborn screening systems, both the modernization and the laboratory and technology, so we can keep up, pilot programs so we can advance and get the evidence we need to advance the use of genomics in newborn screening, and most importantly, fund the maternal and child health services that are needed in states to make sure that those kids that are diagnosed are immediately connected to the right follow-up care and treatment. In therapy development, we're working on issues that Congress can help support. You heard a number of them just talked about in the conversation with John, but making sure that Congress supports innovation through powerful incentives for rare disease therapy development. Right now, maybe our top issue is that Congress hasn't reauthorized the Pediatric Priority Review Voucher program. This was a critical incentive that was driving therapy development for pediatric conditions that are more costly, complicated, riskier endeavors for investment. Without that PRV, clinical trials, especially for those in ultra-rare communities, are on hold in some cases, or just languishing because it was that piece of the puzzle, we often talk about the incentives for orphan drugs as pieces of puzzles. It was a critical piece of the puzzle that is now missing. And so we are very focused on legislative advocacy so that Congress understands the importance of and reauthorizes that program urgently. We know that Congress can provide appropriations that power and make biotech innovation possible. That's another challenging issue that we have undertaken this year. And then in the access and value, we know congressional actions and legislative advocacy can lead to better, more timely and appropriate access to therapies, both the innovative therapies and just removing harmful utilization management barriers that patients are facing here in the US. So what does that translate to? Everything that EveryLife policy team does is translated into a federal policy grid. This helps guide our actions and is something that, as we talk in a few slides about prioritization, it's really important for rare disease patient organizations that often don't have huge teams. We are not a 100-person team. We are a team, our policy team is a team of 5, and we are the lucky ones. In some cases, there's rare disease organizations that are a team of 1 that don't have the resources to have dedicated legislative staff. So we need to make sure we prioritize and we lead where there may not be others leading. We collaborate and engage and bring the rare disease voice to conversations that may be happening more broadly. And we support our fellow rare disease advocates, organizations' efforts who are leading bills. Sometimes these bills are not rare disease specific. Sometimes they are across patient organizations, and what they need from us is just the rare disease voice. And we prioritize actions like sending letters and joining meetings they may have organized or providing testimony. And then we have a whole set of issues that we monitor and evaluate as they come up. So while we focus our policy efforts on the issues on that grid and the issues that are systemic, cross-cutting issues, we know that there's 10,000 rare diseases, 30 million people plus impacted, and we want to make sure that they're looking to have a voice, and they need platforms to act on. They need resources to engage in advocacy. And so from this recognition, the RDLA program was born. And I think it was about 2012. Our former executive director and our founder were really thinking about how can we bring people together and start making a difference in legislative advocacy here in the US. In that first Rare Disease Week, which happened really in the basement of our restaurant with a handful of people, now has been born an event that is a week-long event that encourages 600 to 800, depending on the year, advocates to come here to DC, not just to speak about the policy issues you saw, but to raise their own voice in their own community's issues in front of Congress. So the RDLA program is a platform. It is an advocacy center, and it enables the individual issues that are out there in the community to be heard in DC, in addition to us collaborating and working on the systemic issues that cut across rare diseases. Importantly, if you are in the audience or listening online, then looking for advocacy tools, you see some of the programs that are there that are part of Rare Disease Week. All of our programs are free for patients and patient groups to access. Everything from Rare Disease Week to Rare Across America, which is bringing advocacy home in your district, in your states, when they're in recess periods, to mentorship and leadership development through Rare Advocacy Learning and a mentor program where we can pair advocates with individual interests that may align, and advocates that are newer in the community with experienced advocates who are willing to take their time and help listen and shape and lend their experiences to those newer members of our community looking to get involved. We also host monthly webinars on legislative issues, and importantly, the Rare Giving Program provides grants and resources out to patient organizations. So another tool that is something to think about to power legislative advocacy is the use of a caucus. The Rare Disease Congressional Caucus is one of the more active caucuses in Congress. They are a group of people who have come together and said, most likely because one of their constituents asked them to, that they care about rare disease. They want to learn. They want to receive communications. They want to speak out and be a champion for the rare disease community. You see our 4 co-chairs there. Those are the leaders. Those are the offices that when we have an issue we know we can turn to, we can bring them the information immediately. We can ask them to help lead their colleagues in finding solutions and taking action. And it really helps make sure that when there are rare disease issues, there's a forum and a place for us as a community to go in Congress. So just thinking about, I was asked to think about some of the PAG learnings and how we approach legislative advocacy here in the US. You know, we have 250 plus patient advocacy organizations, many of whom are small volunteer-run organizations, all the way through more national chapter-based organizations that are part of our Community Congress network. So the first thing is we've really formed a partnership in a collaborative network called the Community Congress. It's free for patient advocacy groups to join so that we can align on issues that are cutting across all of our organizations. Not every group cares about every issue that we work on. We have 4 working groups that represent different areas of policy engagement. And I just have to say, I'm incredibly honored to work with the groups that we work with, because the power of rare disease patient communities is just remarkable. You see all of the things that rare disease patient groups take on. They mothers, dads, families, scientific experts, everyone just simply takes matters into their own hands and makes these issues possible. They convene, they fund, they're finding outcome measures, they are developing natural history studies and newborn screening programs, and making clinical care standards, and then when there finally is a treatment, they are making sure that patient communities have access. So one of the things I think was really remarkable and shows the power of legislative advocacy is the patient groups were working on all of these issues for decades. But coming together and working on legislative advocacy to power the PFDD movement, so getting Congress and through FDASIA and through other subsequent PDUFA reauthorizations to formalize and mandate, certain actions that the FDA took to require more patient-focused drug development meetings, require the integration of patient experience data in the benefit risk framework. What that did was then, in turn, catalyzed these patient groups' opportunities to scale and build and codify their activities that they were doing all along, but needed that push, needed that, taking it from a nice-to-have to a must-have, a must-do. And so legislative advocacy made an impact in therapy development, but it also, in turn, enabled patient advocacy groups to keep doing this work and scale it and move it forward for the betterment of their communities. So then just a few more quick comments. There are so many needs and policy issues. There's so many ways that patient groups can get involved in legislative advocacy, so it's really can be daunting. Where do we start? Where do we direct our attention? What actions do we take? So I thought I would just share some of the things that we consider when we're looking at legislative advocacy and how to get involved. We try to stop and ask ourselves, what is it we're truly solving for? What is the mechanism that we need to change to solve that challenge? What's most urgent? Who else does this issue impact? Are there timelines that matter? And what's the likelihood of success? And through really taking a deliberative approach to these questions, we can help prioritize and make sure that the legislative advocacy undertaken by not just EveryLife, but through what we're asking our community to get involved in will have the greatest likelihood of success, and we are hopefully going to have the greatest impact with those actions as well. So briefly, I was also asked to just touch on some of the health equity issues that we are focusing on. And I think that I won't spend a ton of time because I know you have also spoken at length about these issues. We approach all of those questions that we just went through this lens of looking at health equity and rare disease. One of the ways, though, in addition to the specific issues that we're focused on, one of the ways that we're trying to help be a part of the solution is by helping our patient advocacy groups dive into these issues and better make sure that their efforts are representative of the communities that they are representing. So I know I'm just about out of time. I wanted to just end on one last note. I think everyone is fully aware that we're in an environment that is not calm, that it's daunting, it's dynamic, it's definitely challenging for patient advocacy groups to decide what to do, how to find opportunities when programs they have worked for a long time have changed, or funding that they counted on has gone away. And so how do we in this moment take the time to find new opportunities, to carry forward and make an impact for our communities, and to find new collaborations? So, I think this slide, which we shared with our community Congress members, kind of represents that, there have been a lot of hits to the rare disease community over the last few months. We know that there were widespread staffing and funding cuts across our public health and biomedical agencies. We know that there's been a challenge to make progress and advance our policy issues when we're in a 30-plus day government shutdown, or we had much of the first part of the year dedicated to speaking about reconciliation, the budget reconciliation issues. We know that there have been policy and program disruptions to our ecosystems that are so critical for rare disease. Newborn screening, the committee, ACHD&C, being dissolved, and there being a lack of clearer mechanism for adding new conditions to panels. We know there have been grant terminations and funding holds, and we know that Congress passed a massive Medicaid cut. All of these things are simple facts, and we have to recognize them and build and move on and find new opportunities. And we do that by recognizing that some things are still happening, and there are some good opportunities moving forward. So what are we encouraged by? Well, we're encouraged by the fact that there's some key infrastructure that the rare disease community has fought for that still remains strong and intact. Even through the rifts, the FDA Rare Disease Innovation Hub remains and is growing and has been cited by the administration as an important priority. We know that CDC's newborn screening program still exists, that the lab staff's still there, and they are fighting and continuing their important efforts. The leader of NCATS is still there, that rare disease team still strong, and they have continued to be able to push through and get funding out for critical rare disease clinical trial infrastructure. We know that CMS cell and gene therapy demonstration continued. So you can see the point that while there have been some major hits, there are some major infrastructure and some windows of opportunity to build on it and move forward for our community. So my advice in general, listen to those partners that you are working with, listen to your communities, find alignment, find those windows of opportunity. For example, one of the windows of opportunity right now is to shift some of our resources and attention to action in the states, to make sure that as federal changes are being implemented in the states, that our community's voice is well represented. Take the time to strengthen your collaborations, take the time to develop the evidence and collect the stories that you need to back up the issues that you're working on, and make more connections in places that you maybe haven't focused on in the past. And so this is how EveryLife is approaching our legislative advocacy currently, and I look forward to questions and conversation.
Thank you, Jamie. I wanted to just let you know that Indo-US Rare has participated in the RDLA and RDV, Rare Diseases Week regularly. You provide an extraordinary platform for us to interact with all the Rare Disease Caucus members and non-members as well. We've had a youth leadership from our team be coached by you, your organization, to make their pitch perfect, be able to talk about issues, be able to tell their stories, which is very important, like John Crowley pointed out. Thank you so much for extending your excellent platform for everybody, making it accessible for us to reach out to congressmen and policymakers.
Yeah, we hope this will inspire many other democratic countries across the world to take a similar approach of educating and informing the senators and the elected representatives in their own countries. So important, and we are very inspired by the RDLA mission here, and we are hoping we can get our Indian patients and families to make it a point, one day in a year, 1 week in a year, call it a rare day. We already have one, right? International Rare Disease Day. Use that opportunity to educate the elected representatives about the unmet needs of rare families so they can sensitize and then be ready for policy changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's now switch to Ratna Devi's presentation.
Good evening from Istanbul, from where I'm
Mute the Zoom mic, please. Yeah. And then keep it on the presentation laptop.
for inviting me for such an important topic, which is legislative advocacy for patients in the India and US for the rare diseases. My advocacy journey for rare diseases started about a decade back, somewhere in 2015, when I first came to learn about what rare diseases were and how patients were struggling to find access to treatments as well as access to diagnostics. I attended a few conferences in India, and that exposure gave me the impetus as well as the will to do something more. From 2015 until 2017, it was a few sporadic discussions here and there with several people, but nothing much moved forward. Somewhere around mid of 2016, there was a national summit that was organized by JNU as well as All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And since I was already doing a lot on patient advocacy, I was invited by the organizers of that conference to be able to get together a few patient groups working on rare diseases to try and understand what kind of challenges they were facing and whether it was possible to unite them and bring them to the national front as a unified voice. That's how the journey started. We had 8 patient groups then. We have now grown to 42, and we are still growing every day and every year with new patient groups joining. Now more so in the adult rare disease groups as well. So in 2017, when the first national policy for rare diseases was constituted, there was a discussion with various stakeholders, and it was more of a treatment policy than having a holistic overview on how rare diseases should be addressed. That led to a non-acceptance of that policy by stakeholders at the state level, and therefore from 2017 until 2021, things did not move that much, and patient groups in India really worked very hard to try and convince stakeholders, various legislative representatives. They also approached the court on the right to life front to get the treatments and the diagnostics that were so difficult to get for patients in India. That led to the adoption of the National Policy for Rare Diseases, and what followed was designated 8 centers of excellence, which were multidisciplinary hospitals, and patients saw a ray of hope. Since then, a lot has progressed. The 8 centers of excellence have now become 15 centers of excellence and are growing every day, so that there is a representation of at least 1 center of excellence in every state. The sensitization amongst various hospitals, clinicians, legislative representatives, elected representatives, the judiciary, journalists, and various other people has now increased multifold, and rare disease conversations are no longer rare. Patient advocates have also become extremely strong, and their voices are being heard at various forums. They are being invited to various discussions and technical groups. And though the journey has not been very easy, advocacy by patient groups has led to a lot of positive changes in a country as vast, as diverse, and as difficult and challenging as India. In terms of numbers, we know that because of the sheer size of the population that we have as a country, the rare disease groups are not really small in number. They are quite a lot. And this poses a unique challenge in a context of our country as to how to address the problems that such a large number of rare disease patients have. Whether it is early diagnosis, awareness about rare diseases, strong referral pathways, procurement journeys at various state as well as national levels, improving the diagnostic and treatment knowledge of clinicians as well. A lot of things have happened over the last 10 years to be able to strengthen the national rare disease policy. We, however, continue to have challenges in terms of registries, good referral pathways, awareness on where the funding is, and we do have a national policy that supports treatment for rare diseases with a dedicated fund, and this fund is available at the centers of excellence for patients who report to those clinicians and are deemed eligible for treatment. And there are 63 rare diseases that are now included into our rare disease policy as eligible for treatment. However, many patient groups are not aware of this, and a lot of hospitals that are not the centers of excellence are also not aware of this. So the challenges still continue, and there are multifold. However, I believe a dialogue and a discussion at a forum like this can bring unique solutions with technology as a strength that comes from the American counterparts and Indo-US Rare, and how they can add value to the work that is already being done in India. For example, for patient registries, we've been struggling now for the last 5-6 years. A registry was started at one of our premier institutions, but we've been having challenges continuing with it or adding new patient groups into it. That is one area I believe a discussion at a forum like this could bring in solutions that are easy to adapt and can be easily rolled out with the patient groups owning the data and inputting the data into it, so that at least there is some understanding about the burden of disease and the numbers that are required to be treated or diagnosed. Another very important area where this Bridging Rare Summit could add a lot of value is improving awareness. And in the context of my country, we are, as I said, a very large, diverse country with 16 national languages, which are spoken fluently across various states. And therefore, literacy has to be customized to local languages and local state cultural requirements. This is something, again, which technology can easily help, and I believe this forum can bring in those solutions. The third area that I would like to highlight is physician capacity building. We have excellent physicians in the context of our country. However, because they are working in their hospitals, they do not have platforms where they can interact with each other. There is already an attempt to train physicians across multiple specialties to understand what rare diseases are, the provisions under the policy and how to treat them. And as awareness is increasing, more and more hospitals are coming forward to provide that multidisciplinary approach. Still, we have challenges where certain departments are more stronger, and therefore patients struggle to move between departments, especially when it is not harmonized and they have to have multiple visits to reach the right clinician for second opinions or for alternate therapies. I believe technology can again play a very large role here, and there could be interconnected systems and seamless pathways built within hospitals so that a patient who reports to one specialty is automatically referred to all the other specialties that are required for evaluation, and the patient does not have to wait for appointments, individual appointments from each specialty, but a seamless appointment schedule where multiple visits to the hospitals are decreased. I also believe that technology and now a much spoken word AI can help in identifying patients at risk, especially in remote areas with frontline workers. So we can have easy algorithms that can be used on smartphones to identify whether milestone delays or there are certain visible characteristics that frontline healthcare workers can pick up and report to physicians for enabling early referrals to the centers of excellence. These are all great opportunities that have a lot of potential, and I believe that if all of us come together, it gives us an opportunity to think and to move forward and to look for solutions that are beneficial not only for people in India but also across the globe where patients face similar challenges. I also believe that India is now moving forward in medicines for rare diseases that are either off patent or require not very high value production. And these medicines are now being made available to patients in India at very low cost. And this could be an opportunity that can be explored, as India is very well known for its generic molecules, and this could be an opportunity where patients in other countries that require lifelong low value treatments can easily be provided that at a cost that is beneficial to them. That would then release funds for other patients who are waiting to be included into the National Rare Disease Policy. Cross-border, learning from patient groups is another important area. Patients in Europe and the Americas are much more evolved, and given the kind of legal structure and permissions that are available to them, they are able to conduct their own clinical trials, start their own registries, and work on various other platforms that help them to become sustainable. I believe there are good lessons there for patient groups in India that they can pick up from and help them to become more sustainable so that they are able to sustain their expenses and are able to thrive even if there is no funding from external sources. Even though patient voices have become front and center in many conversations, very few people really understand the health systems in India and how inputs can be given to, say, technical or policy papers. I believe there is an opportunity for capacity building of all these patient groups so that they become more vocal, are more clearer about health systems, are more clearer about how the policy works, and are able to give useful inputs when they are requested to join technical groups or provide patient perspectives to white papers and other documents. So there are a lot of opportunities that I have listed. However, there are also a lot of challenges. Given the number of patient groups, there is usually a little bit of tension, considering that the funding sources are very, very limited. So there needs to be some method or methodology to unify all these patient groups into one umbrella organization. And I believe Indo-US Rare can play that role and bring everyone together so that representation to the ministry is not diluted and messages are not diluted and dispersed. I would like to stop there and thank you for the opportunity. And my sincere apologies for not being able to join online or in person. Thank you so much.
Thanks to Ratna Devi for sending in an excellent and informative presentation. I learned a lot from that for sure. I think just to call out that the fast expansion of all the Center of Excellences, I hope all the 29 states in India get caught up with at least one Center of Excellences. And like she mentioned about the patient advocacy groups needs a lot of tools and training also to make their pitch more perfect. Like we heard from Jamie, such programs are very vital for them to reach out and help with getting rid of their constraints in terms of getting funds, accessibility to medicine, and being able to run sustainable clinical research and registries on their own. With that, I'd like to conclude this session. Thank you so much for this.
Now, let's move on to the next session on global inclusion and access to orphan drugs. So when we talk about cross-border collaborations, international aspects, visa and immigration becomes an important aspect. And so we are grateful for Immigrants First Law Firm to having supported this summit and this particular session. So I invite upon stage the session sponsor, Ishan Anand from Immigrants First. Please take it over to introduce our moderator of the next session.
Let me check the time. So, good afternoon. My name is Ishan. I'm the managing partner, Immigrants First. First, I would like to call this Jennifer Waldrop from Rare Disease Diversity Coalition. Call this as well. Is it? Yeah, yes. Actually, when we were planning this, we were thinking about how to bring people here for clinical trials, for treatments, for say, short period of time on a B visas or humanitarian paroles. But after listening to the speakers and listening to things like fund requirement, grants requirement, I was contemplating last night, I was like, when you get funds from government, it comes with a lot of terms and conditions, the checklist that they give you, like you cannot do this, you can't do this with this. So I was talking to Harsha, I was like, how about we create our own fund? How about we create our rare disease fund and have investors from different countries who are seeking green cards here because they invest $1 million each as an EB5 investment. How about we have our own rare disease coalition fund, which we create as a regional center and start advertising that. And then we will have investors, they invest, their intent is to get green cards, and our job, from that fund, we can start sponsoring our causes, whatever cause we have, and start investing that fund into different companies or different researchers. So we'll work together and we'll see how we can help create that fund. Meanwhile, I think I'll give it to our moderator and see where it goes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to actually bring the panelists up on stage at this point. Thank you so much, Indo-US Rare, for including the Rare Disease Diversity Coalition in your third summit. It's an honor to be here. And I do have some slides as well. So Professor Lara Bloom from Ehlers-Danlos, you can see her up here. She's sitting right next to me over here. And then we have Jennifer Farmer from Friedreich's Ataxia. She's up here as well. And then we also have David Rintel from BridgeBio sitting next to Jennifer or Jen. And then Sambit, is he online? Oh, he's here. There he is. Hello. Good to see you again. Thank you. Have a seat. I think we're running a little behind, but as you can see, we have a very rich panel, so we're going to try our best to maybe shorten lunch a little bit and go through the process. Yes, if that works with you all. Yes, good. Okay. So I think before we have the introductions, as you probably saw in your bags, there's the working group information in there, and we reference 6 pillar frameworks. You may be wondering what that means, so I'm going to help you solve that mystery. If we could cue up the presentation, hopefully, that's up there, I will explain the 6 pillar framework and how we got to that point. Yeah, we don't need me. We need the presentation. All right, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so as you can see here, the Rare Disease Diversity Coalition, along with Indo-US Rare, we did a project where we looked at open source materials in the current state of specifically looking through the lens of underrepresented, marginalized populations in the rare disease community. And so that's the purpose of this. Okay, here we go. And so in the next few minutes, I'm going to share a little bit more about RDDC. I'm going to share a little bit about why inclusivity matters. So you've heard a lot of this throughout the last couple of days, and you'll see some of the data that we've pulled through on that. You'll see how we approach that data. And then just a few highlights. There's more certainly in there, but I wanted to ensure that for the sake of this conversation, we pulled out a few of those highlights. And then the 6 pillar framework that you've seen in the piece of paper. So I'm Jennifer Waldrop, the executive director for a coalition called the Rare Disease Diversity Coalition. We are a 5-year coalition that is part of the Black Women's Health Imperative. The Black Women's Health Imperative is a little bit more than 40 years old, and as you can imagine, 40 years ago in the United States, maybe the perils and concerns that Black women had in their health, things around reproductive justice and reproductive health as an example, things around diabetes, those things are now a part of the Black Women's Health Imperative portfolio. But then 7 or so years ago, the president at that time looked around and said, there's no other organization that's focused not just on just general rare diseases, but really bringing the voices around the historically marginalized health equity concerns. So the president at the time looked around and asked different groups if it would be possible for us to actually stand up a coalition like this, and obviously the answer is yes. I'm the second executive director in this role, and we are a coalition building organization. We obviously have Indo-US Rare as part of our coalition, and we do the same to be a part of the work that they're also doing, so we want to make sure that's mutually beneficial as well. So we are made up of 3 major working groups. One of the working groups is around research and clinical trials for RDDC. And within that clinical trials working group, they came up with a number of different ideas. We have some new videos that we repurposed and redid that Harsha and actually Dr. Chavez are a part of in some of our work online. And then later on, they thought maybe there's other original data that we could come up with, and thus the group came up with the study that let's look at clinical trials, let's look at public literature, let's look at it through the lens of rare diseases, diversity, and so together we came up with this report. So we knew that it was important because no other organization had done anything like that. And so we have a couple of key takeaways when we were putting it together. We wanted to be sure that you know, when we look at the rare diseases, and we know, as you've all heard some of these statistics already, but what our concern was the differences that happens with the majority population versus the minority population. So we wanted to ensure that if we're going to review this information, is it true, like our hypothesis is, that there are going to be some gaps in the data that we've seen over the last 20 to 40 years, for example. So the group came up with this hypothesis, and they went ahead and started doing the research. So our approach on this, as you can imagine, is that we did look at a lot of different literatures. We looked at a lot of different open sources, thanks to Harsha and his team to be able to do that. We looked at more than 30,000 unique rare diseases, different terms, not the actual disease itself, as we talked about 11,000 rare diseases, but different terms and different publications. And we also honed in when it comes to diversity. We honed in on age, sex, and gender, race, ethnicity, and social economic status, because we know that obviously barriers to care and barriers to access, when it comes to some of the other social economic status, that is a barrier and a concern. And what we did was we benchmarked it against the US Census, since this information was in the United States. So we wanted to ensure that when we're looking at this information in terms of research, what is the diversity demographics? What are the demographics of the US over the last 20 to 40 years, vis-a-vis what's happening in our research in this space? So after all of that, when the group decided that we've got the terminology down and understood our direction, they went ahead and did the analysis off of that, and we came up with essentially 4 key highlights. One of them, as you can imagine, is we broke it all out in these general diversity demographics around age, sex or gender, race, ethnicity, and social economic factors. None of this is more or less mandated, but if you look at it, most people were very comfortable with collecting people's ages, as you can see up there. We also had a number of people that would collect on sex or gender. But then when you look at the pie chart up there, what you're seeing is not so much when it comes to race and ethnicity, and really nothing much, right, in terms of economic factor. Probably no surprises to anybody that's been in this space for a while that unless you're mandating these and there are consequences for not collecting the information, they're all going to do the bare minimum. The other piece of it is when we look at the age reporting and distributions, that also shows a little bit of, we talk about the elderly population, we talk about the children population, and then of course in between the adults. So, you know, how are children and older adults represented? They're not surprising again, but again, we finally have this now science and data behind it so that this is public information that anybody that needs it, and they need a business case for why it's important for you all to look at the different demographic data. We have this information because it hasn't really been done historically, and if we don't do it, we're going to miss the mark in terms of some of the research. Over here for results number 3, again, probably most people are not surprised when it comes to rare diseases. We have within the US Census, 61% on average during this time period, and about 78% of the folks are from the white population. So obviously we're gathering a lot of the white population into our research. We're missing the mark in these other groups. As you can see here, the Black or African American population is less than the US Census at that point. The Asian population, again, is smaller than the actual US Census, and the Hispanic and Latino population is more than half of what was actually in the US Census during this time period. And I think Jamie had mentioned earlier too that we really don't collect certain data on certain populations, and that is so true as well. All right, so results number 4, again, following some of the things that Jamie had said earlier, policy work. So there's really only 2 areas that are truly dedicated to the rare disease community, the diversity demographics during this 40-year or so time frame. There was the 21st Century Cures Act that it focuses on improving the inclusion of sexual minorities. And then there was the FDA Omnibus Reform Act, otherwise known as FDORA, and resulted in the FDA draft guidelines back in 2024. And Every Life and ourselves, for example, made some comments on those draft guidelines. And again, they're still in draft mode as well. So after that analysis, the team went back and said, well, that's great, that's the state of the situation, but not everything's doom and gloom. Let's give us some hope and let's give us some opportunity for a roadmap. And so a little bit about the blueprint possibility is that six-pillar framework that you see up here. Obviously, the power of patient advocacy organizations, patient advocacy groups, and just patients being a part of this, this ecosystem is a place that we need to continue to leverage, and you've heard that time and time again the last couple of days. Policy legislation, obviously, if you're not being held accountable, if there's not repercussions, if you don't do the right thing from the policy and legal perspective, it's not going to get done. Governmental oversights, we kind of talked about that. Data standardization, as you saw earlier, some people collect data on race and ethnicity, some people do not. Again, they're not mandated to do so. So how are we supposed to really understand some of the research around clinical trials and even natural studies if we're not collecting the diversity demographics of folks? Technological enablement, we talked about AI, and there's other tools and new innovations that's coming about, so let's lean into some of that opportunity. And then the global epidemiology-based research, and again, we've kind of shared a little bit of that in this theme. So as you can see, by putting together this paper and this report and pulling through these 6 pillars, we've kind of also helped consult and help this summit as well, and so you've seen some of these topics come through. So this is the 6-pillar framework, essentially. Real quick, in case, I know I went through this very quickly, but up here is just a little bit of the overall of what you just probably saw. So if anybody just had a Bahama moment, it's okay. I'll repeat it right up here. And really, at this moment, I would love to talk to our panelists and ask them a bunch of questions and pull through some of this background and this report for the conversation. You all ready with me? All right, excellent. Thank you. So let's see, we got couple microphones up there. Do you want me to? I have 3 personal. Okay, David's all set over there. I'm gonna sit because I don't love standing. Hello, hello. Okay, so I promised I promised you all that they would introduce themselves, so actually we'll start with David on my left. David, tell us who you are. Push down.
Hi everyone, I'm David Rintel. Very pleased and honored to be here at Indo-US Rare. I'm the head of patient advocacy at BridgeBio, which is a now medium-sized biotech in San Francisco, dedicated solely to rare conditions, to finding treatments for rare conditions. Most of my 125-year career was in the nonprofit sector as a psychologist in medical centers, and I taught in a genetic counseling graduate program. So.
Jen, you want to go next?
Hi, everyone. I'm Jen Farmer. I'm the CEO of the Friedreich's Ataxia Research Alliance. Friedreich's ataxia is a rare genetic multi-system disorder that affects about 1 in 50,000 individuals in the US. And we don't know the full worldwide prevalence right now, but we estimate that there's at least 15,000 people worldwide with this condition. FARA, or the Friedreich's Ataxia Research Alliance, was founded in 1998. Shortly after the disease gene had been identified by both parents of children diagnosed as well as researchers. And so FARA, as a patient advocacy group, is focused on advancing the research needed to develop treatments for FA, and we do that through a number of different programs, a lot of traditional grant funding to academic researchers worldwide, as well as making sort of more strategic research investments in things like natural history studies, biomarker development, clinical research tools, things like that.
Excellent, thank you. Professor Bloom.
Hi everyone, I'm Laura Bloom, President and CEO of the Ehlers-Danlos Society, which is a global organization looking after those impacted by the Ehlers-Danlos syndromes and hypermobility spectrum disorders. It's a little bit unique in the sense that there's 13 types of EDS right now. 12 of them are rare and ultra-rare, and one of them is incredibly prevalent, and that's the same with HSD, the hypermobility spectrum disorders. So we live in both worlds, really, but the majority of the types of EDS are rare and ultra-rare. I'm also a professor of practice in patient engagement and global collaboration at Penn State College of Medicine. and Vice Chair of IAPO, which is the International Alliance of Patient Organizations.
Thank you. Sambit?
Namaste. My name is Sambit Mohanty. I represent Entero Healthcare from India. This is a company into healthcare supply chain and distribution. I am one of the founding team members. This year, as a new initiative after doing access into healthcare, we have decided, me and my team, as a special initiative to make the orphan drugs, those people who are suffering from rare disease, how we can make this product which was available globally for the Indian population with a very compassionate, compliant, and patient-centric approach. So that is the thing which my team has taken it this year as a, apart from commercially, to how we can make it accessible to the Indian patient population in a very compassionate way. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen, did you have some stuff you wanted to share with us regarding natural studies?
Sure. I have a case study that I'm happy to share with work that we have ongoing. I don't know if I can get my slides or no. Let's see. So as I mentioned, through the Friedreich's Ataxia Research Alliance, one of the projects that we've had ongoing since 2003 is a natural history study. And we started out with about 6 centers in the US, and today it is, a global network. And so would hopefully be able to share with you here in a second kind of how we've worked to expand some of that over the past few years. Maybe instead of the slides, I'll just keep going. So through the natural history study, like I said, we've expanded to 30 sites globally. The prevalence of Friedreich's ataxia is not well known in India, but we were having patient families reach out to us explaining that they had been diagnosed with FA. We also had a few researchers start to reach out to us with ideas for research projects, also looking for funding for genetic testing, establishing cell lines, really trying to put research infrastructure in place in India. And so in 2021, we were able to open one clinical site in New Delhi at the Ames Institute and have them join our natural history study. And in a very short period of time, they've enrolled over 150 individuals with genetically confirmed diagnoses of FA into our natural history study. These individuals are seen annually, given a complete clinical evaluation, like I said, the genetic workup, and then collection of samples for biomarkers as well. The other things that we've partnered on, and in June of 24, myself and my colleague Kyle Bryant were able to go and visit the Ames site directly. And we had a few goals in mind with that visit, along with our collaborators at Ames. And one was to really shine a light on Friedreich's ataxia and try and raise awareness about the disease within India. FA is not recognized as an orphan disease currently in India. There is a treatment that was approved in the US in 2023, and it was approved in Europe in 24. Unfortunately, the Indian community does not yet have access to that therapy, and they still don't have designation as a rare disease yet. But, we traveled to the Ames site. We convened a research day with researchers and neurologists from around India. We also convened the first in-person patient summit. And then my colleague Kyle Bryant also, as part of that trip, he lives with Friedreich's ataxia, and it's really important for him to push himself and bring community together. And so he did that by leading a small expedition of brave souls to cycle the highest paved road in the world, which is in India. It's called Umlingla, and Kyle's documentary of our trip and his journey to the top of the highest paved road should be released early next year. So maybe with that, I'll just leave you with kind of where we're going from here. We're continuing to work to further understand the prevalence of FA in India, to expand our clinical research network beyond the AIMS site to other sites around the country with the goal of having FA recognized as a rare disease and hopefully bringing clinical trials and access of new medications for FA to the Indian community. And would just like to acknowledge my colleagues at AIMS, Dr. Achal Srivastava, who's the neurologist at AIMS, who really has been the leader here, along with a geneticist, Dr. Farooq Mohammed, who leads all the genetic testing diagnosis for the Indian patients with Friedreich's ataxia. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen, for that and for sharing the story around what you all are doing over in India. So the title of our session is Global Inclusion and Access to Orphan Drugs. Clearly, as we've heard the last couple of days, and that many of us already know, that there are concerns around access to orphan drugs. And so we'll talk about a little bit about the problem, and then we'll talk a little bit about perhaps some of the successes around this issue. So I'm going to open it up to the panel, and thinking a little bit about the data that we had just shared and some of the things that Jen had just mentioned. What have you seen regarding concerns in your space with accessing rare disease medicines or orphan drugs? You want to go first?
You want me to answer this?
Sure.
Regarding access, as many people have already discussed in the earlier sessions, it is a multifold approach. One is the knowledge. Second is this product is available in other parts of the country. And once it is available in other parts of the country, as you know, right now, Jennifer already has told that this is already, the product is available. But how to bring it from US to India and make it accessible to those patients? There is, though it is the clear pathway is established, but many people are not aware of it. So, though the product is not available in India, it can be accessed by those patients through a named patient program initiative, which was very well regulated and has a compliant pathway for that. I have already told you that we will make that product available, which in the call also Jennifer was telling me I am finding it difficult to reach out to those patients. So this named patient program is an initiative which was by the government. If a patient only has a prescription of any doctor and the product is available outside, he can go into the DCGI site, just upload that prescription, he will get a number. After that, he can import it from that particular country where it is available. There are companies who are going to assist it. And at the same time, there is government initiative. The patient don't have to pay any tax on that. There is a tax benefit also to the patient to make it more accessible. So this way you can have the product which is not available in India, but in other parts of the country, other parts of the world, to bring it and treat that patient. Right?
So I come from the world where 95% of rare diseases have no therapeutics and drugs. We're one of those 95%. So nowhere in the world right now is there anything, repurposed drugs or anything that is for any of the types of EDS. And we constantly try and find out from industry why that is and why there's no interest in it. We know what the biomarkers are behind the rare and ultra rare, so it's not that we don't know the mechanisms. We also, if we're coming outside of the orphan drug world, we also have a very prevalent condition of which we've had to raise millions to try and find the marker for. We're also living in a world right now where there, as we've discussed in a few sessions today, there's less and less infrastructure and funding out there for rare. It's our 10-year anniversary next year of our organization. In that 10 years, we've set up a global registry with 20,000 people on it. We've just launched a global biobank, and we've raised $45 million in research funding through just individual donors who are parents of people living with this. We've had zero government funding, zero help out there. And that we're a very rare example of an organization that's been able to do that. That's not the norm. But what you see more and more in rare disease is that it's the parents of people that are setting up these organizations. It's the people who are living with them that are breaking through these innovations and making the changes happen. So I think the biggest issue we have is that we're all out there on our own, having to do what the systems around us are not doing. Rare diseases are chronic in the sense they're for life, however long that life may be. And our healthcare systems are set up for the acute, not the chronic. So in every way, the systems around us are failing us, and EDS is an example of that.
Thank you. And it's a really great point there because of the systems there. Anybody else want to add to any other concerns? I feel like Dr. Bloom, Laura was just on an island, so can we help her on that island?
So, Government of India has now built a registry of the orphan drugs, and already $1 billion USD has been given as what I can say for those patients into different categories. If it is, they have already, the registry has identified 43 conditions on which, if a patient is falling under that, government is giving annually 6,000 USD as government initiative for those patients. This policy came into place in 2017 after studying various, policies of the US, UK, Australia, and in other countries. And since 2017 to 2025, there is a progress. It started with, only 5,000 USD, and now the patient can access up to 60,000 USD. And that is the given for every patient who was identified under these 43 rare conditions. And in 2025, they have, there is no upper cap. If a patient requires more than that, he can go to the 13th Center of Excellence, and there are 5, Nidan Kendras. Go over there, get it registered, he will get a number. And if it is not falling under that 60,000 USD, close to 60,000 USD, which is 50 lakhs in INR, then after the registration, if he requires more money, he can also get that. The cap has been removed now in 2025 because certain conditions require more than that. And at the same time also, they are working on 4 to 5 more centers. As many of my earlier speakers has already told that India is planning to have at least one COE in every state. There are 25, 26 states. If you see, there are already 15, and 4 more will be announced in a quarter's time. And by the end of 25, 26, the government is planning to have at least one COE in every state. So it will make, the orphan drugs and people suffering in rare disease more accessible. So various bodies are working on it to impart the knowledge, and this is a pathway available to make it their life easy.
Thank you. Appreciate the thoughts around the patients and caregivers. Did you want to say something, David? No, I do want you to talk. But I didn't know if you wanted to address some of the concerns or if you want to talk about drug development.
Well, I just wanted to address a couple of things, very basics. So I was born in the United States, but I didn't, plan that, and I wasn't chosen for that. It was an accident. Well, maybe I was planned by my parents, but it was an accident that I was born in the U.S. and not in India or in Bolivia or in Sri Lanka. And so let me just state, it isn't right that because I was born here that I have access to whatever medication is produced, but if I was born elsewhere, I would not have access. And I think that is the crux of the matter, is it is tremendously unfair. And I'm a person who works for industry, but I'm a human being, and that industry needs to take responsibility for this failure to, for economic reasons, to favor those who are born in the United States, Europe, sometimes Australia, sometimes Korea, and almost always Japan. And that accounts for a small part of the population of the world, and we need to address the problems of giving access to people in the rest of the world. It's very good to hear about the progress being made in India, but there's still a long way to go. And with regard to development of treatments for rare conditions, if you go to a pharmaceutical company and a group of investors and say that you would like to make a drug for erectile dysfunction, there would be no problem getting funding for that, because it is much more common than any of the men in this room would like to admit, and we could sell a lot of the drugs. But for rare diseases, it's perceived that the market is too small and it's just too hard and too expensive. However, there are models that enable the development of drugs for not only rare but ultra-rare conditions, which take some creativity and also take explaining to investors how rare genetic disorders are, the disease mechanism is much more, very much better understood than most other conditions that are non-genetic. So the chance of success in development of a drug in a rare condition is much higher than the development of other types of drugs in conditions that are not either not genetic or not monogenetic. So there are ways of doing this, and there is a responsibility in the pharmaceutical industry to not only produce drugs for people who ought to lose 10 or 15 pounds, which pretty much all of us, but those that, for conditions that affect very few people, who deserve treatment as much as the people who have the much more common illnesses.
Maybe we could get ourselves through the door by saying EDS stands for something else then.
On that note, let's dial in, I think, a little bit about the patients and thinking about, as you were alluding to, David, some of the drug development. I'd love to hear your stories and your experiences when it comes to gathering the patient or the caregiver feedback from these underserved populations and their backgrounds, and as we're incorporating it into these new therapies. Can anyone share some either personal or organizational experience where you've been asked to help with drug development, essentially?
There's been 2 attempts at clinical trials in vascular EDS where we helped to try and enroll, and then it's been really difficult. I think certainly when it comes to a trial where you have to stop medication, certainly in a condition like vascular EDS, there's a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety around that, quite rightly. But I think there's also a limitation and a bias in patient organizations that we don't talk about enough. You're only capturing a bias of people that come to turn to an organization that tend to not be functioning well. Most people who are functioning better don't seek out patient organizations. So there's immediately not a true inclusivity in who you're getting into it. Same as with social media. Each platform has their own generation group, and if you only target one, then you're missing out other generations. So there is a limitation on how much you can reach and how many people you can reach. And so I think that we need to think a little bit more outside the box when it comes to enrolling into trials more and more, because the traditional route has been through clinics, patient organizations, through social media, and there are limitations to that, especially globally when it comes to clinics. So that's our experience, and I think especially when it comes to, like I said, people changing the protocol they're on that's working, even though the new protocol might give a lot of benefit, there's a lot of anxiety that you sometimes just can't overcome. And then I think culturally it's interesting as well. So there's a a drug called celiprolol, which is a beta blocker that's available widely in Canada and Europe and other places, but it's not approved by the FDA for vascular EDS in the US. And everyone in Europe take it with no issues whatsoever. In fact, they believe in it very strongly, and there's lots of papers published. But in the US, culturally, there's been a trend to think that it's not the best drug, and that's one of the trials to try and get it approved by the FDA. And because culturally in the US, there's been this talk through patient organizations, through forums, you don't want to take that. We're not getting the enrollment. So that shift as well can have such an impact on a drug that in the UK, people are put on immediately as soon as they're diagnosed. And actually the rate of aneurysms and critical events is so much lower. But yet this published evidence, it weighs less than the talk on forums. So you're really up against things when a country almost has culturally decided not to embrace a potential new drug. So there's a lot of different nuances to it as well and challenges.
Thank you. Jen?
Yeah, I would agree that there's definitely, a certain amount of bias in the communities that we engage as patient advocacy groups, but also when we think about clinical research, and we've talked a little bit about that, the folks who participate in natural history studies and clinical trials, sometimes they are the folks who are the most severely affected, but I think sometimes they're also the folks who, are just from a maybe education, socioeconomic point of view, more engaged. And they don't have other burdens that would keep them from otherwise participating. And so, I think that's another part of what we're, trying to, when we think about as therapies get developed for these diseases, how do we bridge those gaps as well? And make sure that these therapies can get to the whole community, not just the folks in your natural history studies or in your clinical trials.
David, you have a thought?
Sure. Just a little bit about the inclusion of input from patients and patient organizations in drug development. So I think a lot of people in industry think that it's a nice to have but not a must have, which is an error. And also consult with patients way too late in the drug development process. So my wonderful colleagues in clinical development don't want anyone to mess up their plans because there's been a lot invested in them up until that moment because they're getting started much too late. And the time to start consulting and listening to patients and patient organizations always has one answer, and it is yesterday. So you can never engage with communities too early. You only can be too late, which is unfortunate that it's often the case. So you asked for examples, and I'll give you, so I was at a conference, which I wish I could remember what conference and who said this and what the number was, but someone quantified how valuable input from patients were in, when I say patients, which I agree, we're all patients, so it's a terrible word, but you need a whole sentence to replace that otherwise. But people living with rare conditions and their family members, how valuable that is to clinical trial development, and I think it was said that every consult was worth $5 million because it prevents errors in the design of clinical trials. So experience that we've had at BridgeBio is we had a clinical trial, and part of the protocol was to do internal exams for female patients to doesn't matter why, and we were informed very clearly that if we proceeded with this clinical trial, we would only be able to include men because for this population, this is a serious thing for everybody and intrusive for everybody, and for this population, even more intrusive. If it had been included, the trial would have not really gone forward. So, but the scientists did not really think about how intrusive that procedure would be for the participants. Another example is that this was in a trial for a condition called, a trial that unfortunately didn't happen, but for PCAN, pantothenic kinase associated neurodegeneration. And the patient community informed us that traveling enhances dystonia in this population. So if patients had to travel to the clinics for exams, that you would never get a good representation of their actual functioning because they would be so dystonic, because that happens after travel, and that the assessment should be done as much as possible, possibly locally or at home. So how are you going to know that? Most people who design clinical trials are not actually experts in the condition. They're experts in designing clinical trials. So that is why input is really necessary, and given the smaller populations and the cost of developing treatments for rare conditions, it's really essential that the first thing that you do is to say, tell me about what it's like to live with this condition, and what are your concerns about participating in a clinical trial? What would be difficult for you?
Hearing you say that is music to my ears. That's what my professorship is in patient engagement. And I think embedding lived experience into the process has been very tokenistic up until this point, and it's evolving and it is changing. But I think, simply put, that for the past few years, we've been pushing that people with lived experience should have an equal seat around the table. But what we're saying now is actually we should be part of building that table. And if you get it in early enough at that point, then you're going to have a much more successful outcome.
Very, very well said and agreed. As you can hear here, that there are, I think, more of that user experience, I think, or actually maybe the end user experience. It's so important. And if you think about folks from the tech world and Silicon Valley and the way that they built things, they had built it using, eventually using the, thinking about who the end user is, right? And so if we're thinking about the person that's going to hopefully be better for I'm wondering how I can go. Thank you. And I think to that end, it's good to hear and see that many of the biotech pharma companies, as they're developing the therapies, they are bringing the families into the conversation so that they can ultimately create something that will work for, obviously, all that research that they're doing. And so I think that's also a good way to end up a little bit in this conversation, as that is one of the successes that is trending in terms of more people in the research space bringing in the families into this conversation. So I've been asked to do a Q&A at this point. Does anybody from the audience have any questions for us? And who's going to run the mic? Who wants to run the mic? It's all good.
I had a quick question for, is it Jennifer? Yeah. So Friedreich's ataxia, we were going to be doing a phase 1 trial in Mexico. And I was just curious if you've had any data coming out of Latin America, because you said, data's been difficult ex-US.
We actually don't out of Mexico. We do in South America in terms of Brazil, Argentina, Chile, But unfortunately, no, we've not been able to get much information from.
And have there been trials then in the region for that, for Friedreich's ataxia?
In Brazil, yes.
In Brazil, okay, great, okay, thank you.
It is more of a comment, and Laura, we never met, but we met virtually. I'm a medical geneticist, but I'm also a mother to a child with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. So I've been part of EDS since she was diagnosed, and because I'm a geneticist, she was diagnosed at the age of 8 months. And she's doing very well because I noticed the symptoms and so on. But what I want to reiterate, so from negative, it is a neglected disease by the medical community. So, and as much as I was badly stereotyped trying to advocate within medical community about Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, but on a positive, I would like to say that you, the EDS Society, I think you function in the medical care system, because EDS is probably the very large patient advocacy groups has a referral system, to find these rare specialists who will pay attention to Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. And in the same time, your biobank that is actually will be in Philadelphia, right? November 11 to 12. And, if someone from Philadelphia can spread the word among of Ehlers-Danlos Society. vascular EDS may be a little bit more attention because it's obviously fatal disease. Hypermobile, as my daughter has, and other 8 types of Ehlers-Danlos syndrome is much more neglected. And I just cannot reiterate more to all biotechs and to all consultants who works for biotechs, maybe to work and really to make Ehlers-Danlos heard, because sometimes when you said, oh, my child has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, what, she has Down syndrome? It's so stereotyped. It is neglected diversity among all the diagnoses, I would say, not necessarily like racial or any other stereotypes. I just want to say thank you, and it's truly different what EDS Society is doing for patients, but we would like to have more partnership.
Thank you so much.
And the last question, probably, is there any other question around? So the last question comes from me, and that is, I agree with you that the voice of the patient early on is critical for the successful design and conduct of clinical research. Do you have any experience, any comments in regards to the selection of endpoints, meaningful endpoints based on the patient voice early on in clinical research? Any stories that you can comment on? The idea behind this evidently is patient voice, select meaningful endpoints in a heterogeneous group of diseases that is very large.
So in our example, in Friedreich's ataxia, 25 years ago, the clinicians and FARA got a small group of patients together, met at the NIH to think about how to develop clinical outcome measures. And so there was a clinician rating scale that was developed both with the clinicians and patient involvement. And then on the patient side, an activities of daily living scale. And those were the first two tools that we had developed. Over time, we've had to work with regulatory authorities to get those tools in a little bit better shape to be accepted by regulatory authorities as endpoints in clinical trials. And we're continuing to evolve, right? You know, especially as treatments get developed, we need more and more tools, or we start to learn that those tools were only focused on, in this case, ataxia symptoms, movement symptoms, but there are other important symptoms that patients want treated, like fatigue or vision loss. You know, our experience has been led by both the clinicians and the patient community to kind of work together to figure out what tools we can use for endpoints as well as patient-reported outcome measures. And it's been an ongoing process. And that's one thing I often try and tell other patient organizations is you probably don't need one tool, you probably need multiple tools.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your engagement in this conversation. I think, should I dismiss us for lunch now? Okay, excellent.
So we will do like we did yesterday. We'll take 15 minutes to go get lunch, and I think it's boxed lunches today. We'll get those lunch boxes and come back, network for 10, 15 minutes, and we will get started with the next session at 1:30 as planned, so we can get back on schedule. Thank you all.
wish I could smile and pretend when I meet them. Wish I could say that I don't have a problem. I wish I could say that I'm happy without him. I wish I believed it was true. I wish I could just be myself when I see you and look like I'm here all alone, 'cause I chose to. I wish I could say that I no longer miss you. I wish I could act like it's true, but I miss you. I miss you. I try to go on with my new life without you. I try to forget all the sweet things we did do. I try to believe that I no longer love you. I try to believe that it really is true. I try to believe that it's true, but I love you. I love you. Yes, I still love you. I love you. I miss you every day, 'cause I still love you. Miss you every day. Don't you know I still love you?
All right. Welcome back from lunch. Please take your seat and get ready for more happiness, as we have our happiness spreader is back. Please take a seat. We'll get started momentarily. Okay. It's after lunch, and we could all use a little boost of energy and happiness, can't we? Our next speaker is Kapil Patel. Yesterday he shared GPS, G for gratitude from his GPS for happiness at work framework. About Kapil, he is a passionate advocate for well-being and happiness at work, especially for healthcare teams. According to his whiskey-loving best friend, his energy levels may actually require a lab test. To re-energize us with his happiness micro boosts, please welcome energizing, inspiring, and slightly high, without alcohol or caffeine, Kapil Patel, the happiness spreader.
Yesterday, we explored about GPS for happiness at work. GPS for cars gets us places, but your inner GPS gets happiness, isn't it? Your inner GPS. But you might say, and especially the inner GPS and GPS for happiness at work, you might say, come on, Kapil, why do we need happiness at work? We are just happy, being happy at happy hours on Friday and then happy in the weekend, right? But one of compliance leader, her name is Miss Madhvi, I interviewed few weeks back, and she said, we spend more than 50% of our time at work. If we are not happy at work, how can we be happy in life, right? And when compliance leaders from healthcare say something is necessity, we don't argue. Happiness at work isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. And research says happy employees are 12 to 14% more productive. They are 30% more likely to hit goals, 40% more confident, 50% more motivated, and 180% more energized, and 180% more happier with life. Now raise your hand if you want to be happy at work. If you want your team to be happy, right? Yes, happiness at work isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. Now, yesterday we explored about happiness, GPS, gratitude, P, purpose. On Sunday, we talk about turning those pain into purpose, right? There are leaders who have turning, you guys are turning that, some of you guys having those pain and turning those into purpose, because when we lead with purpose, purpose turns a job into a mission. S, smile. Smile and sincere compliment. Smile. There is a research which says one smile can bring 2,000 bars of chocolate. It's equivalent to eating 2,000 bars of chocolate, that much neurochemical brain activities it generates. Not only that, it's equivalent to having $25,000 in cash, right? So the question is not about how smile powerful it is. The question is how often do you use? Any guess on an average how much an adult smile per day? Any guess? On an average? Probably you might be, but not on an average. On an average, adults smile 20 times a day. Yeah, but happy adults like she and Harsha, they smile 40 to 50 times a day. Yes, that doesn't mean they don't have challenges or problems, but they choose to smile. When we smile more, we are more happier. And children, they smile 400 times a day. Now do the math, 400 times $25,000. It's a $10 million. They feel like Mark Zuckerberg every single day. Yes, smile and sincere compliment. So let's smile more. Let's quickly stand up and then we do quick exercise. Come on. So first, Yes, everyone. Even though if you are on a Zoom or remote, please stand up. And first, let's do quick breathing. So just let's move our hands up, and while breathing, we'll just move our hands up. Breathing out. One more time. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay. Now find one of your friend. Just quickly look at them and just smile. Just look at them and just smile. And while you're looking that, internally just say, "You are amazing." Now you can speak louder also. "You are amazing." Smile and "You are amazing." Now look at everyone around and then increase that smile and make it into laughter. Make it into laughter. Come on. Make some noise. Have some laughter. Louder. Yes. Now you can sit. Now you can sit down and smile. You know, we have this superpower. Smile and sincere compliment. All we need to just use it. Few days back, I just went to CVS as I had a slight sore throat, just to grab the cough drops. And as soon as I was walking in, pharmacy technician was walking out. And after a long and exhausting day, she was tired. So I just smiled at her, and then she smiled back. I just paused and said, "You have a great smile. Keep smiling." Her smile grew bigger. And she said something that I will never forget. She said, "Thank you. I really needed that today." All she needed was just one smile and sincere compliment. Smile and sincere compliment has so much power. So after this today, I just wanted to leave you that how you can embody that GPS. So when you turn on your car, when you turn on your GPS or Google Maps, don't forget to turn on your inner GPS. G, gratitude. P, purpose and smile. Just turn on your gratitude, purpose and smile whenever you turn on your GPS, and see how your world change on that day and how you can change other people's day as well. So let's keep spreading happiness together while turning our inner GPS when we turn on our GPS for car. Thank you.
We will put this here. So by now, put that there, and I need one. Okay. So by now we are best friends, according to the session that we just had, and the friendship will continue with this session. It is my true honor and privilege to call to the stage the center figure that has made this event possible and that makes possible the Indo-US Organization for Rare Diseases possible throughout the entire year. And for the last 3 years, I have been privileged to be part of and involved with Dr. Hashra, who is the CEO of this organization, is the CEO of Jiva Clinical, and who is the driving force for many of us and a source of inspiration. He is going to be giving a keynote presentation in this session of clinical trials. So Harsha, please join us and help him, join me in welcoming him.
Thank you, Isaac. That's the most flattering introduction I have ever had. I'm going to present briefly about how I approached as an entrepreneur, as a founder, as a social entrepreneur to move the needle for rare disease clinical trials. So if you can have the slides up, please. I'm going to present briefly the perspectives that's represented in this room, which is when we talk about developing a solution for a problem, we need to talk to the end users, the people who are we are trying to help. If you're trying to help the patients, don't go and talk only to scientists. Talk to the patients first. And so with that in mind, over the last, when I started my entrepreneurial journey, I was oriented to think that way. Get out of the building, go talk to people that you are trying to help. Who are your customers? Who are your end users? So for clinical trials in rare diseases, that's where I began almost 7 years ago. And what we have done is built a way to a solution that actually solves some of the specific challenges in clinical trials, obviously not all of them, but we wanted to identify which problems we are uniquely able to solve. And so yesterday I presented some of this, so I'll breeze through some of this quickly and focus on the humans involved in clinical trials today before the panel takes over here. So everybody knows about the valley of death in life science industry. I know there are people who are not necessarily in life science industry also in this room. And so there is this early drug discovery and preclinical animal model research, which is where most of the rare diseases, 95% of the rare diseases are. And then when they do get to that aha moment of, yes, we are ready to start first in human clinical trials, that's when, from that point on, to getting a FDA review and hopefully approval for marketing purposes can take 9-10 years. And so how do we speed up this process, right? And what are the challenges, barriers, and what are the solutions available to overcome that? That's going to be the focus of this session. The process of clinical trials is very complex, not because of scientific or technical complexity, which it is, but more because it takes collaboration among many human beings focused on different parts of this large elephant and focusing on different parts of the elephant, from getting the clinical trial designed the right way, protocol design, and making sure it's only as complex as necessary and as simple as possible, making sure patient logistical concerns, operational concerns are taken into account before designing the visits and how patients are going to participate. Selecting the right sites geographically within the regions, whether US, Europe, globally, and getting the study started for the first patient, first visit, which is the big milestone. And getting all the way through just for one of the clinical trials, which could be phase 1, and then getting into phase 2, phase 3. We heard this morning there are novel regulatory frameworks. We don't have to go through the traditional phase 1, 2, 3 for rare diseases. It could be short-circuited if we are innovative, engage the FDA early on, and make that fast track. So it's a combination of regulatory strategy, clinical strategy, and so because so many moving blocks have to come together, that's what makes this complex. And here are the heroes and actors and stakeholders that are involved in a clinical trial, starting with patients first, please, and then talking to the leader who is in charge of clinical operations, all the people that are involved in clinical trial management, clinical trial data management, principal investigators, coordinators. So many people have to do their part at the right time and relay that. We have seen how challenging it could be with just 3 moving parts between Zoom, screen, and the speaker coming on stage versus virtual presenter. And imagine 1,000 times more complex than that when you're thinking of a global clinical trial. And so a lot of things can go wrong. And so approaching this with empathy, and everybody's trying to do their very best to make this happen, yet it falters, yet the process fails. So how can we make this better? And this patient journey is the connecting glue for all of us. No matter which perspective we come from, what is the patient journey with a rare disease? Starting with that diagnostic odyssey that they go through average 5 to 7 years, and then hopefully they are diagnosed with a condition that has an approved therapy, and if not, they enroll in a patient registry, a natural history study, and go through a long journey, and hopefully leading to some success of having access to life-saving therapy, or at least make the quality of life better. And so what keeps clinical research leaders up at night, right? And when we went out and asked them, they said all these things. Patient recruitment is by far one of the toughest problems in all clinical trials, right? So almost 85% of trials are delayed by at least 30 days or longer. And 30% of trials just terminate and close down because they just can't meet the enrollment goals. Because they just don't start planning early and include patient voices and regulators in the trial design to begin with. Protocol complexity, it's growing increasingly complex as novel therapeutic modalities like gene therapy, antisense oligos, and small molecule and different types of drugs, which require different types of innovative trial designs, rightfully so, and especially when you have to get the statistical significance enough to convince the regulators that this therapy is safe and effective. How do you do that? You need to design a protocol which starts getting complex because you need the statistical power. And the amendments that are inevitable, as much as everybody likes to have the perfect protocol to begin with, as Mike Tyson says, you are well prepared until you get punched in the face. So as you start that first clinical trial site activated and they start trying to recruit, and 6 months down the road you see 0 patients enrolled, you know something is wrong. You have to modify the protocol. And repetitive tasks. So you talk to any role in clinical trials, they are doing a lot of manual repetitive tasks. How can we make that burden less, especially at the clinical trial site at a hospital where they are running 30, 40, or even thousands of trials, like the MSK or the UVA and VCU Health in Virginia. And then vendor management. You may have a single full-service CRO that you may outsource as a sponsor to run and execute the trial. But if you take the hood up, and you'll see under the hood there's like 30 vendors that have to work together. You need to make sure you have communicated. And I'm realizing I did not inform the caterer that we are starting half an hour late this morning, and so there are some goof-ups, right? So imagine in a clinical trial, how many people you need to communicate and inform and make sure everybody can relate exactly at the right time to avoid delays. So essentially, that's what it looks like to get a trial up and running, right? To move this elephant, you have to put all the pieces of the puzzle in place before you say, hey, we are ready for the first patient, come on in. And it's like moving that elephant. And so I'll skip through some of these slides, but you got the idea. And so there's a number of tools that are already out there. It's a data deluge, digital deluge, number of apps to help with every step of this process. But that's also part of the problem because you have too many pieces to connect together in a workflow to streamline this process. And so how do we make, in this scenario, speed up this process of drug development, keeping the patient focus at the center, while reducing the drug development timelines? I had the opportunity to consult with top 20 pharma in my career in the clinical R&D space, and most of them have set an internal goal that currently or historically their average timelines is 8-9 years to get through the clinical development. They all want to get it down to 5 to 7 years, depending on the therapeutic area and the specific drug and the complexity. So if you can reduce it, that's about 30% reduction in the overall timelines, and in a way that minimizes cost and complexity and risk and minimize late-stage failures, right? It would be awesome if we can achieve that, especially for rare diseases where 95% of them are in early R&D. And so I presented a couple of these slides yesterday in the AI session, with essentially to connect these siloed boxes together, which are essentially addressed using multiple tools The biggest transformation in clinical trials in the last 25 years is electronic data capture, right? So moving from paper-based data capture to electronic. And that was no easy task in a validated, regulated environment, and that has happened. Most of the trials today are electronic. However, with the decentralized trials, with the remote patient engagement, and so on, there's a lot more complexity and tools with wearables and televisits and digital patient engagement through portals and apps, which results in 30 different tools that have to work together. So with my own approach and our team at Jiva, we have built a unified platform that streamlines and automates this process in a way that reduces cost and complexity to deliver, whether it's a patient registry, natural history study, a clinical trial. So you start on the right foot. If, the big pharma companies, they are stuck in their legacy systems. They have 10 years of massive investments of hundreds of millions in building these complex infrastructures, which it's not easy to replace. But if you are a patient advocacy group, if you are a small biotech starting development of a new orphan drug, you don't have that burden on your shoulders. You can start from clean slate on a unified platform like this, so you don't have to do the same old way because everybody else is doing it, because they have a history behind why they are doing the way they are doing. This is the Gen Alpha, right? This is the new way of doing things. And so to really apply AI, I know there are some AI entrepreneurs here as well, bringing, again, Band-Aids, right? So you can apply Band-Aids in patient recruitment or data management and different parts of the process, but you need a unified platform that actually connects all of these in a process way rather than as a siloed way. So I'll skip through that and get to this slide so I can get the panel started. So Isaac, if you want to come back. To summarize, and the panelists, please come on stage as well as I wrap up this slide in the interest of time, is essentially the core problem in rare diseases. 90% of trials are conducted in 10% of the world's population. 95% of rare diseases have no approved treatments yet. And the cost and timelines for making new drugs is unsustainable. And so there are solutions out there, and AI can be part of it, but for that we need an infrastructure to enable that. So with that, I'll hand it over to our moderator to take the panel discussion forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And so with all of that wonderful presentation, how do we fix it all? That's exactly the reason why we're having this session right now. And so let me call to the podium the panelist, Heman Maniar. Here we go. He is from the Duke Clinical Research Institute. Welcome. Gurdale Kalsi from AskBio. Welcome. And Dale Smith from Acclinate. Don't think that you're going to have it easy. I have to call you back on the stage. So Harsha, please join us. Maybe. We will see that. So welcome to this conversation, and if there are questions, I will ask my friend Rina to help me out with questions from the podium, from the audience. So clinical research, and Harsha, you gave a very impressive presentation and setup. You said the number one item, please, was the patients. How, in your opinion, have the patient participation in clinical research is evolving and changing the landscape of clinical research in rare diseases? Can you comment on your experiences?
Absolutely. I'll be brief. I'll say that patients, this is the only industry in the world where the developer of the product is not supposed to directly talk to patients in a certain way. So there are restrictions because of good reasons, and it's a regulated environment. But how can you develop a product to help a person if you can't talk to that person and multiple people? You need to do consumer research, right, before you develop any product. And so how can we do that in an ethical way, in the right way? And the FDA has taken leadership in this space in creating what are called patient-focused drug development and patient listening sessions, which is very valuable because that's a government-supported forum on which patients can actually share first-hand experience of what it means to live with that rare disease, and that is available to everybody to listen to publicly. And that's an opportunity for sponsors and drug developers to listen and participate and understand what the patient challenges are. That's the biggest difference I have seen, and that happens primarily in rare diseases and very rarely in common indications, because there you can talk about diabetes at a lunch table and you will find a lot of people who are already affected, or erectile dysfunction that was mentioned earlier. But for rare disease, you need a forum like that, and also conferences like this. By participating in such forums, you can hear first-hand patient experiences.
I am going around the panels.
So Del Smith, and co-founder, CEO of Acclinate. I'll talk about quickly what our company does, and then I think it helps with answering the question. So we specialize in accessing, engaging, and mobilizing communities of color so they can make informed decisions about clinical trial participation. We started this company about 5 years ago, and we do it in a unique way. We have a community, and I'm going to use that term community versus patients a lot. And I know, Professor Plume and some others talked about this, but we have a community of 180,000 people in the United States right now that are engaged around their health. And we take that sustained engagement, and that builds trust, but also gathers data. And then we take that data and we apply predictive analytics to it to determine who's most likely to be willing and ready to take part in clinical research. We actually have a patent on that. It's called a Participation Probability Index. So for us, I think what changes, I remember when we started our company 5 years ago, we do business with 7 out of the top 10 pharmaceutical companies right now. Our second slide after our title was, we are not a patient recruitment company. And we were talking to patient recruitment teams, and they're like, well, why are we having this meeting with you? And we said, is your current patient recruitment working? And they were like, no. And we said, well, we think there's a different way that this needs to be done. So at the heart of what we do, when we engage with people, we're not trying to have it be transactional and trying to engage people and being like, hey, Jane, you don't know me, but would you like to be part of my clinical trial? We know that works for some people, but particularly for our underrepresented communities and our communities of color that have high levels of mistrust and distrust, the answer is hell no. And so our approach is to engage Jane around her particular health condition that she's interested in, or a family member of hers is interested in, and then have that over a period of time be able to let us know, when does Jane get to a point where she has the education and the knowledge, the awareness, and the trust that we would then even think about presenting a trial to her, and that's what our company does.
Thank you for bringing that point out, because you just answered a very important piece of the question, which is the evolution of the patient's participation is not to call them anymore patients. And in many instances, many entities call them participants, because that means that there is an active engagement and that there is a partnership and that this is collaborative in nature. So thank you for bringing that up. Next.
Hello, so my name is Gurjal Kelsey, and I've spent a little over 25 years in the pharmaceutical biotech space as a global leader in clinical development and all things which are falling under medical affairs. So most of my appreciation of patient engagement, retention, everything springs all the way from the clinic to the industry side in the context of how do you bring interest into play in any clinical trial. Because a lot of the times, yes, you want to recruit patients, but do you want to recruit patients who are, first of all, wanting to be recruited? And secondly, are they interested in your intervention? So getting them fully on board on the idea of them benefiting from it. And yet, most of the trials tend to be randomized, controlled, And especially when you come to rare diseases, many a times the randomization is a challenge. And so you have to look for other ways in which you're going to have a comparison. In some cases, it's the patient itself is the control. Other external controls are also taken into account. So then the issue comes about how do you monitor the gain, the benefit, if the patient is dropping halfway through or not quite interested. So I think rare disease is an entity where you need to really focus on the patient really wanting to participate, to use your word, in the realm of advancing science. Are they fully engaged, or are they seeing it as there might be a 50% chance they'll get the active drug, and if they're lucky in some cases they will get the drug because it's a single-arm trial. But nonetheless, why are we doing all these extra investigations on them? Do they have the time for all of that when they're suffering from a particular condition? So to me, the most important thing is how do you onboard your patient population in order to keep them there till the end goal of all the measures that you're doing are fulfilled.
Iman, the Duke experience and voice.
Well, I'm not sure if I can share a lot about Duke experience since I just joined Duke a year back, but what I can share about is my journey. I became familiar with this space almost 22 years back, and I was in a unique position where I developed an integrated eClinical platform, everything that Harsha showed today, right, to compete with the likes of, at that time, Oracle, Face Forward, right? So we built an end-to-end system that pretty much kept in mind what the end users wanted, right? And that's early on, we kind of looked at participant versus subject versus patient, right? But almost 20 years back, I built my first ePro. Only 3 records were entered, right? So that tells you what the state was. Fast forward, we built a product line that was used in over 1,000 studies, a number of rare disease studies. And what I noticed is like engaging with our site coordinators, patient advocacy group, engaging with CRAs, monitors. I think that's the feedback mechanism that we were able to bring in both into the product and in making sure that we're advancing, right, the journey, really the patient journey.
Insightful indeed. And keeping with the topic, and again, this is clinical research, so we're going to cover a few things here. Keeping with the topic of the patients, we acknowledged how the patients or the participants, I don't want to use the term subject, keeping with the topic of the participants, let me put it that way, and the engagement of the participants, this is the item number 1 across the industry and across the clinical research field, as you just said, Harsha, in terms of enrollment, retention, recruitment in clinical investigations. Why is it so difficult also here in rare diseases? And what can we do to move the needle forward?
I would say, one, the focus on the 5% of the countries where clinical trials are conducted, right? That's the first problem. Not that we are doing very well within those 5% of the countries, as Dell tells us. There is a lot of work to be done right here in the US, where even in cancer, which is the most invested and studied disease, only 5% of cancer patients ever hear about a clinical trial. 95% of the cancer patients never are offered a chance to enroll in a clinical trial because they receive care in community health centers, not at large academic medical centers. And so, but in rare diseases, patients are few and far apart, geographically dispersed globally, and which makes it difficult, not just because they are geographically spread, because they have their own laws, regulations, and legal data protection and various regulations. And so that's one part. The second part we have been hearing is it's not enough to say a pharma company may be willing to run a clinical trial globally and even willing to spend, but if they do not have the intent of commercializing the drug after it receives approval, it would not be tolerated by certain countries. There are a few exceptions to that rule, but in general, it's not considered ethical because you can't use a particular population for developing the drug and not make it accessible to that population after they receive the approval. And that seems obvious, but it's very difficult to commercialize a drug when you don't view the rest of the world as a market. Right, and as some places markets where you can recover the cost of R&D. And unfortunately, that has been a big barrier for breaking through, especially when these drugs are like at $1 million in US, for example. You can't make the same drug available for $10,000 in Africa, for example. Everybody will take a $5,000 business class ticket to Africa, get the drug, and come back, right? And so how do you sustain them, and how do you recover the cost of R&D? If that's, and so if there is a nonprofit model where drugs can be developed, I think that would work. But if you still have to, it takes 10 years of patient investments by biotech investors. And if that has to be recovered, it's not easy to commercialize these drugs in the rest of the world.
What is Aclinet's experience?
Yeah,
you have the engagement strategy, participants. Why is it still difficult?
It's difficult. I want to take what Harsha said. I want to operationalize it in a real life use case with our company. So, the way we work is around access, engagement, and mobilization. I use that. And think about it as a funnel. Access is the top of the funnel. You find the people that once you reach them, you got to figure out how to stay engaged with them. And then once you stay engaged with them, you get to a point where you understand when are they ready to be mobilized around a trial. Now, you take a condition like our sponsor that's trying to create a LDL cholesterol-lowering drug, right? When they come to us, what we do is we engage the communities around heart health. Top of the funnel, that's access. So we access communities that's concerned about the heart. Once we do that, we're able to stratify and identify those that are engaging around heart health because their doctors told them that they have, high bad cholesterol. And then once we're able to engage with them around those topics, we can identify those individuals that are ready to be part of a study. So you can think about it. It may be 60,000 people in heart health. We may engage with 10,000 people who are really engaging around high cholesterol. And out of those 10,000, we can identify 100 who, after a period of time, say, I'm ready to be part of a study to lower my cholesterol. We tried to do that with rare disease studies. We had 3 we've done to date so far, pulmonary sarcoidosis, HDFN, and then mantle cell lymphoma. That model didn't work the same way. and I think everybody sitting here can understand. And we had a major pharma, who were coming to us and saying, run that model. And we went through it, and you can imagine what the results were. It didn't work out the same. And so, we had to think about that, and we have to think about that in a different way in terms of trying to do that top of funnel, collecting those individuals and then narrowing it down does not work the same. One of the things that we're excited about, that we're leaning into, we've got two significant investors, Cencora and LabCorp. And the thought is, how can we tap into EMR, EHR data to start to infuse that into our process so that we're actually able to essentially target or identify individuals who've been diagnosed or have symptoms that may make it to where they are potential people to engage around this. Or to flip the model on its head to where essentially the medical professionals would say, these individuals have been diagnosed with this rare disease. Can you do your sustained engagement to stay with them so that they can have a level of trust and confidence in the system and be willing to be part of the study, and to the point that was being made here, to be retained in the study as well too. So it's hard, but much of it is an economic model and a commercialization model. What gets, I think, pharma so excited, not just the identification of those individuals for the study, but then they come back and they say, oh, now you have 10,000 people that we can potentially market our cholesterol-lowering drug to. And we don't have that same type of incentive and model when it comes to rare disease.
So I'll take it from a different angle, and same question, but being a designer of clinical development programs, I feel that the biggest challenge is in designing your trial. Yeah, the biggest challenge is in designing your trial. And by that, what I mean is particularly selection of your endpoints, and also selecting what measures around those endpoints, because there's a huge amount of variability in this population. As someone earlier had mentioned about heterogeneity in the population, that in itself is going to give a huge amount of variability. What one has to do very early on is engage with regulators, whichever region you're in. So I'll take the example of FDA, because we are here in this regulatory region. Even though there are accelerated approval pathways and therefore early engagement with the regulator helps you to agree on what you should be doing in a given pathway. But nonetheless, there are so many challenges in many of the rare diseases. There are no endpoints available that are as crystal as you would like them to be. And so sometimes you have to do things which are, study the real world evidence and look at how this patient population operates. And to Harsha's earlier point, you talk to patients, see what's important to them in terms of what is the end goal for them. And there's also a lot of issues when it comes to assessing and targeting the exact lesions that you are after. So nowadays with the NGS availabilities, we have much more, there are tools available whereby you can select your patient population that you can then enrich your trial with just those kind of patients. So rare disease doesn't mean bring them all. It means you select for your first indication that part of the subpopulation that's most likely to benefit. At the end of the day, what we're trying to do is, where is the clinical benefit? What is the risk? How do you proportionate it? How do you minimize the cost of running a trial? And so you do that by being very precise in terms of selection of your population. So after that, it's all about also comparators. How are you going to give the evaluator the chance to evaluate the efficacy of your drug, the safety of your drug? And you do that by looking at each of the regulators that you're going to go to and figure out what is important to them from the point of view of outcomes. And so I think if you were to choose a control that is placebo and it is unethical, then you're going to be choosing other controls, and there could be external controls. And then the issue is going to be also, do you randomize the external control? And then how do you match them? Do you have enough EMR data sets available for you to be able to run your trial? If you're going to use another population, then you have to see how that population is going to behave in terms of the same outcomes that you're choosing. So I think design matters a lot in the conduct of such a trial, even before you go into operations part of it. So it's the brainchild of everything, yeah.
So I'll double click on what Dr. said. It's really on selecting the primary outcomes, secondary outcomes, and trying to make sure that you are validating some of those primary outcomes, because the standard outcomes will not work. One particular example I wanted to share was around Duchenne muscular dystrophy, where, again, someone talked about the issues for the patient, right? It's too difficult for the patient to travel to the clinical site and kind of get tested for various assessments. So something that my company and one of the companies that I acquired, we kind of worked on a Duchenne video assessment tool that allowed caregivers to kind of record various tasks, and then certified monitors, right, physiotherapists and others, were able to remotely monitor it and help. And we came up with a combination scorecard, which is now being used as a primary outcome in various neuro trials.
Hemang, could you please hold the mic closer to your mouth?
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah. So again, that's like one novel way where technology can play a major role, right, in changing your outcomes. And of course, we had to go through the gamut of validating those outcomes, getting FDA approvals. But in the end, we feel like that will move the needle when it comes to neuro studies in the rare disease.
So let me just add to the content here by saying the following. Yes, protocol design is critical. If you make them more complex and difficult in terms of the endpoints, objectives, and what have you, there will be more difficulties to enroll participants and engage participants. Okay, but for the last 50 years or so, or maybe 60, we have designed clinical protocols in a randomized controlled trial designed, which have been, from the regulatory standpoint, the gold standard. And what happens is that the rigor of science in paper has been fantastic, and at the same time has been a curse because of the complexities and the disconnect between the rigor of the science and the reality, the needs of the patients. Can this be viable? So I have taken in many conversations in the past all the things that you have said and indicated, okay, we, from the regulatory standpoint, talked about the rigor of the science all the time, but we need to put in place the operationalizing of that clinical protocol early on, because feasibility, factual feasibility, logistical feasibility has to be in place. And the other point is regulatorily. Can we have the three components when we're thinking about protocol design so that we integrate all of these elements along with the participants early on? And speaking of, now that we're moving from the participants to the next topic, that is related to patient-centric approaches, participant-centric approaches, and the evolution from the randomized control trial. I am the site, I am the physician, you come to me, I will examine you, versus I am the patient. I get to choose whether or not want to participate in your clinical trial, or I can do it remotely. How are we evolving? Are we truly evolving in the rare disease field to implement patient-centric approaches and solutions that can be actually good, beneficial for all parties involved?
Yeah, I would like to say innovation is here, but not equally distributed everywhere, right? So it's happening, but in certain diseases, certain trials where the patient voices are strong, powerful, they are making sure their voices are heard and represented in their trial design, especially in rare diseases. That's true for most cases. And because of that, I do think optionality is the main thing, where certain patients may actually prefer and need to get there in person. So replacing an in-person visit with a televisit may not be the right thing to do. And in some other cases, the travel burden is so much that every opportunity to reduce the travel burden could be very, very valuable. And so having that optionality, and even within the same visit, there are also optionality for some patients choosing to go in person, some patients choosing to do remotely. So I think optionality is happening in many studies, and I think it's growing in. The second thing is wearable devices, right? So instead of having to manually input all the data, if we can passively collect data, continuous streaming data from wearables and sensors, that reduces enormous burden on patients participating.
Yeah, I think patient centricity in that discussion is more theoretical and conceptual and talked about than actually takes place. I'm not an expert in clinical trial design. I just know that, for our company, for example, we'll get a protocol and we'll have a review of the protocol, and we'll tell the sponsor, no, we're not going to take on that study. The sponsor will be like, why? And we'll say, because we know what our community members are willing to do and how they're going to perceive this, and we're not going to take this on if we don't think this is something that's going to align. So you want them to come in 3 days a week, you want them to travel 50 miles, you want to give them a $10 gift card to pay for parking. That's not going to work for our community.
So let me follow up. What makes you decide, yes, we're going to get involved in that study, or not, we're not going to get involved in that study? And what elements of assessment do you have in place to say yes or nay?
Yeah, we have a chief medical lead who reviews all of our protocols for all of our studies, and she reads them and finds in very detail to figure out. I mean, we've had all kinds of crazy studies come our way that we just don't feel benefits the community. So, for example, we lean towards phase 2, phase 3 studies. We're very cautious about phase 1 studies. That's just us. The placebo-based studies, we're very cautious about that. We will do them, but we evaluate them. But then you have other aspects like travel and how many times they're coming in, even down to just the inclusion-exclusion criteria when the sponsor's trying to get so finite and detailed. We know we're going to access all these people who are going to have high cholesterol, but you want their weight to be between 185 and 195, and we're like, that doesn't benefit our community to get excited about being part of something that you just then say no thank you and you leave them there. So I think that's important, but I come back to this issue about patients. Think about people as people first, not as patients first. And I think that's so hard for the industry to do because it's a discipline. I mean, I spent 14 years in higher education as a business school professor and dean before starting my company. And if I looked at someone, I'm going to look at a young person coming into the classroom as a student. But, that's because that's what I do. But I really need to think about them as a person before they're a student. And I think we have to do the same thing. We have to think about people as people before we think about them as patients, because there's going to be certain things that are going on in their life that's not directly correlated to their illness or their disease, but has significant influence on how they make decisions and how they behave. And I think until we start, I know patient advocacy groups are really important. I lean into that. But you just need to have enough people around the table who just understand how hard it is to be a human being in this world today. and then use that as your starting point before you start using a starting point about a person's diagnosis or their illness.
Patient-centric approaches is the topic of discussion in rare diseases.
Yeah, so patient-reported outcomes has become a mantra in recent period. They're known as PROs in abbreviation. And a lot of the times it's very useful to study based on the indication that you're approaching what might be the most relevant and applicable for that endpoint that you are studying. Fortunately, the FDA and other regulators across the pond, they are becoming more and more accepting of the use of PROs even as primary endpoints. And so I give you the example of sickle cell disease, where you have acute vaso-occlusive crisis, and the pain presents in such a way that the patient has to end up in the emergency room in a hospital setting. So in that setting, a lot of the times the question is, how do you even decipher the pain burden? And all over the world, people are using pain scales such as the numerical rating scales, which is you ask the patient from a scale of 0 to 11, whereabout you think your pain experience is, and they'll say 8 or a 9 or whatever it is. Now, the issues come up in validation part of it. So if you're using something like this versus you're using another instrument called PROMIS, or PEDS quality of life in the case of children. A lot of the rare diseases happening in children, so I'm giving that example. And so in that case also, each and every scoring method utilizing the different domains under which you are trying to extract the information, which is qualitatively affecting the outcome of that patient, you have to be able to say, well, this has been validated by comparing it with another population that doesn't actually suffer from this disease. So using validated tools, implementing the PROs, which are the best fit for that particular indication, that is one way to go. And the other one is not everything has to be randomized controlled trial. It can be observational in design. It can be using the same patient in different ways, crossover designs. You can also use historical controls. And furthermore,
sequential.
Yeah, sequential designs. And now I think the other key thing that's coming up is real-world evidence and the deployment of it in terms of doing a longitudinal study where you're just monitoring a set of patients with a certain cluster of genotypes and phenotypes, and then you're comparing them with some other group which isn't quite fitting in the same stream. So there are very many ways in which you could get to the end goal of marketing a entity for the standard of care being shifted in that population.
And that goes along with the modernization of clinical trials by incorporating technology
Yes.
and modifying protocol designs,
Yeah.
adaptive trials, sequential trials,
Yes.
platform trials,
Yes.
and the like. And the utilization more efficiently, as you said, of real-world evidence
Yeah.
and approaches, historical control arms,
Yeah.
and so on.
Yeah, I mean, platform and basket programs now are quite easily available where you can test maybe 5 patients a cohort and get into your question being answered whether this is actually going to work before you even move further forward. Yeah.
Heman?
So we know the technology is there to support it, right? There were companies like Science 37, which pretty much ran a siteless trial. It really, at end of the day, it really boils down to what study it is and what are some of the outcomes, right? We are looking at. Clearly, variables have progressed a lot. There are validated instruments, and we can leverage that. We can leverage the pro. There are other ways too, right? Just the other day, we were looking at a study where a drug is approved in adults, and we were able to use a PK modeling, right, to determine whether it's safe for pediatric patients, right? So there are numerous ways to do that. I feel the technology is there. Another area that we did not cover, and of course I have to bring it up, is AI, right? Where you can leverage, or you can study a design and kind of determine whether it's a feasible design or not. Many studies fail, because it's just poorly designed. And then by the time you kind of do all the amendments, it's still not a good study, right? So I think this is where we can make a significant improvement.
Thank you, everybody. So we have a couple of minutes, and I want to make sure that if there are questions from the audience, to please come forward so that we can get answers to your questions. So we need good protocol design. We need to have the participant voice early on. We need to incorporate technology. We need to have meaningful endpoints and objectives. We need to be more inclusive in clinical investigations. We have to adopt and adapt to modern trial designs. These are the kind of things that we have been discussing here. Why? What is holding us back? What kind of perspectives and comments from your own experiences can you mention? What is holding us back? How can we solve it? And think about this, and I am going to go to Matthew while you are thinking about the question that I just asked.
I started thinking about your question, and actually, so excellent discussions. I think you guys have hit on many particular aspects of designing studies. Even the best designed studies, in my experience, have noticed that they fail because of the lack of proper monitoring. So what kind of efforts do you think you can implement in monitoring the execution of the trial? I know that the word operationalizing the study was used, but what kind of problems do you see in monitoring, and how do you address it? Any one of you?
So I'll get started because I think it's a very key question. And what I have been doing is using Bayesian statistics in monitoring site-by-site data as it comes. So I think monitoring, traditional monitoring is send your monitor to a site and get them to return you with certain red flags. I don't think we need that as much as we need on-site, online. As data is being acquired, it is being turned into issues, if there are any. And so having a dashboard approach using systems, there's a company called CluePoints that comes to mind that does, I helped them set up that organization many years ago. And there are many others who have come up since then who are also running a similar trend analysis, kind of approach, which will give you which site is actually having most problems as compared to the others, which possibly is it the site issue or is it a design issue of your protocol? So being aware that if you have X number of signals, then what do you do with that? What's your corrective action? Are you coming up with an amendment, or are you simply going to shut down that site? So various things can come up.
So to wrap it up, because we're running out of time.
I can just quickly say that centralized monitoring and risk-based quality management, those are the two main monitoring methods that have been advocated in the recent years and is happening. In fact, centralized monitoring has been mandated, which several companies are implementing centralized monitoring, and now risk-based quality management as well. So just want to add that. And from site monitoring and patient monitoring are two separate activities, both equally important. Remote patient monitoring as well as remote site monitoring for source data verification and quality checks.
What is holding us back? It seems that we have the monitoring, the technology, the good trial design, the good engagement of patients, the inclusivity, diversity, the globality, the awareness. We have caregivers involved. We have family members involved. We seem to have greased the engine in such a way and in such a tight way with a very strong community. Are we held back? Are we going in the right direction? These are your closing remarks. So what is for you the light at the end of the tunnel?
No, I think
from your experience.
Yeah, so we are now at the bleeding edge of where the clinical trials, infrastructure, and all that is. I think the technology is a little ahead of where the adoption is. So the challenge barriers are more in adoption rather than availability of these technologies. And I think it's that's because it's so human. Like Del said and others have said, this is not just about applying or throwing a bunch of tech at the problem, which they all do exist and they do enable and are important, but it's ultimately about patient centricity or human centricity, good trial design, having all of this fall in place for every single trial, every single time, with varying levels of resources that they bring to the trial, right? So not every trial can have a $100 million budget. If they did, that would solve at least a lot of the problems, not all of them, but you still need the human centricity with all the roles and training and getting that set up and the same rigor that needs to happen. So I think it's a people, process, technology. All three have to fall in place, which is not always easy.
For the sake of time, I loved everything he just said. I think it's there. I mean, and I think the piece I'll lean on is around the money aspect of things, right? If I can spend $2 billion in an inefficient system to get my drug to market and still make billions and billions of dollars for it, I can live with inefficiencies in the system not being there where it needs to be. So I think until we change that, we won't see a total redesign of the system.
Yeah, one perspective that I would draw attention to is not easily visible. This country has an IRB system, which is much more challenging than any other country in the world. And IRBs are being staffed by new and young people, and they're all out to tell you what's wrong with your protocol from a patient safety ethics point of view. I'll illustrate the point by saying, when you're doing an acute vaso-occlusive crisis population in sickle cell, they are being given opioids. And opioids are going to put the patient to sleep. And there are policies enacted in this country by major sickle cell disease centers where they say that if the patient is asleep, you do not wake them up. So if you don't wake them up, how the hell are you going to know what the pain burden is? You're going to have to use other means. So rather than using patient-reported, you're going to be using objective, structured questionnaires. There are many others who say, well, your study might be that to show you reduction in pain experience, but if the patient is sleeping in an ED setting, the average time is about 7 hours. And if they are sleeping, you've given them 3 shots of opioids and they're sleeping for 6 hours, your study is gone. You don't have any numbers to evaluate that. So I think they're becoming a law unto themselves as compared to other countries. So my advice would be, if you have a study in multiple centers, as much as possible, go to a centralized IRB rather than using local IRBs. And the other key one is the regulatory onboarding. It's very important that you get, even regulators, having been in so many of these meetings where they cannot agree with the disease indication. Like, for example, ASH says one thing, and the regulator, FDA division head says something else. So a lot of the times, it's a gruesome task in getting your protocol endorsed by the regulator in the context of whether your evidence will be sufficient enough for them to evaluate for approval. So I think getting all of that cleared upfront, even in workshops, they come in and we're discussing endpoints to the nth degree. And when it comes to then application of it, there's still disagreement because another group has turned up in the FDA meeting room as compared to the previous one. And they don't really believe in the same thing as the previous one. So consensus building, regulatory onboarding, and making sure that you don't go to local IRBs as much as possible.
Thank you.
So I would just add that we need to really pool our resources and standardize as much as possible, right? I still feel today we are still operating in silos, even here, right? Like I found so many registries, but underlying mechanism is still the same. Each study, yes, it's unique, but at least 40% of the CRFs are similar or can be reused or repurposed, right? And yet, all of the CROs, they tend to build each vertical. So I think what we really need is those horizontal standards and, everything, not just from operations, but even something as simple as site agreement. I know NCATS has taken efforts around site agreements, around central IRB. There are standards. So I think we really need to leverage that. Because what I'm hearing is really money is the real issue here, of course, and then leveraging patient advocacy group as much as we can, right? I think they are the key.
To summarize in one last sentence is simplify, streamline, automate clinical trials. And to do that, what we need is a mindset change that this is how we have done for last 20 years, and so this is how we are going to do it versus being willing to adopt a new way, better way, efficient way of doing it. I think that mindset is the biggest barrier to overcome.
So with that said, and thank you for summarizing it, I was about to say, this is part of the digital transformation. This is part of the modernization overall of clinical investigations in which there is a true partnership between the participants and the different stakeholders involved in the clinical investigations. Those are things that will continue evolving because change management is required, and the way that we were doing clinical investigations will continue evolving, so we need a new set of skills to deal with the new trials to come. Stay tuned because there is more to come on the topic next year at this same organization. And with that, please join me in saying thank you to the panelists. And next is the session on the lessons learned and case studies, and it's back to Harsha in one moment.
So next up, don't go anywhere. We still have a couple sessions to go. So next up, I welcome on stage Monica Weldon to deliver her presentation. Okay, I'm rooting for you, fingers crossed.
You got the hi, how are y'all? Thanks for having me, Harsha. I'm excited because this is a new topic that you really don't hear about in patient advocacy a lot. And I came from the patient advocacy side, and now I have a little bit more experience in biotechnology manufacturing. But did you guys happen to get that up? It's not working. Well, just to give you a little background about myself. I came into this space, I guess almost 13 years ago when my son was diagnosed with a SYNGAP1 mutation. He was the 6th one in the world diagnosed with a SYNGAP1 mutation. And 2 years after he was diagnosed, I started the first research organization called the SYNGAP1 Foundation. The former name was Bridge the Gap SYNGAP Education and Research Foundation, hence we shortened the name. And ran that organization for 10 years. I had an opportunity. I had gone to law school during COVID to learn a little bit more about healthcare policy. And did not realize what I was kind of stepping into, but after I finished law school, I was approached by the Department of Defense a little over a year ago. And because of the work I had done in SYNGAP1 and accelerating the research, the clinical research on that particular disorder, they approached me to help them with national security initiatives and creating medications for national defense. And it's very similar to the rare disease community and some of the same challenges. It was very interesting, but I kind of want to give you a little overview about some of the parallels between the rare disease world, the geopolitical environment, and rare disease in general, and how we can use some of those same initiatives that we use in national defense to use that same structure driving rare disease treatments, because it's very similar. And I'll try to give you some examples. I don't know, did you get that? Is he still trying? You don't have to play the video if you don't want to. It was kind of a cute hook. Is it working? Did it go? Uh-oh. They were trying to find it. But I kind of want to talk a little bit about supply chain issues. We as rare disease organizations, we see the clinical side. We look at our lives in the doctor, right? Going to all the doctors, all participating in research databases. But it's it's a very different world when you actually look at drug development from a bird's eye view. And so one of those things I wanted to kind of show you was where manufacturing comes in. Because there's so many geopolitical and geographic challenges we have that do affect rare diseases. And one of the little clip that I had to play was a crisis, especially when I was working at the Defense Department. In fact, I'm actually going to be going back. I just came back from the Senate hearing. Dr. Kadlec is going to be bringing me back to work on in nuclear bio and chem at the Defense Department. For chemical and biologic defense. And the topic I wanted to talk about was a strategic framework between US and India, and this is a great opportunity. I actually got to go and dig a little deeper on India's regulatory framework as compared to the United States framework, and also some of the supply chain issues that we have with critical minerals, APIs, which are the active pharmaceutical ingredients that are needed to put medicines together, also the precursor materials. And a lot of those things come from overseas. And so the little video that I was going to play was the crisis of when you have tariffs in place, when you have a critical mineral that's in need, and there's a storm in the middle of the Atlantic, and you cannot have all the cargo ships bringing all of this stuff from overseas, and then the cost, and then actually getting it behind the counter. Is it not working? It is. Oh, you have it working. Woo! So just imagine. All of these different things that play out are affecting everything with drug development. And when you're talking about rare diseases, it becomes even more difficult because a lot of these drugs that we have are specific to small patient populations. So I have I guess when they can get the, I guess I'm the problem child. On the presentations. But I'll go ahead and also, besides my experience in national security, you're okay, great. Did the video not go back and play? It won't play? Oh, such a cute video. Okay, so I kind of wanted to go through the strategic framework on rare diseases. Oops, it disappeared on me. Because you can see it in there. Okay, and my disclosure statement. I also wanted to add that I serve on the Virginia Commonwealth Health Research Board at the pleasure of Governor Glenn Youngkin, who appointed me to that position recently. It's a 5-year term, and I'm going to go over a couple of things with you for that. So, is this my clicker? Okay. If I click the wrong way, tell me. Okay, so as I go through this, I have some questions, and I want to kind of highlight some areas that are very important when considering manufacturing of drugs and trying to get to our final endpoint, treatments and cures. So the biggest barriers, I think, that we have incentivizing manufacturing, and I looked at some of the data between India and the US, is cost, market uncertainty, IP concerns, and just de-risking investment. And today I wanted to share with you some policy proposals that would incentivize people investing in rare diseases that are available. Some of these policies have I helped work on at the Defense Department for small drug programs like atropine. I don't know if you're familiar with atropine, but that was one of my drugs in the portfolio that is a nerve gas antidote. And so, well, considering it's not a very big population for atropine, you're talking about protecting our war fighters. It's the same problem with rare diseases. And so I took some of these same policies and same challenges we were having in national security and applied it to rare diseases. So there are a couple of examples and solutions I wanted to go over with you, and one of those is a brand new national priority voucher, which was designed around the PRV. I actually introduced this proposal to the Defense Department, which trickled down through HHS, which has now been implemented as a program just recently, and I have some slides to go over that. Another one is a bilateral tax relief. A lot of people, I managed a $240 million portfolio at the Defense Department. And I had to learn really quick, there are different buckets of money and legal means in being able to utilize that, and also utilize certain policies that will encourage small biotechs to manufacture drugs for our warfighters. So I'm like, why can't we do the same thing for rare diseases? So I implemented that in some of the research that I did at the Defense Department, and also applying it to the situation we have in India, because a lot of a lot of the innovation and a lot of the materials that we need come from India. So, and IP protection, and so I wanted to touch on those three things. So there are a couple of policy and incentive mechanisms that I pointed out for you, and feel free to ask questions, and I'm happy to get you these resources. The National Priority Voucher, which was just launched by the FDA a couple of months ago, they just awarded 9 companies this priority review. Now, this can also be utilized for repurposed drugs. A lot of these drugs that are needed, like epilepsy medications, we've got antibiotics, a lot of those drugs can use this particular priority. And the United States has a list of biologic threat and chemical threat medications that are needed for stockpiling. Well, epilepsy medications are one. My son suffers from epilepsy. So we need those in stockpile. So as I went along, and I picked another potential policy that biotech companies can utilize that is not mandated under rare disease, but it's a suggested policy that it could be, is that we have what we call export credits. Okay, they are called EXIMs. So this is Export-Import Bank of the United States. It provides a mechanism for companies to use these credits on import and exports. And you're wanting to, of course, de-risk your investment. So why can't you use it for rare disease and rare disease manufacturing for these small patient populations? For medications. And then there is another concept that I helped propose is these rare disease economic zones, or manufacturing companies that the centers of excellence for manufacturing pharmaceuticals. In fact, the Defense Department just launched a pilot program for creating medicines for defense. Why can't we do the same thing to lower the cost for rare diseases? Yeah, we have a lot of contract manufacturing facilities in the United States, but what if we collaborate together and bring these things and bring these tools together to cut down cost, to actually be able to interchangeably taking manufacturing equipment for biologics, small molecules, and any other types of medications that you would need in the same facility. So incorporating some of these ideas I've gone through. Oops. So real quick, some details on the National Priority Voucher. This is in existence right now. They had just put together a call in July, and they just awarded 9 companies. On the next slide, I'll show you who they are. So this is a market incentive, supports innovation, and expands access and links manufacturing to investment design. This is a little different than the priority review voucher. Okay, this is 1 to 2 months review, and this is not for just rare diseases or orphan drugs. This is for possibly a repurposed drug that you could use for a rare disease. So they implemented that, and this is a lot on one page, but I wanted you to kind of get a glimpse. And to give you an example, I'm very close with the leader of ADMP, who they had a clinical trial on ketamine. Well, ketamine is also, for autism, ketamine is also needed in national security. And the FDA does have a list, a public list of drugs that they are needing that they have listed as priority for national security or national health issues. So I'm also happy to help you navigate that on that website as well. But a lot of the benefits here are just enhancements of accelerating these processes for drug manufacturing. And I believe it's a step forward. This is a pilot program, so they are using this as a pilot, and hopefully it can be codified later if it works just like the PRV did. So, so if you can see some of the same, some of the drugs that they did, and it was an antibiotic. One is for blindness. And these are just, obviously, these are just some ideas for you and some takeaways to consider as you start planning, or if you are working in drug manufacturing right now for rare diseases and utilizing some of these things. Now, the next one is, not many people are familiar with this. I don't think I've ever heard this concept in a rare disease conference, but it's a mechanism that's used for other incentives to export and import out of the United States, but they're mandated. So you would actually need to go to Congress and pitch doing something like this for rare diseases. So you can finance the construction and modernization of a manufacturing facility. It's going to build capital, it'll expand your global access, strengthen national security, and it will enable public-private partnerships. So that would be a suggestion to move in that direction to de-risk your investment. Another thing, which I brought up at the very beginning while they were trying to bring up the slides, was rare disease economic zones. Creating manufacturing facilities, just like the one that they just launched for national security to create medicines for our warfighters, the same thing could be done to cut cost for rare diseases. Making a manufacturing facility. Am I 5 minutes? Okay. So, realistic results, you could take a pilot program like this and launch it within 12 to 18 months, and fully functioning and fully operational between 3 and 5 years. Of course, these are the policy opportunities that I was talking about. Extending EXIMs to mandate to include pharmaceutical manufacturing and rare disease therapeutics as strategic national interest. Another is the the incorporation of private public manufacturing hubs, which they're already doing in national defense. And they're also doing it in biotechnology. If you've never heard of what BioMade, look it up. BioMade is one of those hubs where you can get innovation and also workforce development as well. Okay, so manufacturing supply chain resilience. I have put on there joint manufacturing corridors, develop biomanufacturing between US and India for gene therapies and biologics. These type of things, federal government, even state governments, would incentivize with funding because you're an ally, national ally, right? So using these facilities for that and dual use infrastructures would also be something that would de-risk. And so I know that I've only got 5 minutes, so I'm gonna quickly run through this. And a critical component would be a Supply Chain Security Act. This is a suggestion of something to de-risk and incentivize. Thinking about overcoming the misalignment between US and FDA and India's CDSCO, working on an initiative that would establish a bilateral regulatory task force to implement these policies. So how can small biotech companies participate in these collaborations? Smaller firms often lack capital and international access. And so these micro grants in these facilities would increase the entrance to small and medium-sized biotechs to create medications for rare diseases. Generic drugs and repurposed drugs, as I highlighted before, same thing. You establish an US and India rare disease venture fund, and you would have stakeholders with equity. You would be buying equity into these companies, and that then would give you a return back. So financial investment strategies, the joint rare disease venture, a sovereign co-investment model leveraging the DFC and the NIFF to co-invest genetic therapy infrastructure. Market access acceleration grants. These would support small biotech firms establishing cross-border GMP facilities. So here are some examples of where you can get this funding. One is my own board that I serve on the Virginia Commonwealth, which I believe we have 75 proposals that I'll be reviewing with my committee members on December the 4th, and universities from Virginia and private-public partnerships have this money available to send in a proposal that drive not only manufacturing, it drives academic progress for clinical research, for drug development, technology innovation, and this is a statewide fund, and so far we've given away $40 million, and they have a cycle every year. So next year, we're in the middle of a cycle right now. We'll be awarding 9 to 10 academic university partnerships with this money come May. And then they'll start a new cycle again, and then we'll have a call, and then you can submit. And this is for the state of Virginia. So finance corporations. I know a lot of people don't know about this particular one, and I know I'm running over behind. So the DFC, just to give you a definition of what the DFC is, it's a U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. This is a U.S. government agency that provides financing, loans, guarantees, and political risk insurance. And of course, the NIIF, which is a National Investment and Infrastructure Fund in India, that can also supplement, and you can look into long-term investments or obtaining money for different collaborations. And so the last few slides I had was intellectual property and how you could create policies to protect those partnerships by sharing your intellectual property and your joint ethics, data governance are some ideas to make sure that your policies align with the GDPR, which is probably the most stringent in the world when it comes to data policy. And I'm going to go through all this because, okay, and then national security. On top of all that, everything that you align between the two countries, you're always going to want to build in your national security is also going to be your health diplomacy and your health security, because we want security over all of it, right, and all these partnerships. So these are just some of the ideas that I came up with and had worked on even at the Defense Department, and hopefully they're applicable to some partnerships between the US and India as they move forward in drug development and trying to find therapies and cures for our kids and people around the world. So I'm excited, and we do have patients in India for SYNGAP1, but I wanted to also codify all this. So you always have to think about the will of the administration, and we all have to work with it. So I've worked under both Biden and Trump's administration, and they are different, but you just got to make sure that these policies, you want them codified into law so that they can't or be very hard to change next time if they work. So just keep that in mind. That is my contact information. I am available to answer questions, and also I do consulting with companies on situations like this. And I didn't get to play my video because I thought it was really cute, but thank you so much for letting me talk, and I hope this was helpful to you guys.
100%.
So.
Thank you so much, Monica. I really appreciate you in your new role in this administration on navigating Indo-US relationships. I have to sincerely apologize for missing the agenda. I missed one talk earlier. We were on time when we got back from lunch and started on time at 1:30. Somehow, again, we are lagging behind. My apologies, please. I feel I'm almost incapable of keeping time in these conferences. But I request all of you to help out so we can move into the next session right away with Dr. Terry Jo Bishel. And I won't say anything else. I'll invite her and the speakers on stage so we can have enough time, because they have an Uber ride already pre-booked, and we don't want to delay that. And if you need to grab coffee, the coffee will be there, but please don't go out now. Be seated. And as the panel discussion is going on, maybe one by one at a time, just go quickly grab the coffee and come back here so that we can listen to the talks. Thank you, and please welcome Terry Jo Bishel.
Okay, so to save time, can all my panel come on up and get in their seats? And if we could have Dr. Singh in the second seat, and if you two could go in the next two seats, and Sunitha in the last seat. Okay, we are going to speed because we are going to catch up. So we're going to run a tight ship here. So if you could, oh good, the slides are already up, fantastic. So really, we have a great topic. It should pull it all together. We're doing case studies, advancing rare diseases, lessons learned in case studies. So what I'm going to do also to save time is I'm not going to go through my long introductions. I'm just going to have each person introduce themselves, just say a couple of your favorite things about your backstory, if you don't mind. So if you can go to the next slide, or maybe I can. Yes. Okay, this is me. You already heard about me this morning. And the only thing I really didn't tell you was that my favorite project I've done in a long time was at the National Academy of Sciences. I was on a great committee where we reviewed the safety and efficacy of drugs for rare diseases and conditions in both the US and Europe. So I gave my panel instructions to only have one slide, but I cheated by putting so many things on my slide. I'm still going to speed through it because you heard my personal story, but now you can see what my son Lou actually looks like. And you can see him on the left-hand side. He was a baby when he was diagnosed. He's balding when he finally gets his treatment. And you can see me, there's actually photographic proof of me as a middle-aged lady learning how to do Westerns, and when I finally graduated with my PhD. And then 4 of the brilliant scientists who actually discovered the treatments that are in clinical trials right now for Angelman syndrome: Art Baudet, Scott Dindot, whose treatment is being trialed by Ultragenyx, Ben Philpott, who's working on a repurposed cancer drug, and Stan Crook, whose company Ionis made the ASO for Angelman too. And you can see the scientific pathway down below that, which I'm not going to go into, but it's very interesting, and it's the reason why Angelman is low-hanging fruit for this kind of a treatment. So what I did was start Combined Brain, and Combined Brain is a nonprofit consortium. It stands for Consortium for Outcome Measures and Biomarkers for Neurodevelopmental Disorders. We have 120 different patient advocacy groups that are part of Combined Brain, including the CACNA1A Research Foundation that Sunitha is representing today. The work that we do is all described in this middle panel, basically every single step from diagnosis all the way through the idea, all the way to the end, getting the application to the FDA. As part of that, we identified a lot of gaps, and some of those gaps are illustrated here. Number 1, something everybody today has talked about, which is putting patients in the center. And so that little panel and the bottom of the orange, that's showing how you absolutely have to put patients in the center. The next one over is a type of project called a disease concept model. This is one of the ways that the FDA has encouraged patient involvement from the beginning of every study, so we do disease concept models. The second one over, we identified through those disease concept models that one of the things that matters to patients is toileting. You can measure all kinds of things like seizure counts, number of new words a kid is speaking, number of steps he can walk in a 6-minute test, but are those meaningful to families? Not nearly as much as whether the child can take himself to the toilet or not. And there was no endpoint measuring improvement in taking yourself to the toilet. So we made one called the Observer Reported Toileting Ability Scale, and we've been working on it through GIVA. So GIVA has been supporting us for a couple of years now. We're almost done with this scale, and we're excited to let it be deployed by a lot of different neurodevelopmental disorders. We also have a big biorepository. We only opened 3 years ago. We already have 4,000 patients in there, something like 40,000 tubes, all different kinds of samples. We do biomarker studies. It's really fun. And our newest project is an EEG bank. So just like a blood bank, we now have an EEG bank. We get patients to donate their EEGs, put them in the bank, and then they can be analyzed across disorders. So that is my one-slide explanation of what I do, the lessons and gaps that we tried to learn, and what we did with Combined Brain. And now I'm going to go straight to Brian, I'm going to get him to introduce himself, come up here, and then switch to his slides, and then you have to talk really fast. 15.
All right, thanks so much for hanging in there. I'm hoping what I'll say, I will put some hopefully provocative things up, and I will call out a number of blind spots that I've seen happen. You might see me as a pediatrician. I spoke a bit last night. I'm also a drug developer. I've worked very diligently with various biopharma, including Novartis, Avexis, Vertex, all on pediatric programs, essentially all in rare disease. And now I'm focused in rare disease space from a nonprofit sector. So the title of my talk is Why Care for Rare? I have the best reason of all. My father died in a clinical trial of a rare cancer. We need to be talking about risk to benefit. My father had 3 months to live. He entered a trial. He was dead in 3 days. When we talk about needing medicines, we need research to prove things are safe and efficacious. But death is a risk. And no clinical trial should be worse than the disease itself. So I come from a grounding that I hope you all can appreciate. There's risk in clinical trials, drug developments, particularly with some of the novel new therapies. So I am a pediatric neurologist. I am currently the CEO of the Polgy Foundation. That's my friend Frederick, who passed away just 6 months ago from this terrible disease that none of you have heard of. I hope I can change that. I've got links to our organization. And one of the biggest blind spots is we talk about do this, do this. Patience is the most vicious word to share with our community of individuals touched by rare disease. They don't have time. Cells are dying, organs are dying, they're dying. So it's a really tricky balance to use a word like the process is the process. In many ways, I feel like the process just needs to be blown up because there's so many things wrong with it. But I'm not going to talk about all the things that are wrong with it. I want to be hopeful and I want to give optimism of where we're headed. So polymerase gamma, just in case you don't know, go way back into the evolution of the Earth, the original eukaryotic and prokaryotic cells. Your mitochondria came into the eukaryotic cell and became the powerhouse, the energy. And if you have a defect in this particular gene, you can't replicate your mitochondrial DNA. If you can't do that, energy fades. You power down, the cells die, the organ dies. It's a big deal. And to me, it's amazing that no one's ever heard of this gene. And so I'm on a campaign with our foundation to change that. I won't go into much detail, but this is just a good summary of the organs that are affected with mitochondrial defects. For Polgy, it's going to be liver failure or seizures. And that's ultimately what kills essentially the babies. The blind spot is how many of them are out there? We don't really know because no one's looking for it, including doctors. So the rare disease perspective in my experience in this space is you may be just at the tip of the iceberg. If we can uncover through genetic testing, awareness of physicians, providers, I believe there will be a lot more that we're going to learn about coming into the future. And I think it's going to be really important. It's been well established in the biopharma world that if you have new improved therapy, patients come out of the woodwork because now we're looking for them. And in this case, we need to command much bigger numbers to be able to draw interest into this space. So here's a publication from Norway, which happens to have a champion there. Omar Hikmat and his team there, they've done a mapping of Polgy because they have nationwide genetic testing, and they report that there's about 200 Norwegians who have Polgy disease. Now, the whole population of Norway is 5.63 million. Tiny country. It's about the size of the population of our state of Wyoming. It's about the size of the city Ahmedabad. I don't know if anyone's ever been there, but that's 5.6 million, which is equal to all of Norway. So how do you scale that when the US is 343 million? And then this publications came out of Bangalore, India, which made me extremely excited. There's genetic testing for Polgy. And if you do the math, about 1 in 20,000, just as a back of the envelope estimate, and you take India's population of 1.63 billion, are there actually 80,000 individuals in India with Polgy disease? We could do a clinical trial if there are 80,000 individuals. So I don't even know this is credible because no one knows this yet. But this is one of our challenges of rare disease. How many patients, how many individuals with Polgy are there, and where are they? So this gene has been pretty well annotated of the mutations that have been established. They're all over the gene. So that adds complexity to some of our gene precision, CRISPR, gene editing, base editing approaches. The mutations are all over this gene. It's rare, but they're everywhere. And these rare diseases know no borders. Another blind spot that I want to call out for all of you is we're talking about medicines, but what if there aren't medicines, and what if there aren't actually established medical care unique to this rare disease that we care about? It doesn't have to be Polgy, it could be whatever you're thinking, but the idea that care guidances of how do you take care of someone with EB or SSPE or some of the other conditions, Friedreich's ataxia, if you're not taking very good medical care of someone who has a diagnosis, how are you going to look after them when they're in a clinical trial and you're testing something on them? So I think, again, understanding the epidemiology is key, and understanding the natural history is key, and understanding how to take better care of them is key. So when patients speak, systems can change. And by the way, the systems are changing as we speak. There is such fluidity right now in the world between science, the internet, genomics, AI. But what do we have? We have the most powerful force of all. We have passion, we have motivation. We see the promised land of where we want to go with this. And so for me, the blind spot that I have to call out is academia and biopharma, and even some patient groups, they don't tend to share with each other because they're competitors. We have to be very clear about that. So there's a lot of waste, a ton of waste. And so patients and patient groups can help encourage, when appropriate, especially in pre-competitive space, that we should be learning from each other. We should be sharing resources. We should be sharing tools, reagents, and such. Here's a quick bullet of the Polgy Foundation, and this is sort of a strategy slide I presented to our board 3 years ago. We just started 3 years ago. And in the middle, we call ourselves the foundation, and our bedrock is the best of science. We're not based on hope. We're based on science. And so what we've done to really be a research advocacy group is we have raised awareness to raise money and deploy the money in certain areas. In the top left, those are 4 top academic labs that we have funded with some very substantial grant amounts to push Polgy research. We've created a toolbox of which we have put Frederick iPSCs in there. We've made Frederick transgenic mice in Padua, Italy, and Jackson Labs. We are doing a pioneer natural history study with Jiva right now, kicking that off. And the idea of this toolbox is we want to cultivate and attract people to come and do Polgy research. We've lowered the barrier of activation for them to come into this space. If you're academics, you're biopharma, and you want these tools to move your research out of the starting gate, talk to me. These are freely available. We also have other studies, smaller pilot grants. We've been partner sharing costs on efforts together with other patient groups because we know we can't do it alone. So I highly encourage any of you, if you think you're going to push things, push it together with people that are like-minded in your groups. Some of these things we believe can be monetized, and we've done that with some clever, very sophisticated legal contract jargon. That is not my wheelhouse. But I think what I do want to make sure I point out to you is that, 3 years ago I went to the top mitochondrial medicine conference in Cambridge, UK. I'm going there next week. When I went there 3 years ago, there was not one poster, not one talk about Polgy. This year, I already know there's going to be 26. That's making the needle move. But Frederick would say, so what about that Nature paper? How's that going to help me? And he's not kidding. We got to get to the clinic. So ultra-rare, what's the smallest ultra-rare approval that the FDA has ever done? Does anyone know? Nielsen, ASO. This is one that was way earlier. So this was 2015 in hereditary orotic acid. Look at this clinical trial. The phase 3 was 4 patients. Ultra-rare. There are pathways. I'm not saying this is common. This was freakish. But there have been ways that have been paved that we should be learning from and leveraging from. They're out there. And so I'm excited to tell you, it's been done. And when they did this program, this company called WellStout in Delaware when they came forward with it, they thought there were only 20 in the world. Since this approved therapy came on, they have over 1,000 around the world. Other small phase 3, Melicin, N of 1. Myozyme, John Crowley was sitting right up here. That original trial was about 30. Dantrolene was 12. Malignant hyperthermia. Alkaptonuria was about 5. Zolgensma, the gene therapy program that Frank Sazanowski talked about, the original patient population was 36 in that pivotal trial. Why I'm saying that is because those were small populations of rare disease, but they had overwhelming efficacy. Very clear endpoints. I'm going to say that again. They had overwhelming efficacy and very clear endpoints against natural history, against external controls. I don't believe any of these did placebo studies because they had enough external control data to leverage. Oops. So I am hopeful. I think there are ways forward. If you pull this reference right here, I think another blind spot, and I hate to bring this up if they're regulators, but the idea that oncology doesn't do placebo studies, that makes sense, right? You wouldn't want to put a cancer patient on placebo arm. So why does it make sense we put someone with a rare disease, life-threatening condition into a placebo arm? How is that okay? It's unethical. Yet non-oncology FDA is still mandating and requiring placebo-powered studies. And I understand this, the gold standard rule, but there are ways that we can now work around that, and we must. Regulatory flexibility has been shown. ASOs are now getting out there for 1 to 2 patients. Ultra-rare has pathways. I'm going to skip this because I don't think there's any family members here. And for those that are trying to do patient groups, I did want to point out one thing of a blind spot of if you're in rare disease space, and forgive me, this is sensitive, but we had a recent clinical trial in X-linked myotubular myopathy where a gene therapy replacement, 4 children died because they were given AAV doses for a muscle disease, but no one ever knew that they had biliary atresia and cholangitis problems with their X-linked myotubular myopathy gene muscle problem. So they found out in the clinical trial that biliary disease would kill these children if you gave them the AAV. 4 boys died in a trial just recently. That is not okay. That should have been known before they started the trial. And how would they have known that? The only way they would have known that if the X-linked MTM community had opportunities to do autopsies, post-mortems, on some of these tragic cases of children dying from X-linked MTM, and for families that are willing to donate their loved one's body to science, that would have been worth knowing. And I fear there are many other rare and ultra-rare diseases out there that are harboring unknown manifestations of their disease because we're so focused on maybe the muscle or the brain. That's a big watch out. So I'm going to give a couple tips real quick, and I know I'm going to be pushing the time, but just because you guys have already been thinking about this for so long, and I'm relatively new to this. If you go in and you mine on the internet, Google ChatGPT, what are the top 10 most common rare diseases? There's a good amount of overlap. Those are good places to start these conversations, including what Monica was just talking about. I put in bold the ones that are on both sides as top 10s, and I can't say these are vetted. I'm just telling you these are what I could Google and pull off the internet. There is synergies that you can't develop a drug in India if it's not relevant to a population in the US. Similarly, you can't develop a drug in the US and plan to take it to India unless India wants it. So let's start with lower hanging fruit where we know we have mutual needs. Vikram and Anthony presented a poster yesterday. I loved it. I don't know if they're here or not, but I asked for their, there he is. Hey, Vikram. So I wanted your picture here, so thanks for sending me the poster anyways. But what they did was they basically took the Venn diagram and said, approved or rare disease drugs in the US, approved drugs in India, and found what was the overlap. And it was about 130 to 140 drugs, presumably all generics. Most of them had to be probably small molecules. That's also a really good place to know that it can be done. And so, Vikram, my homework for you and Anthony is take those lessons learned of those 130 cases, deep dive it, figure out what was the timing between the two approvals, find out who the sponsors were they the same or not? I'm going to bet most of them weren't. And what are the pathways that we could leverage and learn from that? I guarantee you, you're going to teach all of us something, and you get to talk next year as the keynote speaker. Maybe. So to me, another blind spot, and Harsha, you know this. The genius of making medicines, it's not going to be old farts like me. It's going to be young ones like Anthony and Vikram. We need to be cultivating the next generation and encouraging them to be getting into rare disease space and getting them to think bold. Don't just be thinking me toos. And that's really where I love the idea that you've had those poster sessions, you have students here. Wonderful. I think I went the wrong way. Who are the key stakeholders? I think what Monica just said was phenomenal. So I'm still processing some of the things she said. But I think there's going to be some really amazing things on the horizon. And I want to come back to the idea that science is foundational. Hope is not a strategy. You have to use science. You have to understand the mechanism of action of your drug. You need to understand your target. You have to respect the disease and the disease process. And what I mean by that is if your spinal cord motor neurons are gone, you give that child Zolgensma, which brings in gene replacement, it won't matter. It's futile because the motor neurons you were trying to save are already gone. So you have to understand the disease process. And everything's, in my world, are pointing everything to younger and younger with some of the more exciting, novel, innovative gene editing, gene therapy, gene replacement approaches. Pain points. Harsha, you sort of had a slide to this. How does India solve the pain points of global pharma? And I would just, real quickly, I'm happy to debate any of these with anyone, but I just put thumbs up on the places where I know India can solve the pain points of global pharma. Some places not so easy. IP's a tricky one, funding's tricky, pricing's tricky, but there are places up here that I see easy wins of pulling India into this conversation. So my quick question to all of you to be provocative is, why does India need to anchor to the US? I actually would say there are some things I know that India's got capabilities that far exceed what's in the US. And there are hospitals in India that are as equal or better than the best in the US. I had a fantastic conversation with Cyrus Poonawala. I don't know if anyone knows him. He's a good dude, but he was poking me at a meeting. He said, no vaccine should ever cost more than a cup of tea. And at the time I was working with Novartis, and Novartis was in the vaccine business, and I'm ashamed to tell you how much a vaccine from Novartis cost at the time. So his model has always been small margin, big volume. And he's now the biggest vaccine producer for the world by dose. He's got all the top quality manufacturing capabilities in India. He doesn't need the US. The US needs him. AstraZeneca depended on his Serum Institute of India for their COVID vaccines. So to be provocative, someone like Cyrus or someone like him, or maybe a division of his Serum Institute could become the Gene Therapy Institute of India. And you don't have to pick all the gene targets. Pick the ones that matter in India and in the US. And if some of these AAV replacements are one-time IV doses, the cost of goods may be high, but you can treat one patient per one IV dose. And I like the idea of your bridge, Harsha. It's typically two-way, right? But maybe there could be a pathway that some of the lanes are going from India first and then come to the US. There may be a fast-track lane. There may be bigger products, trucks. There may be smaller products, rare disease. But I really like the idea, and I would challenge everyone instead of saying why we got to do it that way. I love the idea of why not do it that way. And I hope that's not too crazy of talk for end of the day. Thank you.
That was fantastic. And now let's have the next contestant coming on up. Oh, actually, wait a minute. I think we have our guest from India next. Yes, sorry about that. I did, but I made a mistake. Okay, so we're going to have instead, our next person will be Professor Shefali Jalati. If you can pull up the Zoom.
That's okay. I can do without.
Oh, no, it's the lady from India, the professor from India is going to talk about it. Yeah. Mhm. Okay. Oh, good. There she is. Fantastic. It's working. So, Dr. Gulati, if you can introduce yourself, I would be much obliged. And we do have to make up some time. So I hate to make you go quickly, but we'll have to ask you to do that. Thank you so much.
Here past midnight, and you're having a wonderful session and a wonderful program. So the topic Harsha gave me was Advancing Rare Diseases CNS Perspective, and I look after the Child Neurology and Center of Excellence in Advanced Research in Neurodevelopmental Disorders, and work in the field of rare diseases and neuromuscular disorders and epilepsies and neurodegenerative diseases. Coming to how India has a difference compared to the world, as we all know that the rare diseases definition varies from country to country, and the WHO takes us at 1 or less per thousand, and that has been there behind that rare disease policy, where the definition is not taken, but this has been quoted in the rare disease policy of India. And but there are many, and the problem with India is there is a lack of epidemiological data. And but the ICMR has recently, 7 years back, they started the rare disease registry of ICMR. We are a part of that, and now they are trying to link it with the Government of India Center of Excellence, and maybe that will now the number of conditions in that registry is also the disease epidemiology. Coming to the national policy for rare disease, it was 2021, they had modified it, and it's by the Ministry of Health. The older policy document, which was there in 17, was revised in this time, and our national digital infrastructure was introduced with the online portal and linked to crowdfunding. And a lot of Center of Excellences have been made pan-India, 15 so far, and there are certain Nidan Kendras by the Department of Biotechnology for early diagnosis and genetic screening. And basically there has been, for the implementation realism, there is a blend between the public and the philanthropy which is there, and state participation and sustainability focus. So basically right now you have patient-centric and equity focus. There is to reduce the out-of-pocket expenditure in rare disease. So you have to have a, in the rare disease policy has 3-tier classification for rare diseases. Group A has something like a stem cell transplantation on a bone marrow transplantation, where you have one-time curative therapies. Group 2 has lifelong but low to moderate cost, like those metabolic disorders. Group 3 has the high cost long-term definitive therapies, like you have for DMD, SMAs, and which have prohibitive cost. So, but as of now, the financial architecture is that the Government of India is supporting up to around, they've capped it at rupees 50 lakh per patient, and they have also linked to a national crowdfunding portal where the patient details are uploaded so as to invite the crowdfunding for paying for beyond the 50 lakh. And the Center of Excellences which are there, the AIMS Center of Excellence is the nodal Center of Excellence, and there are 14 more, and they are networked for diagnosis, treatment, counseling, and capacity building. The SMA management has had the new medications have And now recently, the Risdiplam was the one which is also approved by the DCGI in India. And even the NATCO has received approval. And Zolgensma has also received approval by the DCGI. So there has been all this, the treatment for all these conditions have been going on for last 5 years, basically started with humanitarian access program. And now getting it up, through crowdfunding portals and also from the health, supported by the, like you have this CGHS where you have central government, the beneficiary schemes from the employment side. They're also providing support. The DMD has also come up in big way with the disease modifying therapies with the exon skipping, stop codon read through, the atelurin and we have the Elvidis, which is there, and the Givinostat, and a newer agent has been Vamlorone as well, which is there. And rare genetic epilepsies has so many specific precision medicine treatment. Many of them may not be very expensive, but yes, tiripentol is expensive in India. So, but when you have so much of precision medicine and coming on in these conditions, and as it was earlier mentioned, we have a huge population. So exactly, they are not very rare. I mean, when you take as a total number, the patients we handle. We just recently had 16th to 21st September, we had the Asian Oceanian Child Neurology Congress in New Delhi, and we had a global plenary symposium on rare disease, in which we had Dr. Harsha was the co-chair of the session, and we had participations from across the globe. And what we discussed, I'll be putting in the 2 slides, that, like the National Policy for Rare Disease, yes, you do have these 3 group classifications and a capping of rupees 50 lakh, but the National Registry is also there. We're trying to get all select tax and custom duty relaxations, but they are applied for individually patient-wise. Then the issues of LMIC was discussed, in which it was proposed that we should strengthen the nationwide registries, increase the number of diseases, and we are trying to include the follow-up also of in these registries. And to decentralize the services, integrate the newborn screening, which is very important, in the maternal child programs. Newborn screening has not as yet been implemented in a, as a national scale. Because once you diagnose a person with a condition, it is ethically important and legally important to treat that particular person. So that means the policy has to ensure for treatment for that particular child who we are going to be diagnosed. And so you have to have adopt a sustainable and, pool finances has to come. Everything cannot be from the government. And here the public-private partnerships play an important role. As I mentioned to you, the constraint of newborn screening, we had participants, experts from Turkey and Taiwan. They had explained how they started from smaller, nodal sites, and then they expanded. So right now it is being proposed that if the Center of Excellence can be starting to do the newborn screening, and also the Center of Excellence 15 are very less for our huge population. So government is trying to increase the number of Center of Excellence, and like you have the, spokes in a wheel model, then in that case, then you'll have a draining particular region to these centers of excellence. And that is how, we'll have to suspect early, do a confirmatory testing and timely therapy, as was very rightly mentioned by my preceding speaker, that, you may try to give gene therapy, but once all those, the neurons have been damaged, it becomes very very difficult. See, I have given 24 patients Zolgensma till now. But my response in all of them have been positive, but they have not been as dramatic as what would have been if you give it in the first 6 weeks before the damage has taken place. So the importance of early screening. And these registries, which are very important, will enable the government to make policy prioritization. And we will be adding the follow-up part, will give us a natural history data and trial readiness. And the challenges actually are because of heterogeneity, interoperability, sustained funding, and obviously there's always a question of data sharing and ethics which comes up. Then the policy gaps and comparators, and India lacks a dedicated Orphan Drug Act. They have strong R&D incentives are not there, as like Taiwan and Japan and Korea experts have shared that there is a lot of incentive given to the industry, for getting into the area of rare disease. So you have a scope to align the reimbursement and regulatory levels. So the 5 points, which are my final ones, are the Drug Controller Journal of India has this orphan drug definition, which was there. Orphan is should not be used. It's a misnomer, I understand, and it is. Everybody, it's all conditions are important and very precious. So this new drugs and control trials, which was clinical trials, was there in 2019, and there were some waivers for imports. They have been cell and gene therapy guidelines are evolving, and there is a digital portal, Sugam portal, for for every submission to reduce the delay. Then on the other side, there are a lot of patient challenges. Many of them, you must have heard of diagnostic, your disease, they take so much time for them to diagnose before they reach an expert who can diagnose, and high out-of-pocket cost, limited treatment availability, and a psychosocial burden, and a very fragmented, non-coordinated care pathways. You has to have some streamlined effort so as to break the maze for the families. And the support groups, the support groups and register, the map via the registries and networks, build capacity, both governance and fundraising, policy recognition and seed funding. Create a single window for helplines and portals. They should not be lost by the maze with so many things there. And then you have to have collaboration. Collaboration is the key. Joint advocacy platforms involve the patient organizations and registries, trials, and outcome selections. It's very important to have a lived-in thing. And very, I mean, we noticed that with rare disease, most of the leaders have been parents who have been struggling and trying to overcome challenges given to for their own children and for all over globally as such. So the outcome of the trials and all outcome parameters, everything have to involve a lived in individual. So you should have parents or children as the case may be, and regular forums for guideline co-development and knowledge exchange. One has to learn from the experience of others. Then stakeholder and private sector, national and multi-stakeholder platforms, there should be transparent data sharing and provider training, local manufacturing and tech transfer, and public-private partnerships and digital health. And affordable diagnostics is important. Indian Council of Medical Research and peers to fund the indigenous R&D, set up reference labs for validation and QA, and use the public-private partnership to scale the low-cost genetic testing technologies. This is just a picture to show the panel we had and wonderful discussions we had in the panel, which Harsha was co-chairing. Thank you for your patient listening. I'm available on my email, shifaligulati@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, you covered a lot. Okay, and now we will have finally Nandita Roy next. And Saikat Sarkar, did you want to go? Okay, here we go.
Good evening. Our presentation or our, for the next 10, will take 10 minutes. It will be a little different from some of the stuff that got just discussed. I think most of you know why we are here, other than, of course, on the day one when we spoke. I've spoken to almost all of you, I can see here. So this is, we are basically, our niece, who's 8 years now, has been affected with something called SSPE. And we are here to talk about, the first part will be what happened, and the next part will be about SSPE and what we need possibly from this audience. It will be very short, and if you have any questions, please ask. So this was 2022, November, she was 5 years then, and because she was the youngest in the family, in a family where the kids were all about 18, 20 around. So obviously a 5-year-old kid gets a different kind of attention. And just to give a background, she was adopted when she was 6 months by her parents who live in Bangalore. So when she was about 5 years old, she used to keep coming to Calcutta. They live in Bangalore. She used to keep coming to Calcutta. And for people who don't know the geography, it's about 2.5 hours flight. So it was November, and I saw that every evening when I would take her out into the field, she would trip. And then we started discussing, and someone said that possibly her shoe size is a little bigger than what it should be. And we were discussing we need to get her a smaller shoe or something. It continued, then we got her a smaller shoe, and I think somewhere it went under the carpet. November 15th is when the World Cup in Qatar started. I still remember the dates because we went to Qatar to watch World Cup. We came back very happy seeing Ronaldo and seeing Messi. When I landed up in Calcutta, Nandita told me that, there's something strange that is having. She's having shivers and twitches. So we did not know what it was. So we obviously went to doctors around, doctors who we knew. They said it could be epilepsy, it could be something else, we don't know. Finally, her father, who was then in Bangalore, said, send her to Bangalore, we'll figure this out there. So I still remember the dates. November 6th, she flew back to Bangalore with her mother. November 7th, she was seen by doctors in Bangalore. And by 9th November, I still remember the date, the doctor in Bangalore was on a phone with me. He said, I'm suspecting this is SSP. I said, what is SSP? I did not even know what it was. So he explained to me, and he said, there's no cure for this. There's absolutely no cure anywhere in the world. And he says, I don't know, and the prognosis is extremely poor, the least to say. So that is where it started. He recommended us to Niemans. Niemans is the most well-known neurological institute in India, in Bangalore. So we got her there. The doctors tested her, and they confirmed it was SSP. And that's when the journey with this disease started. So we had no understanding of what it was, how to handle it, who to speak to. Then obviously first thing you do is Google search, speak to doctor friends, then start doing some research. We spoke to, I think, so many doctors across the globe, including researchers in Japan, where SSP had happened, and there was someone who had done research. So he explained to us that there's nothing that could have been done. I think we spoke to almost all doctors, relevant doctors, including, I think, Dr. Shefali Gulati also. So all of them said that there's nothing much that you can do other than, doing these things, few things. In 3 months from someone, who used to play around, run around, speak 3 languages, do a Google search, run her favorite cartoons. She was 5 years then. In 3 months from that stage, she went on to become bedridden, completely bedridden, lost her vision, had no, even she needed help in turning around. She still is in that state. We then slowly started, finding out if there are other people who had this, and we were shocked to see what we saw and what we got to know. So if you look, I don't know how many of you have seen the poster there. So we did a quick search. We got together a group of about 260 odd patients and patient families. And almost all of them were sub 10. Few of them were between 10 and 15 years. And the biggest population was in the state of Maharashtra and Rajasthan, right?
Yes.
Rajasthan.
No, I was just checking if that data is there. So it's there on the poster. Yeah,
So close.
Yeah. So sorry. So we are still part of an informal patient group. It's informal as in it's just about a WhatsApp group. That's it. And there are about 160 odd patients there, children there, all of them children. Children, 50% of them are below the age of 15. So we tried to see what sort of age distribution, whether they were all vaccinated, whether they were all vaccinated on time.
what was the state-wise distribution, and that is what we had put it up on the poster. I'm sorry, that's what I was trying to check. I do not have it here on this presentation, but state-wise, we saw Maharashtra was the highest concentration, followed by Gujarat and, pardon me? Yes, that's the belt. But the cases were there from almost every state of India. And then we started, searching out how is the distribution, whether it happens at all outside India, and we found that there are cases in Pakistan, in Turkey, and we came across reports which are there in the public domain, research papers, which are talking about re-emergence of SSP in the UK, in Turkey, in Germany, in USA, in Georgia. I think I have that. Yes, so there, a 2025 report which talks about a fulminant case of SSP in the UK. Then a re-emergence again in UK, followed by, this is in Italy, I think. So there are, this is a report showing SSP data from Georgia. So you can see the increase. This is data till 2017, though it is a bit old, but not that old back. Followed by Republic of Korea, and this is from Germany. So these are all out there in the public domain. So in fact, there was a case, I was telling someone, a case of SSP fatality in LA County as recent as September this year, so which is 2 months back. And advisory following that death was put up by LA County, a public health advisory, which talks about the risk of SSP being higher than it is typically known. They are actually mentioning that instead of the commonly accepted number of 1 in 100,000, it might be as high as 1 in 600. I'm sorry, I don't have the link, but I can, you can do a public search and see. They're talking about a risk as high as 1 in 600. And it has been, and let me just, while we are speaking, let me just quickly say what is SSP. SSP is a complication of the very common measles virus. And measles has an R0, which is the how contagious it is, an indication of how contagious it is. Measles has an R0, which is higher than that of COVID-19. It is one of the highest amongst all viral infections, which is why all countries and WHO tracks the eradication of measles country-wise as a very top priority thing. And it's ironical that viral infection, which is tracked so closely, in fact, India also has it very high on priority. That is why it runs vaccination schedules and all. So it is ironical that a viral disease, which is so high priority on most countries' health agenda, public health agenda, a complication of that virus, which has a fatality rate of 95% on paper, and in actual terms it might be as high as 99%, is not talked about anywhere. It is almost as if it is swept under the carpet. We approached ICMR, we approached Ministry of Health and Family Welfare to include it as part of national policy of rare diseases. But as per definition, SSP did not qualify because it had no treatment. So it was a typical catch-22 situation where it is not a rare disease because it has no treatment, and it has no treatment because it is in no one's horizon. So it's not part of any registry, it's not part of any conversation, not much research is done. So with that, I think, that is one thing. So it has a high fatality rate, very high fatality. It is neurodegenerative. It is, there is no treatment for it, and there is no protocol for even the palliative care. So the supportive maintenance has also no protocol, accepted protocol. So
in fact, people support each other over WhatsApp group.
Yeah, the parents support each other
on palliative care over WhatsApp group, saying, please do this, please do that. I mean, that's how it runs.
So while we were doing all this, and for the last 3 years, and the parents were busy, so taking care of the child every minute of the day, I happened to write a message to Harsha on LinkedIn. And I remember it was a Saturday, or I think a Sunday.
It was a Sunday when
and Harsha called back. And from there, he gave us so much hope, and we are standing here right now talking to all of you about SSP. So you want to talk about what is it that we want?
Our ask is very simple. So we'll take 1 more minute. Our ask is very simple. Please help us with finding some discovery path on this. I've had a long chat with Sambit. I've had a long chat with many of you here on this subject. Please help us. And if this is the best audience which can do that for us, that's one. 2 is we have other challenges which we'll try and address. We'll take your experience. One is some of these parents are under tremendous financial stress, and as a result of which they drop the kids from getting the right treatment. And to us, every person who lives has a right to live a dignified life till the end comes. So financially, we are trying to get a model in place. If you have any ideas, we'll be very happy to hear that. And as we say, cross-border and collaboration and research. Any other options on treatments, we would be very happy to discuss. In India, we have tried optional treatments, but most of them have failed. I mean, all of them have failed. We don't have a way forward other than, running it day-to-day forward. Out of those 161 kids she's talking about, 159 will be in this state that I spoke about. Any support, anything that you can please do will be wonderful, and I'll keep engaging with all of you to see how we could reduce the pain for the patients. There are mental issues. We're trying to also get counseling for some of them. If there is a body here which can help us, that would be wonderful, because most of these parents, I was telling Sambit, are under tremendous mental stress, and they need counseling more than anything else. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us here.
Thank you so much. And Sunitha, if you could come on up.
Waiting for my slide. So I'll just start by saying I'm Sunitha Malapati. I'm the Vice President of the CACNA1A Foundation, and I have a daughter who's just turned 8, and she has a CACNA1A related disorder, which is a neurodevelopmental disorder. Since this is the last, last presentation of the day, I thought this video, there's one more. I wanted to play this video, but I don't know if the sound.
And she was
ten years old.
Avery is a hilarious little human. He is 7 going on 8.
and he likes to use me as a jungle gym, as you can see. He has ataxia, global development.
My name is Karen.
Paul.
Paul, and we are from Chicagoland area.
Emery Greathouse is our youngest of 6, and she is our CAC 1A champion, and she was diagnosed at 2.5, and she's 5.
My daughter Sammy is almost 16 and has a CAC 1A disorder. She was diagnosed when she was 10 years old.
Avery is a hilarious little human. He is 7 going on 8, and he likes to use me as a jungle gym, as you can see. He has ataxia, global developmental disorder, amongst a plethora of other symptoms.
So I have a 6-year-old daughter who was diagnosed in 2020, and when she was diagnosed, we basically were told that there was nothing out there that could help us. And that's what we went home with, that information. And so we decided to reach out to a bunch of random doctors we found online. And within 2 months of that happening, we found a message in a Facebook group that this foundation was starting. And so it was really fortuitous because we were lost and we were really looking for support, and the foundation became our home.
The priorities of the CAC 1A Foundation are to advance research, support families, and raise awareness of CAC 1A related neurodevelopmental diseases. I would like people to know that the CAC 1A Foundation is an organization run by parents who have a sense of urgency to find a cure for their children. Our mission, all the work that we are doing, is truly geared toward that end, and we will stop at nothing. We've started to find our families wherever they are, and we found 300 families so far, but we know there are so many families out there that either have this diagnosis or have this condition but have not been diagnosed yet.
Sammy didn't have a diagnosis until she was 10, and that wasn't for lack of trying. She'd had lots and lots of testing, but she had an umbrella cerebral palsy diagnosis. And I suspect there are lots of other adults, teens, kids out in the world with sort of a generic CP diagnosis that it actually has some other genetic cause.
The conference is always a magical experience to be able to be in community with people who get it. It's a feeling that you have when you are around people that you don't have to explain anything to. They aren't looking at your child or you as a parent and wondering, anything weird about you. And so you're really among your people, and I don't think a lot of people have that feeling when they are living in their own local communities. This is the one space where no questions asked, we just get it, and that's really special.
It's been a really great resource for us, and we would probably have been lost without the foundation, so just a huge resource.
We're just so grateful that the foundation is here for all the families.
With regard to advancing research, we have put together a collaborative international research network that's made up of over 60 scientists and clinicians from around the world.
So I've gone to the scientific meetings of the CAC 1A Foundation, which have been fantastic. Working with this group of people in the network has been both inspiring and has been tremendous help for the way that I think of this problem.
I love this foundation so much. I mean, this gene, this disorder, these patients are pretty much what I'm establishing my research program on, and so it's going to be something that I will hopefully be able to explore for the next 10, 20 years until I retire. My research statement was just dripping with CAC 1A because that is who I am as a scientist.
We all hope and wish that some of our research is going to have an impact in the world.
The scientists are they're so eager to meet the families and work with the families and engage with the families and with each other. They've all become very, very close. And I think that my biggest takeaway is that we can make a difference. We can truly make a difference in the work that we're doing. There's no question that we will get to a cure or to new treatments because everybody is 100% all in.
The foundation has helped me and my family in so many ways, but I think number one, just giving us a lot of hope and optimism and about science and what's ahead.
The foundation has given us community and given us hope.
It's a huge support system. There are so many pieces to this puzzle, and I think the foundation really helps you kind of navigate this process. So for us, I'd just say it's really invaluable. Get involved, get connected, get to know some of the families.
The CAC1A Foundation is at this really unique moment in time. So we live in a time where genetic therapies are becoming reality for so many different communities, and we just need to have the infrastructure to take advantage of that. And so I think it's really important for all of us to think about investing in research. We know the science is there, we just don't have the money to fund it.
Please, if you have an idea, if you know someone who can help us, raise money so that we can support the work that we're doing, if you have a skill, don't be shy. Please come to us, because we really want to bring you in and, be sustainable and last forever, because our kids are counting on us.
So I just wanted to share that, because I think, first of all, we're at the end of the day. You guys have heard a lot of speeches and different initiatives that are going on. But I think what I wanted to sort of emphasize in this work is that everything has to be centered around the patient community, and there's incredible strength and progress that can happen if we base all of our work across the spectrum around the lived experience. As you saw in the video, I thought it was really important to show that lived experience is not only critical, but it's nuanced. So like most rare diseases, or actually all diseases, there's incredible heterogeneity across the population, which is why I think it's so important to engage with and center your work around partnerships with patient advocacy groups who are engaging the entire spectrum of the community. Because that lived experience is going to inform all of the work that we all do, but it's very nuanced, and you have to actually understand the nuance of the lived experience, which is going to be a little bit different than what potentially is reported in maybe a publication or a case study. The second thing about what's so critical, I think, around the work that patient advocacy groups are doing by centering the patient experience and the lived experiences, that they are actually building, and what we've built through the CAC1A Foundation that is incredibly powerful for the work that we are trying to do, is a multi-stakeholder collaboration. And we really believe that bringing together not only the basic researchers, but the translational researchers and the clinical researchers and clinicians who are seeing our families with the focus and urgency that our patient advocacy brings to the table is critical for even informing all the way back into the rare disease diagnosis, rare disease basic research stages. So what mouse models are we creating? What sort of variants are we focusing on our proof of concept studies on? All of that stuff can be informed by actually the lived experience, and what we've seen is that there's incredible duplication and inefficiencies in the process when the patient's voice and patient's needs are not centered along that continuum. So I know we didn't have a lot of time, so I'm going to stop there, and then I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, I'd like to give everybody a round of applause. And then I want to sum up what I learned and have each person give one last statement. What I learned from our speaker, Dr. Gulati, is there is a lot going on in India, a lot. And we can partner with all the efforts going on in India. What I learned from Brian Singh is that that's a great idea to start in India and come back this way rather than the other way around. I think that's brilliant. What I learned from our other three speakers is that this kind of passion is what is really going to drive discovery. And all of us have the resources that we can give to help these efforts. So I really want to thank all of you for speaking. And if you can pick up your mic right next to you and give one closing statement, and that'll be our lessons learned for the day. Thank you.
Do you want me to start, Terry Jo? Can you guys? Okay. I think I feel like I just went through this, but collaboration is critical to finding new treatments and centering the lived experience of patients and what matters to them, what's clinically meaningful to them, and what the unmet need is that they're trying to get a treatment for is critically important, because all the science and technology that exists in the world doesn't matter if we can't actually translate it to human impact. So thanks.
Yeah, these last 2 days have been really, really enriching for me. And what I understood was that very important critical components were all present in place. I think what we all now need to focus is bringing everyone together and probably, utilize the synergy that's already there. I'm saying this because there is a lot of research and lot of activity already happening in the neurological space in terms of research, in terms of studies, in terms of data, in terms of, so we can probably, utilize the synergy there and look into adjacent spaces where, let's say, repurposing of drugs for adults, whether they can be used for pediatric uses, because the symptoms seem to be very similar, although the patient group here is almost all children. So I guess, as the previous panel was saying, is that how we structure the studies, maybe not start from zero, but start from somewhere, well ahead, somewhere in the middle, and see if we can minimize the risks and find something by way of a protocol and a treatment. So, very hopeful.
I think end of it, I'm very hopeful that we will be able to find a way into this. I mean, we were quite lost when it all started. I think after coming here, I realized 95% of people with rare diseases and their families thereof are in the same stage that we are in. And I think we collectively need to share our experiences and understand, Nandita said that, take each other's experience. Already a lot of research has been done in many of these rare diseases, and we need to pick up from them, get this together, not only on the disease, but also on mental issues, on the other issues that go along with it. So I'm very hopeful, and I hope to be engaging with all of you to see that both of us, to see that if we can get a solution to our SSP.
I'll keep this really simple. The best way to predict the future is you create it. I think if we took the brain trust of who we have here all together and online, I know we could do some impossible things. So let's do it.
Yep. Thanks. Thank you, everybody.
So we have one last presentation, but not one of the most important programs that I mentioned about, which is Pitch for Rare, startup pitch contest. And we have a participant who has traveled from 8 hours or 10 hours of driving. Yeah. And Tarun Mamidi, I'll like to invite you to give your talk, and then we will have some open mic, and then we can wrap up after that. So please hang on to your seats, and let's see how we can provide any feedback for Tarun, who is going to present his. Do we have Tarun's, did you have a PowerPoint? Let us know when when the slide is up there and Tarun can take stage. And then if any of you like to do a 60-second pitch after Tarun, you could take the microphone after that, just for, okay, while we are waiting. I don't know how soon, do you need a couple minutes to get that slide? Okay. So does anybody want to share a thought? Now is, yes, Madhu, come over.
Is that okay? I just wanted to understand, where is the SSP group? Have they disappeared?
I see there, she's standing.
Ah.
I think it's more complicated. Yeah. We need to dig deeper. Yeah. Open mic time. If anybody likes to take the microphone, share a thought while we get Tarun's PowerPoint up on the screen. Now is the opportunity. Okay.
Everyone might know me, but my name is Hansika Yakala, and I'm the photographer. I'm a young student photographer in the DMV area, and I just wanted to advertise myself. So I'm currently in 10th grade in Chantilly High School. I'm interested in business and engineering. And I was wondering if anyone has Instagram, please follow my page. It's called hansika.cr2. And also, if you have any doubts on if any 16th parties or anyone live in this area and need any photography for their children's 16th birthday or any weddings, please reach out to me through that Instagram account. Also, I'm doing a research project on, I'll tell the exact title because I know everyone here is like much more educated than me. It's called The Effect of Nitrogen Oxide Concentration on Electrical and Colorimeter Response of Biodegradable Wearable Sensory Patches. So it's a nitrogen oxide patch where people wear it near nuclear oxide areas, power plants, so that real-time engineers that work there can know the nitrogen oxide levels in that area, and they'd have more safety with that and have real-time access to the information through just a biodegradable patch where they can wear. And if anyone has any pointers to it, because I'm doing ISEF currently, and I just wanted to see if anyone has pointers or any other tips for that project, please let me know and reach out to me. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Hansika, for sharing that, and thank you for your wonderful photography. You are moving everywhere and capturing from different angles. We all very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey, Harsha, I just wanted to compliment you that since the gala that I saw, you allowed the junior students to actually be the MCs, to young entrepreneurs, students like her, take part in this conference and be actually active. It's really remarkable. I think it's a great experience and exposure that these kinds of young professionals get, which normally they would not get. So actually, it's a kudos to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to the entire team, and we will do a quick vote of thanks once Tarun is done. Do we need a couple more minutes? Okay. Anyone else wants to take the microphone? All right.
I have just learned a little bit about when I met Harsha first time about rare disease from her personal experience. And today I have learned so much about rare disease and amazing leaders, and all of you guys are bringing this work. It just really commendable, and I'm so happy to be just learn from you, meet you, and let's continue spreading the happiness together. Thank you.
Thank you, Kapil, for teaching us how to be happier. Smile 400 times a day. All right, we are ready for Tarun.
Awesome. Thank you for giving me the stage and the opportunity. Since I've seen a lot of researchers and patients or their families, is it okay if I put on my researcher hat instead of pitching as a company? Awesome. So the tagline is delivering faster accurate, and affordable genetic results. This is, I think we have the same tagline with Jiva, but thankfully I'm not competing because I'm not in the clinical trials section. I'm more in the diagnosis and figuring out what's actually causing the disease, part of the problem. So this is, I don't know, most of you know, this is part of how the genetic diagnosis process goes. You go to a diagnostic center, give your blood sample, they sequence your DNA, figure out, identify which mutations are causing the disease, and then they make these reports and send it back to your clinician. There is a lot that you can learn from your DNA and genetic results. There are guidelines on what goes on the report and what doesn't go on the report. But at least for the clinical part, they only focus on the symptoms and the disease that they want to diagnose instead of everything else. For the clinical trials part, you need to know all the pharmacogenomics, what drugs you need to give to a patient, and what you shouldn't, is also inferred from our genetics, right? But some diagnostic centers do, some don't. But the real problem is analyzing this data. So you have around, if you do whole genome sequencing, which I recommend everyone to do, if you do whole genome sequencing, you see around 5 million mutations per patient. The task of geneticists and clinical analysts is to identify which one or two mutations that are actually causing the disease. Most of the rare diseases are caused like monogenic, meaning disease caused by a single gene. In some cases, digenic, 2 or more genes.
Keeping time, let's say 5-minute pitch and 5-minute Q&A.
Sure. All right. So the difficult part, the challenging part is analysis. You need to trim down from 5 million mutations, you need to identify which mutations are causing the disease, right? This is a manual analysis right now. Clinical analysts go through, there are certain guidelines where you can filter down to 100 or 200 mutations, but still you need to manually go through each mutation and see if the symptoms align with what you're seeing with the gene that you're looking at. And in some cases, you have databases where it tells you that we have already seen this mutation in some other patients, and we call it pathogenic. But in a lot of cases, you wouldn't have much information because most rare diseases are not seen in these public databases. So what you do, the next step is go through literature, right? Are there any studies about this disease, about these symptoms? So for any patient, typically, it takes around weeks to even bring up the report for that patient. So our solution is AI-based. I'm sure a lot of you have turned out to Google or ChatGPT when you're trying to figure out what's causing the disease, right? But these are generalist systems. They're not specialized in any field. But what you can do is tweak these as agents and give them access to tools of these databases and clinical trials tools, and make them specific as a geneticist or clinical analyst, and ask them to review all the variants, automate the process, and figure out which are matching the symptoms that we see in the patient. And that's our platform, AVA. This is an example of how diagnostic centers can use it. It's a easy-to-use interface. You upload your sequencing data, mostly VCF files, and you ask, are there any pathogenic variants in this sample? And it will make a plan. It will execute some steps, query the database, search through literature, search through these databases where there are already reported mutations, and presents you with an answer. If you see on the left side, there are MCPs and tools. Tools is where we are configuring these PubMed articles, clinical trials. We also have in-house knowledge base with around 200,000 nodes, genes, drugs, and 4 million relationships between genes and drugs and articles. And MCPs is where I think we can use external databases. Let's say if Jiva has a database of clinical trials, they can make an MCP, and we can configure it here. And when a patient wants to learn more about their gene, they can ask about, hey, are there any clinical trials running currently for this gene or a disease? And it will go talk to their API, to their database, and maybe, hopefully, if there are any, it'll come back with an answer. We also have HIPAA compliance, where you can detect PHI before it sends out to these API LLMs. We also have a bunch of models, Gemini, OpenAI. Some of them are thinking models which perform better than others, and we can also connect to this with existing systems, right? We have an API. We can connect to other systems and call our agent, question our agent, and our agent does, because it has data of your genetic material, it can query the VCF, the mutations, and it can send you the answer back. I won't go through this because not many investors are here, but we cater towards diagnostic centers, research labs, hospitals, because we want to automate the process, and it's easy to connect. Yeah, and I'm the founder and CEO. I have a PhD in bioinformatics from UAB, and I'm working with a lot of people to benchmark this, because this is the first time AI agents are entering into the diagnostic space. And if you are researchers, if you want to test the tool, and I'm happy to work with you and improve it. Awesome. Thanks.
Any questions?
And your system can be connected to NCBI database and scan for the literature available there. Are known genes already, are known mutations, there is literature available.
Yeah,
okay?
we already have a tool for searching through literature. So when you ask a question, it will automatically query the PubMed database and bring you the articles, relevant articles. Yeah.
How long does it take the entire process from sample collection to result report?
Depends on the disease. For rare diseases, in general, diagnostic centers a bit of time to sequence the samples, and then time to analyze, and then generate a report. Typically, it takes around 6 weeks, but if it's a rare disease, it might take more, because they have to look through more literature and more research.
So from an entrepreneur perspective, how many end users, customers have you spoken with? Have you, what first-hand feedback have you received so far?
So I've been working with UAB, my PhD institution, and Children's Mercy. That's my current full-time job. While they were testing, since this is a new area on how to use AI tools, even when you ask ChatGPT, the same question will give you different results, right? So you need to give a lot of context. You need to make up your question in a way that the agent understands, breaks it down into steps. if you just say analyze this sample, it doesn't know what to do. So you need to actually tell it, hey, I'm interested in this area. I have these symptoms that I'm interested in. Can you search literature? And it will actually do that because it has access to it. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have an ask for this community? How can we help?
Collaborations. If you are a researcher, I would like to, test the tool. If you are a diagnostic center, I would like to, benchmark this. If you have like samples, we can run through it and see how it's performing and hopefully improve it. Yep.
Great. Any other questions or comments for Tarun?
Awesome.
Okay, thank you so much, Tarun.
Thank
All
you.
the best, and we will be in touch.
Thank you.
Can we have the summit slide deck, please? And we will wrap up in the next few minutes. Only have a couple slides of vote of thanks to recognize all the people and organizations that have made this event possible. Yes, please.
It has to come from the community, so I am in the peanut gallery. For those of you who are still here, congratulations, you are hard to die soldiers. My comment is really goes to all of you. We need all of you participating in the multiple activities that you do. Number one, I want to acknowledge all of you, but very importantly, and Harsha said it about 1,000 times in this conference, he thanked all the sponsors of the organization and this event. And importantly, we have a hard to die soldier here, Amy, and George Mason University. I want to particularly thank you for trusting this organization, for trusting Harsha, the entire organizing committee, the advisory board, everyone, the one in the camera, the photographer, and the like, because of this partnership and your trust, this has been made possible. So Amy, please stand up, and we have to really thank you. And so if this is 2025, and I am in the peanut gallery, I am not meaning to steal the thunder here. If this is 2025 event, just wait and see. Be part of this, because 2026 is going to always be better than the one that we are just ending. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isaac. I think I should have you do the vote of thanks, because you are so much more nicer. And I like to thank, on behalf of the planning committee, which includes Amy, in thanking our sponsors, without whom we could not have put this show together. Soleno Therapeutics, our gold sponsor, Entrada Therapeutics, BridgeBio, Fairfax County Economic Development. They gave their time, talent, and treasure by being here, participating throughout the summit, as we saw and interacted with members from these organizations, as well as Prince William County, home to George Mason University's SciTech campus, where we are here, and other sponsors, including Cloud Throttle, Every Life Foundation for Rare Diseases, Immigrants First Law Firm, Amicus Therapeutics, Amneal Pharma, Jiva Clinical Trials, Virginia Bio, George Mason University. So a big round of applause for all of these sponsors. And our partner organizations, you saw many of them were present here in person, in spirit, at the exhibit hall, or poster, or online on the virtual exhibit. And thank you to all our partners, including Rare Givers. You saw Crystal here earlier, Tata Institute of Genomics and Society from India, who gave a keynote talk, Lead America Foundation, which was recognized at the gala, Rare Disease Diversity Coalition. We heard from Jennifer Waldrop, and many other organizations who are here or not here, like South Asian Herald, who is doing media. They already published a press release that's already making rounds. So we are having a global impact with a local community that we have gathered here. And the American Bazaar and TV Asia. So we are on television, radio, on online mass media. So we are making a lot of noise and being heard, making sure we are amplifying the voices of patients with rare diseases, as we say, small but mighty. So thank you all partners. And I'd like to thank all our planning committee members who have been contributing their time, treasure, and talent in supporting the summit planning almost a year ago. So the next year's planning will start tomorrow, or maybe right now. And so if you have any suggestions, we welcome them in making the next year's summit even more bigger, better, and impactful. And the advisory members of our planning committee as well. The summit secretariat actually carries a huge burden on their shoulders, a huge responsibility. And they also take punches when something goes wrong. And that's the most committed individuals who stand strong. When things start, it feels like the sky is falling, they stand strong behind the camera, behind the audio, behind the PowerPoint, behind Zoom, things that are not in their control, but they put it back up there so we can stand here. So thank you, Summit Secretariat, Jocelyn Folsom, who is, I saw her just a moment ago, maybe she's again doing some support activity. Nara Govindarajan, who is our board member, treasurer, but also chief everything officer. So he takes care of a lot of things, wears multiple hats, and is happy to stay behind the scene. Ramya, huge round of applause for Ramya. I don't see her in the room, but I'm sure she's running around doing something. So I really appreciate her coming all the way from Bangalore just for 4 days, no time to recover from jet lag, straight to work. So really appreciate Ramya making the trip. And all right. We have Srinitha up there. She's graduated from George Mason University in bioinformatics and has been an intern full-time with Indo-US Rare for a few months now and has been an intern for last year. And she's out there looking for bioinformatics opportunities. And she's like, while I'm doing that, I don't want to sit idle. I want to put my time and effort to a good cause. And she took interest in, although she knew we are a nonprofit and unable to hire her, she still wanted to do this for the right reasons. So I really commend you, and I'm sure you will do well. And last but not the least, Nisha Venugopal, who is up in India, it's probably 2 a.m., and she's still not going to bed until she knows we have successfully concluded this summit. And she's been up there all 3 days, 24/7, to support us on WhatsApp. There's at least 30 WhatsApp groups, one for coordinating with video, for speakers, PowerPoint decks. You haven't seen, I miss Nisha a lot, all of us miss Nisha a lot. She was here 2 years ago in Arlington. She was there in New Delhi in person. This year she supported being in India. So huge round of applause for Nisha, please. We saw many of the interns, a couple interns made it on Brian's presentation and got recognized, but all of them have been working throughout summer and some of them for a couple years in building these projects and mentored by Reena, who was here, and Nara, and me, and Nisha, and others. So a huge round of applause for all the interns, including Dr. Bijaya Mishra, who is in Nepal and who came all the way, and Franak, who is here, and also staff and students from George Mason University who have supported this event. So big round of applause for all of them. And of course, the Hilton Performing Arts Center, wow, what a venue this has been. A fantastic support staff, and we really appreciate the audio video team here. A big round of applause for the AV team. it was flawless when we had in-person meetings. Yes, and the VPrint designs for getting all these print materials and the banners, all of that. So thank you, VPrint Designs. Essence by John Nair, they did a fantastic job with food and catering for the last 2 days. Today it was Annasudha, the boxed lunches and the morning breakfast. And then Team iBentos that supported the virtual platform. I don't know if all of you had a chance to log into the virtual platform. So people who have not been able to come here in person have been watching live stream on the online portal, and there's also virtual exhibits. So the exhibitors and sponsors had a booth there. If you have not had a chance to log in, please do log in and check out all the posters and exhibits on the virtual platform. I know some of you may have missed it, but I know many of you have. And Team Grovention, who, if you see Indo-US Rare on any of the social channels, there's a number of posts that are going out. And that's thanks to, and all the graphic designs and so on from the Grovention team. And Tanya, I know Tanya from London supported us with a lot of the designs, like the main PowerPoint design was done by Tanya, and Grovention has done a lot of other graphic designs as well. So huge round of applause for all of these. Of course, we have had fantastic support from our video camera and interviews. Many of you have interviewed with Mr. Ayyappan back there. And we really thank Ayyappan for his very professional videography and interviewing many of the speakers, including the congressman. When we were all in the room, he made sure he interviewed the congressmen and others as they walked into this auditorium. So thank you, Ayyappan. Really appreciate that. And we have a long list of people to thank, and each one of you, of course, for making this summit a huge impact. It's not about the quantity, but the quality. And I believe each of you have made the quality and enhanced the quality of the conversations, the dialogue, and the impact. So this is just the beginning, as we say. And I'm pretty sure you made many new friends among yourselves, and I enjoyed building and strengthening our bond with each one of you, and I hope to reconnect very soon to take the conversations and next steps forward. And so with that, Nara, anything else that I missed?
Thanks to you.
Thank you all. Thank you. So next year's conference will be in New Delhi. And so we'll send out more information once the plan gets concrete. Until then, thank you all. Namaste. Good night. See you next year.